Contents Part I Introduction The planets, the 7 spirits before the throne, time and place as factors in calculation of the horoscope, signs and houses, the rising sign and the 12 houses, how to calculate the positions of the planets, the aspects making the index. Part 2 A Philosophic Encyclopedia of Astrology, table of logarithms, table of houses, sample pages, ephemeris, sample pages, tables of planetary hours. Part 3 Were you born under a lucky star? Amulets, birthstones and planetary colors. When is the best time to be born? Reading the horoscope. Introductory. Mundane houses, signs of the zodiac, cardinal signs, fixed signs, common signs. Comparative effect of cardinal, fixed and common signs on the angles. Triplicities, sun, moon and ascendant. The rising sign, influence of the 12 signs when rising. Intrinsic nature of the planets, children of the 12 signs. Sun, the giver of life. Sun in the 12 houses, sun in the 12 signs, sun in aspect with other planets. Venus, the planet of love, Venus in the 12 houses, Venus in the 12 signs. Venus in aspect with other planets. Mercury, the planet of reason, Mercury in the 12 houses, Mercury in the 12 signs, Mercury in aspect with other planets. Moon, the planet of fecundation, moon in the 12 houses, moon in the 12 signs, moon in aspect with other planets. Saturn, the planet of sorrow, Saturn in the 12 houses, Saturn in the 12 signs, Saturn in aspect with other planets. Jupiter, the planet of benevolence, Jupiter in the 12 houses, Jupiter in the 12 signs, Jupiter in aspect with other planets. Mars, the planet of action, Mars in the 12 houses, Mars in the 12 signs, Mars in aspect with other planets. Planetary octaves, Neptune, Mercury and Uranus. Venus, Uranus, the planet of altruism, Uranus in the 12 houses, Uranus in the 12 signs, Uranus in aspect with other planets. Neptune, the planet of divinity, Neptune in the 12 houses, Neptune in the 12 signs, Neptune in aspect with other planets. Doctrine of delineation in a nutshell. Table of planetary keywords: elevation, exaltation and critical degrees. Mercury before or after the sun. Are you helping your stars? Mind and the ruling planet. Influence of ruling planets, well aspect, influence of ruling planets. Afflicted mental effects of rising sign. Your luck in life, health and disease. Social and financial fortunes. Vocation, marriage and offspring. Harmony and discord. Men's marriages, women's marriages. Happiness, sorrow and bereavement. Second marriages. Description of the husband or wife. Children. Progression of the horoscope. Fate and free will. Different methods of progression. Adjusted calculation. Date. Progression of the angles. Some important points: progressed solar directions, progressed lunar directions, mutual aspects of the planets, transits, the moon increasing or decreasing. Introduction. The practical value of astrology. There is a side of the moon which we never see, but that hidden half is as potent a factor in causing the ebb and flow of the Earth's tide, as the part of the moon which is visible. Similarly, there is an invisible part of man which exerts a powerful influence in life, and as the tides are measured by the motion of the sun and moon, so also the eventualities of existence are measured by the circling stars, which may therefore be called the clock of destiny, and knowledge of their import is an immense power, for to the competent astrologer the horoscope reveals every secret of life. Thus, when you have given an astrologer the data of your birth, you have given him the key to your innermost soul, and there is no secret that he may not ferret out. This knowledge may be used for good or ill, to help or hurt, according to the nature of the man. Only a tried friend should be trusted with this key to your soul, and it should never be given to anyone base enough to prostitute a spiritual science for material gain. To the medical man, astrology is invaluable in diagnosing diseases and prescribing a remedy, for it reveals the hidden cause of all ailments. If you are a parent, the horoscope will aid you to detect the evil latent in your child and teach you how to apply the ounce of prevention. It will show you the good points also, that you may make the better man or woman of the soul entrusted to your care. It will reveal systemic weakness and enable you to guard the health of your child. It will show what talents are there, and how the life may be lived to a maximum of usefulness. Therefore, the message of the marching orbs is most important, and as we have shown the great danger of giving birth data to anyone else, there remains only one course: to study the science yourself. This book and the simplified method it contains of casting a horoscope in a thoroughly scientific manner is published in order to enable anyone who can add and subtract to do the work himself, instead of relying on others. Thus he will obtain a deeper knowledge of the causes which are operative in life than any professional astrologer who is a stranger can give. The planets, the seven spirits before the throne. The nebula theory explains with wonderful ingenuity the material viewpoint of how a solar system consisting of sun and planets may be formed from a central firemast, provided the firemast is put in motion. Something or somebody extraneous to the firemast is necessary to give that first impulse, however, as shown by Herbert Spencer, who rejected the nebula theory because it implies a first cause. Yet he was unable to enunciate a hypothesis free from that, to him, objectionable flaw. Thus the scientific theory of the genesis of a solar system coincides with the religious teaching of a first cause, call it God or by any other name, who is the superior intelligence ordering the path of the marching orbs with a definite end and aim in view. That end we may not yet be able to wholly perceive, but all about us on our planet we cannot fail to note, if observant, an orderly progression of all things towards perfection, and it may be inferred that a similar process of evolution must be in progress on all the other planets, varying of course, in consonance with the diverse conditions existing on each. Mystic teaching concerning the formation of a solar system agrees with the nebula theory, which says that rings were thrown off from the central mass of the Sun, forming in succession the several planets, those farthest from the Sun being formed first while Venus and Mercury, last formed, are nearest the Sun. Back of every act is a thought, and behind every visible phenomenon there is an invisible cause. So with the formation of the planets in a solar system, there is a spiritual reason for their being, as well as a material explanation. The central firemast we may consider the first visible manifestation of the triune God, the Lord of hosts, who contains within his being a multitude of other beings at varying stages of development. Their diverse needs require different external environments. In order to furnish such proper conditions, several planets have been thrown off from the central mass, each being differently constituted and each having a climatic condition varying from the others. Yet they are all in the kingdom of God, the solar system. In him they live and move and have their being in the most literal sense, for the whole solar system may be considered as the body of God and the planets as the organs in that body, ensouled by his life, moving in his strength in accord with his will. Each visible planet is the embodiment of a great and exalted spiritual intelligence who is the minister of God in that department of his kingdom, endeavoring to carry out his will, the latter having in view the ultimate highest good, regardless of temporary ill. These planetary spirits exercise a particular influence on the evolving beings upon other planets according to the development attained by such beings. The lower in the scale of evolution a being is placed, the more potent are the effects of the planetary influences; the higher, the wiser and the more individualized a being is, the more it is able to shape its own course and the less it will be actuated by the stellar vibrations. That is why astrology applied to daily life helps us. It gives a knowledge of our weaknesses and the tendencies to evil in our nature. It shows us our strength and the times most opportune for development of added power for good. In all religions we hear of the 7 planetary genii. The Hindu tells of 7 Rishi, the Parsi of 7 Ameshaspentas, the Mohammedan of 7 archangels, and our Christian religion has its 7 spirits before the throne. The modern astronomer divorces the spiritual aspect of the celestial science, astrology, which he pooh-poohs in an exploded superstition, from the material phase, astronomy, counting 8 primary planets, plus Pluto, in our solar system: Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Earth, Venus, Mercury. He shows through the telescope that they exist and thinks he has proved that religion knows not whereof it speaks when it asserts that there are 7 planets in the solar system. The mystic, however, points to Bode's law as vindicating his assertion that Neptune does not really belong to our solar system. The law is this: if we write a series of 4s, add 3 to the second, 6 to the third, 12 to the fourth, etc., doubling the amount added each time, the resulting series of numbers is a very close approximation to the relative distances of the planets from the Sun with the exception of Neptune. Thus, to illustrate, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Asteroids, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 3 6 12 24 48 96 192 384 4 7 10 16 28 52 100 196 388. If we divide this series by 10 we get 1 for the distance of the Earth from the Sun, and the other numbers then represent the distances of the other planets in terms of the Earth's distance. The closeness with which this simple law gives the distance is shown as follows, the column-headed Bode being the distances according to this law, while the column-headed distance gives the correct values in terms of the Earth's distances. Bode distance: Mercury, 0.4 0.4 Venus, 0.7 0.7 Earth, 1.0 1.0 Mars, 1.6 1.5 Asteroids, 2.8 2.6 Jupiter, 5.2 5.2 Saturn, 10.0 9.5 Uranus, 19.6 19.2 Neptune, 38.8 30.0. It is thus seen that, with the exception of the values for Neptune, the numbers represent very nearly the relative proportional distances from the Sun, of the 7 planets and the asteroids which are within our solar system, but fail very decidedly when applied to Neptune, who is the embodiment of a great spirit from the creative hierarchies which normally influence us from the zodiac. This planetary genius works specifically with those who are preparing for initiation and partially with those who study astrology and put it into practice in their daily lives, for then they are also preparing for the path of attainment. The twinklings of the fixed stars from without our solar system are the pulsations of spiritual impulses sent forth by the guardians of the greater mysteries, and the Mercurians, the gods of wisdom, send out similar impulses pertaining to the lesser mysteries, hence Mercury twinkles like a fixed star. Planets revolve around the Sun at varying rates of speed, the smaller planets, which are the closest to the Sun, moving much more rapidly than the larger ones which, in addition, describe wider circles. Mercury makes orbital revolution in 88 days. Venus makes orbital revolution in 224.5 days. Earth makes orbital revolution in 365.25 days. Mars makes orbital revolution in 1 yr 322 days. Jupiter makes orbital revolution in 12 years. Saturn makes orbital revolution in 29.5 years. Uranus makes orbital revolution in 84 years. Neptune makes orbital revolution in 165 years. Pluto makes orbital revolution in 248 years. The hourly motion of the planets in their orbits is as follows: miles, Mercury, 104,000 Venus, 77,000 Earth, 65,000 Mars, 53,000 Jupiter, 29,000 Saturn, 21,000 Uranus, 15,000 Neptune, 12,000. Besides revolving in their orbits around the Sun, the planets also revolve upon their axes in the same direction as they revolve in their orbits, that is, from west to east. This movement is called the diurnal rotation. The time occupied by the diurnal rotation of the planets is as follows: hours, Mercury, 24.5 Venus, 23.5 Earth, 24 Mars, 24.5 Jupiter, 10 Saturn, 10.5 Uranus, 9.5 Neptune, unknown. The Sun also rotates upon an axis but requires about 608 hours or 1 to 3 days to complete one rotation. The axis of a planet may be either perpendicular or oblique to its orbit. The present approximate inclinations of the axes are as follows: degrees, Jupiter, 3 Earth, 23.5 Mars, 25 Saturn, 26 Venus, 60 Mercury, 72 Uranus, 102 Neptune, 155. The inclination of the axis of the Sun to the plane of the ecliptic is about 7.5 degrees. The above inclinations of the axes do not in all cases coincide with the figures given by physical science, neither do we endorse their view that these inclinations remain practically unchanged, save for a slight vibratory movement called nutation. There is an exceedingly slow third movement of the planets whereby that which is now the north pole of the Earth will in the future, as it has in the past, point directly towards the Sun. Later it will be in the position where now the south pole is, and in due time it will reach again its present place. Thus tropical climate and glacial epochs succeed each other on all points of each planet. In addition to this gradual movement of about 50 seconds of space per century, whereby a whole revolution of the Earth's axis is completed in about 2.5 million years, there have also been sudden changes at a time when that which is now the North Pole pointed directly towards the Sun. The southern hemisphere was then continually in darkness and cold. Resulting conditions caused a sudden overtopping of our globe the last time. Since that time, however, the spirit which previously guided the Earth from without has drawn into the sphere, and such a happening will be impossible in the future. Mr. Pierre Bazin, a French mechanic, has constructed an apparatus demonstrating this third movement. He is said to have received his idea from a study of the teachings promulgated among various ancient people by priests possessed of mystic learning, particularly from the Egyptians. He shows how such a third movement will account for the tropical flora and fauna found in the frozen north, which can be accounted for in no other way. He also shows that when in the course of this third movement the inclination of a planet's axis becomes greater than 90 degrees and its north pole commences to point toward the south, the satellites of that planet will seem to turn in the opposite direction from the satellites of the other planets, as is the case with Uranus and Neptune's satellites, a fact which astronomers are puzzled to explain. On Uranus and Neptune the Sun also rises in the west and sets in the east for the same reason, the inversion of their poles. As a last difference between the teachings of modern science and the Western wisdom teaching of the Rosicrucians, we may note that astronomers of today speak of Venus and Mercury as inferior planets because they always appear close to the Sun. Venus is seen only as a morning or an evening star, Mercury is rarely seen because it keeps so close to the Sun. The other planets are called superior because they are seen at all distances from the Sun, being even at the very opposite point of the horizon from the Sun. This appellation, inferior and superior, the mystic would reverse. For him it is clear that the Sun is the embodiment of the highest spiritual intelligence in our system. At the beginning of our present phase of evolution all that is now outside the Sun was inside, but not all beings could continue to vibrate at the immense rate which obtained there. Some fell behind, crystallized and, in time, became a clog on other classes. They started to crystallize at the pole, where motion is slow, but gradually their increased weight brought them to the equator, where motion is most rapid, and they were thrown off from the Sun by centrifugal force. Later, other beings failed to keep up the vibratory movement, lagged behind, and were thrown off at a proper distance so that the solar vibrations may give them the rapidity necessary to their development. The most advanced spirits stayed longest with the Sun, and consequently, if the appellation inferior and superior is to be applied at all, it should be used in reverse manner. In order to avoid all misunderstanding, It may be well to state that Jupiter was thrown off and given its enormous bulk of fiery substance because the Jupiterians had arrived at a very high state of development, where they needed both high vibrations and independent motion. Jupiter is therefore in some aspects an exception to the rule, a case where a higher law supersedes a lower. In conclusion, we reiterate that the planets in our solar system are the visible embodiments of the seven spirits before the throne of God, the Sun, and that just as it is possible to us to transmit by wireless telegraphy the force which moves the telegraph key, lights a lamp, pulls a lever, etc., so may these great spirits exercise an influence upon human beings in proportion to our stage of individuality. If we aim to act in harmony with the laws of good, we rise above all other laws and become a law unto ourselves, co-workers with God and helpers in nature. Ours is the privilege, ours the loss, if we fail to live up to our highest possibilities. Let us therefore strive to know that we may do, and, above all, let us beware of prostituting the science of the stars to the gutter of fortune-telling. Gold of mammon may be ours if we do, but the peace of God which passeth all understanding will bring us lasting joy if we use our knowledge in unselfish service to others. Time and place as factors in calculation of the horoscope. A horoscope is simply a chart of the heavens showing a certain position of the planets and zodiacal signs relative to each other and the Earth. The constellations remain in the same position one to another, and are therefore called fixed stars, but the Earth and other planets constantly change. They do not return to the same relative position until after about 26,000 years. Thus every scientifically calculated horoscope is absolutely individual and shows a stellar influence different from that exerted in any other life commenced at a different time. Because of the revolution of the Earth upon its axis, a new degree of the zodiac rises every 4 minutes, and thus even the horoscopes of twins may differ considerably. The student will therefore realize the importance of time as a factor in casting a horoscope. There are, however, various methods of approximating the time and erecting a correct horoscope for those who do not know the hour of their birth, but that subject belongs to an advanced grade of this study. Time is not the same world over, however. When the sun rises where we live, it sets in another place, and that makes another difference in the horoscopes even if cast for children born at the same moment of time but in opposite parts of the world, for if it were noon in the birthplace of one, the sun would be high in the heavens above the earth, and in the birthplace of the other child it would be midnight with the sun directly below the earth. We know that the chemical effect of the solar ray varies with its position, and when the change is physically noticeable, the spiritual effect must also differ. It is therefore evident that time and place are basic factors in calculation of the horoscope. We shall first show how to locate the place of birth, then we take up the matter of time. Place geographically, the Earth is divided by two imaginary sets of circles. One circle runs east and west, halfway between the north and south poles as shown in the accompanying charts. It is called the equator. Other circles called parallels of latitude are imagined running parallel to the equator, and their use is to measure the distance of any place north or south of the equator. Now get an atlas and look at the map of North America. Along the right and left-hand borders you will see certain numbers. Note that a curved line runs from number 50 on the right to number 50 on the left. That is the 50th parallel of latitude. All cities along that line, in America, Europe or Asia, are equidistant from the equator, and said to be located in latitude 50 north. Another line runs from number 40 on the left border to number 40 on the right. Let us note some of the principal cities on or near this line. San Francisco is a little further south, Denver right on the line, Chicago and New York a trifle north. Now turn to the map of Europe. There the right and left hand numbers with their connecting circles are also latitudes, and at the number 40 you will see Lisbon and Madrid. Proceeding eastwards, Rome and Constantinople appear a little to the north of our line. These places may be said, for the purposes of elementary instruction, to be in the same degree of latitude, and therefore another determinator must be used to differentiate the location of each place from all others. This is accomplished by dividing the Earth longitudinally from pole to pole by another set of imaginary circles called meridians of longitude, and shown in our chart. All places along such circles have noon at the same instant, regardless of how far they are from the equator, or whether near the North or South Pole. Now look again at your map of Europe. There you will see numbered lines running from the top of the map to the bottom. These are the lines of longitude. One is numbered 0. If you follow that line you will find London, and close thereto a place called Greenwich. That is the location of the world's greatest observatory, and for purposes of astronomical calculation all places on Earth are considered as being so and so many degrees west or east of Greenwich. Thus, by latitude we obtain the location of a certain place north or south of the equator. By longitude we designate its position east or west of Greenwich. When the location of a place is stated in terms of latitude and longitude, it marks a certain spot beyond all possibility of confusion with any other place, and gives the astrologer one of the primal factors necessary to calculate a scientific horoscope place. Latitude is the principal factor in locating the signs of the zodiac by means of tables of houses which apply to all places in a certain degree of latitude. These tables are as nearly unchangeable as the fixed stars to which they apply. They remain the same from year to year, at least the change is so small as to be unappreciable in a lifetime. Longitude is the prime factor in all calculations connected with the movable planets. To calculate their places at the time of a person's birth it is necessary to have an astronomical almanac for the year of birth. This is called an ephemeris because it records the ephemeral or momentary position of the planets as seen from the observatory at Greenwich each day at noon. Time. A solar day is the period of time it takes the Sun to move from any certain meridian of longitude till it returns to the same meridian the next day. Owing to the variable motion of the Earth in its orbit, and the obliquity of the ecliptic, the Sun's path, the solar days are not all of equal length. But as the purposes of social and civil life require a uniform division, an average is struck of all solar days in a year, and this is called a mean solar day. It commences at midnight when the Sun is at the nadir. Clocks are regulated to show its beginning and end, also its equal divisions into 24 hours. There is thus a difference between sun time and clock time. From the time when the Sun is nearest to the Earth, perihelion, the 24th of December, to the time when it is farthest from the Earth, aphelion, the 21st of June, clock time is in advance of sun time. From the 21st of June to the 24th of December, the Sun is in advance of the clock, the greatest difference being 16 minutes in the beginning of November. When the unequal motion of the Earth in its orbit and the obliquity of the ecliptic act together, the difference between sun time and clock time is greatest, but 4 times a year, the 15th of April, the 15th of June, the 1st of September and the 24th of December, they agree. A sidereal day is the time which elapses between a fixed star's leaving a certain degree of longitude until it returns to it the following day. This is the exact time of one complete revolution of the Earth upon its axis. It is the only absolutely uniform motion observed in the heavens, having undergone no change since the earliest observations on record. Owing to the motion of the Earth in its orbit about the Sun, a solar day is longer than a sidereal day, for as the Sun moves farther to the east during the time of the Earth's daily rotation on its axis, the Earth must turn further upon its axis before a certain meridian comes in line with the Sun. The solar day is therefore about 4 minutes longer than the sidereal day, but owing to the variable motion of the Earth in its orbit and the obliquity of the ecliptic previously mentioned, this difference also varies each day. In bygone days, clocks in each city or hamlet differed from the timepieces of every other place because all were set to local time, but this caused much confusion to the traveling public. Therefore America adopted what is called Standard Time on the 18th of November, 1883. For persons born subsequent to that date, a correction is necessary to convert the time shown by clocks to true local time, for that is the time used to calculate the horoscope. The diagram will aid students to understand what standard time is, how it overcame confusion, and how the before-mentioned correction is made. It was suggested that if the country be divided into time zones each about 15 degrees of longitude in width, this being the distance the sun travels in 1 hour, and all the clocks in each division set to one uniform time, gauged by a meridian located in the middle of the resulting time zone, confusion of travelers would be avoided. Accordingly, America was divided into 4 such zones by 3 imaginary lines, as illustrated in the diagram. In the Eastern time zone, clocks are set true to the 75th meridian, 5 hours earlier than Greenwich Mean Time. In the Central time zone, time is regulated to the 90th meridian, which is 6 hours earlier than Greenwich. In the Mountain time zone, timepieces are governed according to the 105th meridian, 7 hours earlier than Greenwich Mean Time. In the Pacific time zone, time is standard to the 120th meridian, 8 hours earlier than Greenwich. There is a 5th zone in the Far East, comprising Maine, Nova Scotia, etc. This zone we omitted in order that our diagram might be larger. In all cities located on these standard meridians, see diagram on the opposite page, such as Philadelphia and Denver, standard time is also true local time, and no correction is required in calculation of horoscopes. But Detroit, which you will see located on the dividing line between the Eastern and Central time zones, is 7 degrees east of the 90th meridian, and its note, Detroit adopted Eastern Standard Time, the 15th of May, 1915. Clocks are therefore 28 minutes slow in actual fact, for when they show noon, according to the 90th meridian standard, the true local time is 28 minutes past 12. Chicago you will see a little east of the 90th meridian, 2 degrees. When the clocks there are 12 noon, it is really 12:08. San Francisco clocks show noon when the true local time is only 11:50, because that city is 2.5 degrees west of the standard meridian. Correction is therefore necessary. The rule for obtaining the true local time is, to the nearest standard meridian time, add 4 minutes for each degree the birthplace is east of the meridian corresponding to that time. If the birthplace is west of the meridian, subtract 4 minutes for each degree it is west thereof. When a child is born, the exact moment it draws its first breath should be noted, as that moment and not the time of delivery is the time of birth from the astrologer's point of view. The reason for taking the time of the first inspiration, usually accompanied by a cry, as the moment of birth, is that the chemical condition of the atmosphere changes at each moment as the vibrations from the stars change. We note such a change in the atmosphere according to the position of the sun in the sky at different hours of the day or night. The night air is different from the atmosphere at noon. These are not sudden changes, but are brought about by, to us, imperceptible degrees. We who are more callous from continued changes, do not feel them, but the little sensitive form of a newborn child is eminently susceptible to the inrush of that fist charge of its lungs, and as the oxygen contained therein surges through the body, by mixture with the blood every single atom receives a peculiar stamp which is retained all through life, although atoms change, in the same way that a scar perpetuates itself on the body despite the change of atoms. That first stamping is the physical basis of the idiosyncrasies and temperamental characteristics which cause each of us to act differently under the same stellar conditions. It is the basis of the tendencies of our physical nature and in harmony with our stage of attainment as required by the law of causation, which gives us in each life the faculties evolved during all our previous existences. Thus we do not have a certain fate because we are born at a certain moment, but we have been brought to birth at the time when the stellar rays will give us the tendency to work out the fate generated in past lives. This distinction is very important, for it marks the difference between the view of the materialistic astrologer and the religious conception of astrology. In March 1918, the U.S. government passed the Daylight Saving Act, by which all clocks were set ahead 1 hour at midnight preceding the last Sunday in March and then set back 1 hour at midnight preceding the last Sunday in October. This act was in force in 1918 and 1919 only. All recorded dates in the periods affected should have 1 hour subtracted in order to obtain standard time. Although we are many millions of miles nearer the Sun in winter, its rays transmit less heat than in summer when we are farthest from it, and it is therefore evident that distance has no effect on transmission of heat rays, but as the Sun rises towards the zenith, be it summer or winter, the heat increases, the greatest heat being experienced in midsummer when sun rays are nearest the perpendicular. It is therefore evident that the angle of the ray is the sole determinator of its influence. Astrology deals with planetary angles and their observed effect upon mankind. In order to determine these angles and tabulate observations, the fixed stars along the Sun's path have been divided into groups or constellations, and the heavens, as viewed from the birthplace of a child, have been divided into houses. Most beginners find it very confusing to differentiate between these signs and houses, but if it is kept in mind that the signs are divisions of the heavens relative to the vernal equinox, and houses are divisions of the heavens relative to the birthplace, there should be no difficulty. The signs influence certain parts of the body, houses govern conditions of life. Like any other circle, the zodiac is divided into 360 degrees, each of the 12 signs is therefore 30 degrees. Their names and symbols are given in the affixed diagram. The parts of the body ruled by those signs are as follows: Aries, head Taurus, cerebellum and neck Gemini, arms and lungs Cancer, stomach Leo, heart and spinal cord Virgo, intestines Libra, kidneys Scorpio, sex organs and rectum Sagittarius, hips and thighs Capricorn, knees Aquarius, ankles Pisces, feet. These 12 constellations are the natural zodiac and ever in the same relative positions, but on account of a motion of the pole of the Earth the Sun crosses the equator at the slightly different point each spring at the vernal equinox, and this shifting point is considered in astrology as being the first degree of Aries, the beginning of what is called the intellectual zodiac, which thus changes from year to year at the rate of about 50.1 seconds per annum, 1 degree in 7 years, 1 sign in 2156 years, completing the circle of 12 signs in about 25,868 years. This backward movement is called precession of the equinox. From the materialistic viewpoint there seems to be no reason for this shifting of the zodiac, but from the position of the mystic it is not at all arbitrary, but necessary and in harmony with the spiral path of evolution adhered to in both star and starfish, observable everywhere in nature. After completion of each cycle, the intellectual and the natural zodiacs agree, the last time AD 498. Then a new world period commences, a new phase of evolution, a higher loop of the spiral whereon we are ever traveling towards God. Even from the material standpoint it is evident that the spiral path of the solar system observed by astronomers must change the angle of incidence of the light rays from the fixed stars, and as the angle of incidence of the sun's rays upon our Earth has the effect of producing the climatic changes of summer and winter, It is reasonable that a similar change must follow from our altered position relative to the fixed stars, which may account for gradual changes of conditions such as that the winters grow less cold and the summers less warm in certain parts of the world. Furthermore, it has been observed that climatic conditions have a distant effect on our temperament. We feel differently in summer than we do in winter, and may not this slow change relative to the fixed stars account for the change in humanity, which is called evolution? The mystic affirms that it does. As rays of the sun, by change of the angle of incidence, call forth leaves and flowers from the plant at one time, and at another cause them to wither, so do rays from the fixed stars call forth and produce greater changes in flora and fauna. They are responsible for the rise and fall of nations and the temperamental change which we call civilization. Bringing the analogy a step further, the natural zodiac is composed of the constellations as they are and remain in the heavens, and the intellectual zodiac commences at the changing point where the sun crosses the equator at the vernal equinox. That is the time when nature brings to birth that which has germinated in her womb during the preceding winter. Thus the horoscope of the world changes from year to year. As above, so below is the law of analogy, and the same salient points are observable in the evolution of man and microbe, star and starfish. In the human map we have also what may be called a natural horoscope, that is the figure as cast by the rules of astrology, where any sign may be on the ascendant, or first house. The changing vernal equinox corresponds to the first degree of Aries, in the intellectual zodiac, so the ascendant in any human horoscope also has an influence corresponding to that degree. The second house corresponds to Taurus, the third to Gemini, and so on, forming the counterpart of the intellectual zodiac in the human horoscope. As the rays of the sun are intensified when focused through a lens, so is the spiritual life of the sun when focused through the two houses of Mars to bring a life from the unseen world. Cancer, the first of the watery signs, was pictured among the ancient Egyptians as a scarab, beetle, which was their emblem of the soul, and occultists know that the seed atom of the body is planted when the sun of life, the ego, is in Cancer, the sphere of the moon, the planet of fecundation. 4 months later, when the sun of life passes through the second of the watery signs, Scorpio, which is under the rulership of Mars, the planet of passion and emotion, the silver cord is tied which binds the desire body to the lower vehicles, and we have the quickening when the fetus first beings to show sentient life. By that time the ego has dissolved the nucleated blood corpuscles through which the mother's life manifested in the growing organism, and it can then begin to work in the vital fluid and manifest sins of separate life in the body until the sun of life has completed its circle and again reaches the mystic 8th house. 8 months after the seed atom was sown, the sun of life, the spirit, enters Pisces, the last of the watery signs in the mystic zodiac, which is under the expansive, benefic ray of Jupiter. Under this benevolent influence the waters of parturition swell and burst the restraining walls of the womb, when the 9 months of gestation have been completed, launching the newborn soul upon the ocean of life at the first point of Aries, where it is warmed and cheered by the combined rays of Mars and the Sun, which are house and exaltation rulers. Thus it is prepared for the battle of existence by the energetic war god, and its fountain of life, be it large or small, is filled to capacity by the sun, from the great cosmic reservoir of vital energy. The houses in a horoscope. The birthplace is always supposed to be the highest point on the earth. It is designated by an arrow on the diagram herewith, and the point right above it is in the sky is called the midheaven. As an observer in the northern hemisphere must always look south to see the noonday sun, it follows that east is to the left and west on his right. Astrologers call the eastern horizon the ascendant, because at that point the stars rise or ascend towards the midheaven, and for the reverse reason they call the western horizon the descendant. Rays from stars located at these extreme points would strike the birthplace at different angles, hence their influence would vary, and there would also be a noticeable difference of effect at intermediate points between the horizon and midheaven. Besides, the planets that have descended below the Earth have also power, though not to the same extent as when above the birthplace. The influence of planets on various departments of life has been observed to be as follows: first house, the shape and condition of the body, early environment and childhood's home. Second house, finance. Third house, literature, the useful arts, practical intelligence, short journeys, brothers and sisters. Fourth house, the home and conditions in old age. Fifth house, amusement, courtship, children and speculation. Sixth house, health, servants and labor. Seventh house, partnership, marriage, the fine arts and the public. Eighth house, inheritance, death. Ninth house, religion, philanthropy, idealism, justice and long journeys. 10th house, profession, social position and ambition. 11th house, friends, hopes and wishes. 12th house, prisons, hospitals, sorrow and trouble. The rising sign and the 12 houses. To illustrate how a horoscope is cast, we will first cast 4 horoscopes for persons born in Chicago, the 2nd of August 1909, at 2:15 a.m., 8:15 a.m., 2:15 p.m., and 8:15 p.m., as far as the placing of the signs upon the cusps of the houses. The cusps are the dividing lines between the houses. Finding Chicago on the map, we note that it is located near the 42nd degree of the north latitude, and close to 88 degrees of longitude west from Greenwich. Our first concern is to find the true local time of birth. We first turn to the rule on page 22, which says to the nearest standard meridian time, add 4 minutes for each degree the birthplace is east of the meridian corresponding to that time. If the birthplace is west of that meridian, subtract 4 minutes for each degree it is west thereof. The nearest standard meridian time is Central Time, gauged by the 90th meridian. Chicago, being 88 degrees west longitude, is 2 degrees east of the 90th meridian. We therefore add 2 times 4, or 8 minutes, to the time shown by the clock, in order to find true local time. In the case note, some foreign countries have adopted standard time, but information about this must be obtained in each case from the country in question. Of the first birth hour, when the clock showed 2:15 a.m. on August 2 ND, the true local time is thus found to be 2:23 a.m. This true local time of birth will be used in all subsequent calculation of the horoscope. Note, however, that this correction of standard to local time applies only to the United States, and is required only for dates subsequent to the 18th of November 1883, when standard time was adopted. See footnote, page 32. We will now proceed to find the sidereal time, abbreviated to ST, at the birthplace at the moment of birth. As a starting point for our calculations we have the ST, sidereal time, for Greenwich at noon. From that we may calculate the sidereal time at the birthplace and hour by the following rule: to the sidereal time for the noon previous to birth, given in the Ephemeris, add first 10 seconds correction for every 15 degrees of longitude the birthplace is west of Greenwich. Second, the interval between the previous noon and birth. Third, 10 seconds correction for every hour of this interval. Following the above rule we turn to the page of Ephemeris in the back of this book and find the column marked sidereal time. As our first birth hour is the 2nd of August, 2:23 a.m., true local time, we note that the previous noon is the 1st of August. Opposite that date we note the sidereal time as being 8 hours 37 minutes, which we put down thus: HMSST at Greenwich for noon previous to birth, 083700 correction for 10 seconds for each 15-degree W long. Of 000059 birthplace, internal between the previous noon, the 1st of August, and the time of 14:23:00 birth, the 2nd of August, 2:23 a.m. correction of 10 seconds per hour of interval between previous 0002:24 noon and birth, 14h23 m, equals 14 seconds or 2 min, 24 sec. St at the birthplace on the birth hour, 23:03:23 when the birthplace is located in east longitude, correction for longitude is subtracted. In case standard time is not used in the country of birth, see footnote page 32, the given time of birth is assumed to be true local time, and no correction for standard time is made. Had the child been born the 2nd of August at 2:15 a.m., in latitude 42 north, but in longitude 88 east, the ST would be figured as follows: HMS ST Greenwich forenoon, the 1st of August 08:37:00 correction of 10 seconds for each 15 degrees east longitude 000059. Subtracted 08:36:01 HMS interval from previous noon, the 1st of August, to birth, the 2nd of August, 2:15:14:15:00 am, correction of 10 seconds each hour of interval from previous 0002:22 noon to birth, ST at birthplace, at birth hour, 22:53:23. As the houses are governed by latitude, the same table of houses is used as for the child born in Chicago. With this ST we turn to the table of houses for the latitude of the birthplace, 42 degrees. There we search the various columns marked sidereal time for our ST at birth, the 23rd of March, 1923. The one nearest to that is the 23rd of April, 1946. In line with that sidereal time will be found the various degrees of the signs to be placed in our horoscope. In the first column under latitude 42N. Opposite the sidereal time the 23rd of April, 1946, we observe the figure 15, at the top of the column we find the sign Pisces, and above that the figure 10, which means that the 15th degree of Pisces is to be placed on the 10th cusp, as done in the accompanying horoscope. In the next column, in line with our sidereal time, we see the figure 20, at the top is the sign Aries, above that the figure 11, meaning that 20 degrees of Aries is to be placed on the 11th cusp. In the third column, in line with our sidereal time, is the figure 1. Taurus and 12 are at the head of the column, but beneath that is Gemini, signifying that 1 degree of Gemini is to be placed on the 12th cusp. The wide column marked Ascendant comes next. There we find the figures 8-10 in line with our sidereal time, and the sign Gemini at the top, but we disregard that sign because the sign Cancer is placed between our line and the top, and we always take the first sign above our line. Therefore we place Cancer 8-10 on the Ascendant. Proceeding along the figures in our line we note the figure 27 in the first column to the right of the wide column. At the top is the sign Cancer again and the figure 2. Accordingly we place the 27th degree of Cancer on the cusp of the second house. In the extreme right-hand column we find the figure 19, the sign Leo, and the figure 3 at the top of the column. Therefore we place the 19th degree of Leo on the third cusp. We have thus obtained figures for 6 of our houses. The 6 opposite houses are given the opposite signs and degrees. Having Pisces 15 on the 10th house, we place the opposite degree Virgo 15 on the 4th cusp, which is opposite the 10th. Aries 20 on the 11th house is the opposite of Libra 20 placed on the 5th cusp. Sagittarius 1 placed on the 6th cusp forms an exact opposite to Gemini 1 on the 12th house. The ascendant is opposite the 7th cusp and Capricorn 8-10 placed there is the opposite of Cancer 8-10 on the ascendant. Cancer 27 on the 2nd house will be properly opposed by Capricorn 27 on the 8th house, and Aquarius 19 placed on the 9th is in opposition to Leo 19 on the 3rd. Now all the cusps are filled, but on account of the inclination of the Earth's axis some of the signs may be intercepted between two cusps, therefore it is necessary to see if all the 12 signs are in our horoscope before proceeding further. Counting from Aries, we note the presence of Gemini. Taurus is missing, and we therefore place it in its proper position between Aries and Gemini. When a certain sign is intercepted, its opposite also will be missing. We may, therefore, at once place Scorpio in its proper position between Libra and Sagittarius. It will now be found that all the 12 signs are placed in our horoscope, Cancer and Capricorn each occupying two cusps. It is finished as far as placing the signs in their proper positions relative to the houses, and that is as far as we will proceed at the present time. So we will leave this horoscope and calculate one for a person born 6 hours later in the same place, Chicago, August 2nd, 8:15 a.m. We first have to find the true local time of birth. As before, we add 8 minutes to the time shown by the clock, namely 8:15 a.m. This gives us 8:23 a.m. which is the true local time of birth. Our rule for finding the sidereal time at the birth hour and place requires that we note the HMSST at Greenwich on the noon previous to birth, the 1st of August, as 08:37:00 given in the Ephemeris, correction of 10 seconds for each 15 degrees W long. Birthplace 00:00:59, Chicago, 88 watts interval from previous noon, the 1st of August, to the time of birth, the 20th of August, 1923:00 second, 8:23 a.m. correction of 10 seconds for each hour of interval, 2023, equals 00:03:24 204 seconds, sidereal time at birthplace at the birth hour, 29:04:23 subtract the circle of 24 hours. 24:00:00:05:04:23 as there can be only 24 hours in a day, we subtract 24 where necessary, and work with the remainder, in this case the 5th of April, 1923 which was the true sidereal time in Chicago. At the birth. This time, or the nearest thereto, we accordingly seek in the table of houses for the latitude of Chicago, 42 degrees N. The nearest time is the 5th of March, 1929, and in line with that we find the degrees for the various cusps of our houses. In the column next to the right of the sidereal time is the figure 17. At the top of the column the sign Gemini and the figure 10. We therefore place the 17th degree of Gemini on the 10th cusp. In the next column to the right is the figure 21. At the top of the column, the sign Cancer and the figure 11, so we place the 21st degree of Cancer on the 11th cusp. The next right-hand column has the figure 22. At the top is the sign Leo and the figure 12, so we place the 22nd degree of Leo on the 12th house. The large column marked Ascendant has the sign Virgo and the figures 1856 are in our line. So we place Virgo 1856 on the ascendant, or first house, of our figure. In the first column to the right of the wide column we note the figure 14. We note also that the sign Libra is above our line before we come to the top of the column, and we therefore disregard the sign found there, but note that figure 2, which indicates that the second cusp is occupied by the 14th degree of Libra. In the extreme right-hand column we find the figure 13 and also a sign before we come to the top of the column, the sign Scorpio, so we place the 13th degree of Scorpio on the third cusp. Now we have placed signs on the 6 houses, and we proceed to put in the 6 opposite signs on the opposite houses as before. Opposite Gemini 17 on the 10th house, we place Sagittarius 17 on the 4th house. Opposite Cancer 21 on the 11th, we place Capricorn 21 on the 5th. Opposite Leo 22 on the 12th, we place Aquarius 22 on the 6th. Opposite Virgo 1856 on the Ascendant, we place Pisces 1856 on the 7th. Opposite Libra 14 on the 2nd, place Aries 14 on the 8th, and opposite Scorpio 13 on the 3rd, place Taurus 13 on the 9th house. Now all the cusps of the horoscope are filled, and we start to count the signs to see if they are all present or if it is necessary to put in any that may be intercepted. We commence our count at Aries, and find that all 12 signs are represented, and it is therefore at a stage of completion where we decide to leave it for the present. We next proceed to cast the horoscope for a person born at Chicago, August the 2nd, at 2:15 p.m. We find that the previous noon is the 2nd of August, and so we start our calculations as follows. HMSST at Greenwich on the noon previous to birth, the 2nd of August 084100, correction of 10 seconds for each 15 degrees W long, birthplace 000059, 88 degrees, interval from previous noon to the time of birth, noon to 2:23:02:23:00 p.m. correction of 10 secs for each hour of interval, 000024 st at birthplace on birth hour, 11:05:23. Turning to our tables of houses for latitude 42N, we find the nearest st to be the 11th of April, 1946. In the first column under latitude 42N is the figure 15, the sign Virgo, and the figure 10 are at the top of the column. Therefore we place 15 degrees of Virgo on the 10th cusp. The second column has the figure 16, Libra, and the figure 11 at the top, so 16 degrees of Libra is placed on the 11th house. The figure 10 is in the third column, and the sign Scorpio between our line and the top, therefore we disregard the sign at the top, but note the figure 12, and accordingly place 10 degrees of Scorpio on the 12th house. In the white column we see the figures 29 hours 16 minutes, which we place on the ascendant with the sign Scorpio found at the head of the column. The column to the right of the white column contains the figure 1, with the sign Capricorn above, and at the top is the figure 2. Therefore we put Capricorn 1 on the second cusp. The extreme right-hand column shows the figure 8, the sign Aquarius above, and the figure 3 at the head of the column. Accordingly we place the 8th degree of Aquarius on the third house. Now our 6 cusps are filled, and we proceed to place the opposite signs and degrees on the other 6 cusps as described in detail in connection with the first 2 horoscopes. When that has been done, we count our signs from Aries to see if all are represented. That brings out the fact that Gemini and Sagittarius are missing, so we insert them in their proper places: Gemini between Taurus and Cancer, Sagittarius between Scorpio and Capricorn. Our horoscope has been completed as far as the signs and houses are concerned, therefore we leave it for the present to cast the last of our 4 experimental maps for a person born in Chicago, the 2nd of August, 1909. At 8:15 p.m. true local time of birth is 8 minutes later, or 8:23 p.m. As before, we note the HMSST at Greenwich on the noon previous to birth, the 2nd of August 084100, correction of 10 seconds for every 15 degrees. The birthplace is 000059 west of Greenwich, interval between the previous noon and birth. 082300, correction of 10 seconds for every hour of interval between 000124 previous noon and birth. Sidereal time at birthplace at the birth hour, 17:06:23. With this sidereal time we turn to the tables of houses for the latitude of birthplace, 42N, and find the nearest ST to be the 17th of July, 1949. In the first column under latitude 42N, we find 18. At the top of the column, Sagittarius and the figure 10, therefore we place Sagittarius 18 on the 10th cusp. The second narrow column shows the figure 9. Capricorn is above and the figure 11 is at the top of the column, so we place Capricorn 9 on the 11th cusp. The third narrow column has the figure 2 with Aquarius above and the figure 12 at the head of the column, so we place Aquarius 2 degrees on the cusp of the 12th house. In the wide column are the figures 7:8, Pisces above and Ascendant at the top, so we place 7:8 of Pisces on the Ascendant. To the right of the wide column we find the figure 25, Aries and 2 are at the top, so we place Aries 25 on the second cusp. The extreme right-hand column has the figure 26 and Taurus is at the top with the figure 3. Accordingly we place Taurus 26 on the third cusp. Having thus filled the 6 cusps, we proceed to fill the 6 opposite houses with the opposite signs. Gemini 18 on the 4th in opposition to Sagittarius 18 on the 10th. Cancer 9 on the 5th in opposition to Capricorn 9 on the 11th, and so on. When all the cusps have been filled we count the signs and find that all 12 are present, hence our horoscope has reached the same stage of completion as the ones previously cast. These horoscopes of 4 children born in the same city, Chicago, on the same day and year, the 2nd of August, 1909, but at different hours, show graphically that people may be, and are, born under all the 12 signs anywhere on any day of the year. When we compare the 4 horoscopes we have cast we may learn several important lessons. In the first place, we may see the worthlessness of the statements so often heard, I was born under Taurus or I was born under Scorpio, which simply means that the person was born in May or November when the sun was in the signs mentioned. Such a statement at once exposes the one who so expresses himself as being ignorant of the science of astrology and reveals the fact that if he has had a horoscope east, it has been done by an incompetent astrologer. These sometimes advertise to cast a horoscope telling your fortune from the cradle to the grave for a very small sum. But a conscientious astrologer cannot give a simple delineation of character without spending at least an hour in calculation and close concentration, and to make predictions covering a whole life would require days of arduous work. The scientific astrologer may speak of a person as having Taurus or Scorpio rising, and that statement at once shows that a calculation has been made taking into consideration year, month, day, hour, and place, making the horoscope cast absolutely individual, while the other type of horoscope is determined solely from the month when a person was born, without regard to day, hour or even year. If a horoscope could be cast by such a method, or, rather, lack of method, there would be only 12 kinds of people on earth and all persons born in the same month would have the same fate. Such is manifestly not the case. In fact, there are no 2 people whose experiences are exactly alike, and an astrology which does not make such a distinction cannot be a true science. The scientific astrologer asks first the year of birth because he knows that the planets do not come into the same relative positions more than once in a great sidereal year, thus a child's horoscope cast for 1909 cannot be duplicated for 25,868 years. Next he asks the month, for upon that will depend the position of the sun, which is in a different sign every month in the year. The day determines particularly the position of the moon, which changes from one sign to another every 2½ days, and the hour is also needful to fix its position, as it moves about 12 degrees each day. Yet even with these data the horoscope would lack individuality, for if a child is born every second that would mean that 3,600 people are born within the same hour. If we can bring the data to within 10 minutes of the actual time of birth, we should have the wherewithal to calculate a relative position of the planets such as would fit only 600 of the people on Earth. If we add the last datum, place, which enables us to calculate the rising sign and degree, we shall have an absolutely individual horoscope, for it is seldom indeed that two persons are born in the same place, at the same hour and minute. Event twins are born at an interval of from 20 minutes to several hours apart, and we can readily see that a different degree would then be rising for each of the two. When the last of a sign is rising for one of the twins, the other will usually be born under the next sign. As the rising sign is one of the principal significators in molding the body, the appearance of the second twin might be totally different from the first. A comparison of the rising signs shows an apparent lack of uniformity in the diurnal motion of the Earth. At 2:15 am Cancer 8:10 is rising, while 12 hours later Scorpio 29:16 is on the ascendant, showing that the birthplace has traveled only about 141 degrees in the 12 hours involved. To complete the circle, it must travel 219 degrees in the remaining 12 hours. But as the diurnal rotation of the Earth on its axis is uniform, the lack of uniformity in the motion noted above is due to its not being true diurnal motion. This condition is caused by the obliquity of the ecliptic and the consequent unequal division of the latter by the planes separating the houses, these planes being those of the horizon and the meridian and four intermediate ones at 30-degree intervals. For this reason certain signs rise more slowly than others and are therefore called signs of long ascension, while their opposites are called signs of short ascension. It will be evident from the foregoing that most people are born under the signs of long ascension Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio and Sagittarius in the northern hemisphere, and their opposites in the southern hemisphere. How to calculate the positions of the planets? As the ephemeris is calculated for Greenwich at the time when the observatory clock strikes 12, it is necessary to make corrections for other hours and for places east or west from that point when it is desired to calculate a horoscope. By adding 4 minutes for each degree of longitude the birthplace is west of Greenwich to the true local time of birth, we obtain the Greenwich Mean Time as recorded by the observatory clock. This is written GMT. We will apply this rule to calculate the GMT of the horoscope for August 2nd, 8:15 am at Chicago, which is 88 degrees west longitude, HM true local time of birth. See page 38. 8:23 am August 2nd, 4 minutes times 88 degrees equals 353 min, 5:52 Greenwich Mean Time, GMT 2:15 p.m. August 2nd. Multiplying the degree of west longitude of Chicago, 88 degrees, by 4 minutes gives us 352 minutes, which we divide by 60 because there are 60 note. To find the GMT when the time given is standard time, it is only necessary to add the even number of hours that the time zone of the birthplace is west of Greenwich or subtract the number that it is east of Greenwich, paying no attention to true local time, because the correction for true local time is automatically included in this method without any calculation. Beginning students, however, had best follow the method given on pages 32 and 50. Minutes in each hour. Thus we obtain 5 hours 52 minutes, which we add to the true local time of birth, 23 minutes after 8 in the morning, and the sum is 15 minutes past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which is the GMT. That is to say, at the identical time when the child was born and the Chicago clocks pointed to 15 minutes after 8 o'clock in the morning, the observatory clock at Greenwich showed 15 minutes past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This latter is the time we must use to make our calculations of the planets' places, and in order to have as few factors in mind as possible the beginner is advised to forget the local time of birth when once he has found the GMT. In western longitudes the GMT may advance into the day following birth on account of the addition of 4 minutes for each degree of longitude. In the cases where the longitude of the birthplace is east of Greenwich, a subtraction of 4 minutes is made for each degree, hence the GMT may recede into the day preceding birth. Therefore we speak neither of birthday nor birth hour, but of the GMT day and hour. Our concern is now to find the motion of the planets of the GMT day, which is from the noon before the GMT to the noon after the GMT. The positions of the planets are found in the Ephemeris. As our GMT is the 2nd of August, 1909, at 2:15 p.m., if we desire to calculate the daily motion of the Sun, we note its longitudes on the noon of the 2nd of August, the noon before GMT, and the 3rd of August, the noon after GMT. As we are to subtract, we place the longitude of the planet on the last day above, for that facilitates the operation. Degree min. The Sun's longitude at noon on the 3rd of August, 1909, as given in the 1028 Ephemeris. The Sun's longitude at noon the 2nd of August, 0931. The motion of the Sun on the GMT day, 0057. The next step is to find the interval between the GMT and the nearest noon, for that is also a basis of our correction. In the present horoscope the GMT is August the 2nd, 2:15 p.m. The nearest moon is obviously 12 o'clock the 2nd of August, and the interval between 12 o'clock noon and 2:15 p.m. is therefore 2 hours and 15 minutes. The motion of the planet on the GMT day and the interval from GMT to nearest noon having been found, our problem may be thus stated: when the Sun moves 57 minutes of space in 24 hours, how much does it move in 2 hours and 15 minutes? Answer: 5 minutes. This method of working the corrections by simple proportion may be used with advantage where the motion of a planet is less than 1 degree, with Venus, Mercury, and particularly in the case of the Moon. It is much quicker, safer and more exact to perform the correction by means of logarithms. A table of logarithms is found on the last pages of our Ephemeris for any year, also a partial table in the back of this book, and its use is exceedingly simple. At the top of the table is a line of figures, 0 to 23. They are for the hours or degrees, both being divisible into 60 minutes. On the left-hand side is another column having the minute figures, 0 to 59. When we wish to find the logarithm of a certain number of hours and minutes, we simply place our index finger upon the figure corresponding to the number of hours or degrees wanted, run it down the column till we reach the line corresponding to the minutes wanted. At that point where the line of minutes intersects the column of hours or degrees will be found the desired logarithm. For instance, the daily motion of the Sun in the horoscope under calculation is 0 degrees 57 minutes. We place our index finger upon the column marked 0 at the top. We run the finger down the page till we come in line with the figure 57 in the minute column. Where this line intersects the column 0 is the figure 1.4025. Which is the logarithm of the Sun's motion on the GMT day from noon August the 2nd, to noon August the 3rd. In like manner we find the logarithm of interval between GMT and the nearest noon. In this case the interval is 2 hours 15 minus. Running our index finger down the column marked 2 we find the figure 1.0280 in line with the figure 15 in the minute column. That logarithm, 1.0280, is the logarithm of interval. The daily motion of each planet differs from the daily motion of all other planets. Therefore the travel of each must be separately calculated and the logarithm of its motion found, but the interval between the GMT and the nearest moon applies equally in the calculation of all the planets, so that, once the interval has been ascertained, its logarithm may be used in the calculation of all the planets' places. Continuing our calculation, we place the logarithm of the Sun's motion from noon the 2nd of August to noon August 1.4025 third, 57 minutes plus logarithm of interval, 1.0280 logarithm of distance traveled by the Sun during the interval, 2.4305. The value of that logarithm in degrees and minutes we ascertain by finding it or the logarithm nearest thereto in the table. In the present example, the nearest logarithm is 2.4594. This figure is in the column marked 0 degrees at the top, and in line with the figure 5 in the extreme left-hand column, which contains minutes. Therefore the value of the logarithm is 0 degrees 5 minutes. Thus we have obtained the same answer to our problem: when the Sun moves 57 minutes in 24 hours, how much does it move in 2 hours and 15 min. By using logarithms as we did working by proportion. The latter method may seem easier to the beginner, but once the logarithm of interval has been found, the logarithmic method will be found to be easier, quicker and more exact, for the answers obtained by the two methods are not always quite identical, and particularly in the case of the moon, logarithms should be used. Having found the distance traveled by the planet during the interval between the GMT and the nearest noon, to find the place of the planet at the GMT, which is the end and aim of our calculations, we must add this increment of correction to the planet's longitude on the noon nearest to the GMT day if the GMT is PM, for in that case the planet has traveled farther than shown by the ephemeris. If, on the other hand, the GMT is in the forenoon, AM, the planet has not yet reached the position indicated for noon in the ephemeris, hence it will necessary to subtract the distance of travel for the interval, the increment of correction from the planet's longitude given in the ephemeris for the noon nearest to the GMT. In the present case the GMT is afternoon, PM, so we add degree min longitude of the Sun on the noon nearest the GMT, August Leo 0931 second, as per ephemeris, increment of correction, 0005 longitude of the Sun at GMT, Leo 0936. This position will be entered in the horoscope. For the convenience of the student, we will now enunciate the rule for finding the planets' places, in consecutive order of operation. First, find the GMT by adding to the local time of birth 4 minutes for each degree of longitude the birthplace is west of Greenwich, subtract for east longitude. Second, find the interval between the GMT and the nearest noon, also the logarithm of interval. Third, find the planet's motion on the GMT day, from the noon before the GMT to the noon after the GMT, find also the logarithm of that motion. Fourth, add to the logarithm of interval the logarithm of the planet's motion on the GMT day. The sum of these is the logarithm of the planet's travel during the interval. Fifth, find the value of the logarithm of the planet's travel during the interval in degrees and minutes. This is the increment of correction. Sixth, when the GMT is before noon, AM, subtract the increment of correction from the planet's position on the noon nearest to the GMT. B. When the GMT is after noon, PM, add the increment of correction to the planet's longitude on the noon nearest the GMT. When planets are retrograde, reverse the sixth rule. The result in either case will give the exact position of the planet at GMT, which is entered in the proper place in the horoscope. These rules have all been applied in calculating the position of one planet, the Sun, but as the GMT, August 2nd, 2:15 p.m., and the logarithm of interval, 1.0280, are the same for all the planets, we need not calculate them again as directed by sections 1st and 2nd, but commence our calculations of the Moon and planets according to section 3. Degree min longitude of the Moon on the noon after GMT as per the Pisces 0239 ephemeris, August 3rd. Longitude of the Moon on the noon before GMT as per Aquarius 1755 the ephemeris, August 2. The Moon's motion on the GMT day, 1444. The student will remember that there are 30 degrees in each sign and 60 minutes in one degree. In the foregoing subtraction it was necessary to borrow 1 degree and add its 60 minutes to 39, for only then could we subtract from the total of 99 minutes the 55 minutes required, leaving a remainder of 44 minutes. Similarly, we borrow on E sign, 30 degrees, adding it to the 1 degree of Pisces left after we borrowed the 1 degree to work our subtraction of the minutes. Thus we subtract 17 from 31 degrees, which leaves a remainder of 14 degrees. According to section 4 of our rule, we add logarithm of the moon's motion on GMT day. 2119 logarithm of interval, 1.0280 logarithm of moon's travel in interval, 1.2399. Section 5 directs us to find the value of this logarithm, and in our table of logarithms we note as the nearest thereto the figure 1.2393. Above that, we see at the head of the column the figure 1, to the extreme left is the figure 23, indicating that the moon has traveled 1 degree 23 minutes during the interval between GMT and the nearest noon. This is therefore the increment of correction. Section 6, b, directs that we add the increment of correction to the degree min longitude of the moon on the noon nearest GMT Aquarius 1755, August 2. Increment of correction, 0123. The longitude of the moon in the horoscope, Aquarius 1918. The motion of Neptune, Uranus, Saturn and Jupiter on the GMT day from noon the 2nd of August to noon the 3rd of August is seen by a glance at the ephemeris to have been only a few minutes. Consequently the distance they have traveled in the interval is negligible, and they may be entered in the horoscope as having the longitude of the nearest moon to the GMT, the 2nd of August. Mars has moved 15 minutes on the GMT day, and we may therefore add 1 minute for his travel during the interval to his longitude the 2nd of August as given in the ephemeris, so that we enter him in the horoscope as being in Aries 358. Venus will need logarithmic correction. Degree min longitude of Venus on the noon after GMT, August the 3rd Virgo 0621. Longitude of Venus on the noon before GMT, August 2 Virgo 0509. Venus motion on the GMT day, 0112. Logarithm of Venus motion on GMT day, 1.3010. Logarithm of interval, 1.0280. Logarithm of Venus travel during interval, 2.3290. Increment of correction, value of log 2.3290 or the nearest thereto, in this case 2.3133, equals 0 degrees 7 minutes. Degree min Venus longitude on the noon nearest GMT, August 2 ND Virgo 0509. Increment of correction, 0007. Venus long to be entered in horoscope, Virgo 0516. Mercury also has moved sufficiently to make it desirable to calculate his exact longitude at GMT of birth by logarithms. Degree min longitude of Mercury on the noon after GMT, Leo 0922. Longitude of Mercury on noon before GMT, Leo 0717. Mercury's motion on the GMT day, 0205. Logarithm of Mercury's motion on GMT day, 1.0614. Logarithm of interval, 1.0280. Logarithm of Mercury's travel during interval, 2.0894. Value of log 2.0894, or increment of correction, 0 degrees, 12 minutes. Degree min longitude of Mercury on noon nearest GMT, Leo 0717. Increment of correction, 0012. Mercury's long to be entered in horoscope, Leo 0729. The position of the dragon's head, or moon's node, and the dragon's tail, have now to be found. The longitude of the dragon's head for the 2nd of August, the noon nearest to the GMT, is found in the ephemeris to be 13.47 Gemini. The dragon's tail occupies the opposite point, namely 13.47 Sagittarius. These points are to be entered in the horoscope. There remains yet another factor to complete the horoscope, the part of fortune. This is an imaginary point calculated from the longitude of the Sun, Moon, and Ascendant. The philosophy is that the human body is produced by the lunar forces. At the time of conception, the Moon may be mathematically demonstrated to have been in the degree which is the ascendant at birth. At birth it has a different longitude. In one of these positions the Moon may be said to have magnetized the positive pole, in the other the negative pole of the seed atom, which as a magnet draws to itself the chemical substance that builds the dense body. The solar forces vitalize the body and, as it is constantly decaying, a pabulum is necessary to repair waste. That nutriment and all material possessions are therefore, astrologically speaking, derived through the combined influences of the Sun and the before-mentioned two positions of the Moon. When the planetary aspects to this part of fortune are favorable, material success and prosperity follow. When adverse influences center upon it, reverses are met. The nature of the aspecting planet, the sign and house it is in tell the sources whence we may expect one or the other, and thus show us where to direct our energies or what to avoid. The signs of the zodiac are counted from Aries, which is the first sign, and each is thus numbered: Aries, 1 Libra, 7 Taurus, 2 Scorpio, 8 Gemini, 3 Sagittarius, 9 Cancer, 4 Capricorn, 10 Leo, 5 Aquarius, 11 Virgo, 6 Pisces, 12. To find the part of fortune, add to the longitude of the ascendant, sign, degree and minute, the longitude of the Moon, sign, degree and minute. From that sum subtract the longitude of the Sun, sign, degree and minute. The remainder is the longitude, sign, degree and minute of the part of fortune. Applying this rule to the horoscope we are calculating, we note the factors involved in the calculation as follows: degree min longitude of the ascendant, Virgo, 6th sign, 1856. Longitude of the Sun, Leo, 5th sign, 0936. Longitude of the Moon, Aquarius, 11th sign, 1918. We then follow the rule and add sign degree min longitude of the Moon, 11 1918. Longitude of the ascendant, 06 1856 1808 14. Subtract longitude of the Sun, 0509 36. Longitude of the part of fortune, 12 28 38. The 12th sign is Pisces, hence the longitude of the part of fortune in the horoscope will be Pisces 28 hours 38 minutes. In the above example, the student will notice that when adding the degrees of the Moon and ascendant, 19 plus 18 plus the 1 degree carried in the addition of the minutes equals 38, but there are only 30 degrees in a sign, so one sign was carried forward and added to the other signs, the same as we add 60 minutes to degrees or hours. If, after subtracting the longitude of the Sun, there are more than 12 signs left, we subtract the circle of 12 and work with the remainder. It also happens that the signs of the Sun's longitude exceed the combined longitudes of the Moon and ascendant, so that it is impossible to perform the subtraction. For instance, if the sign degree min longitude of ascendant, Aries 01 25 55. Longitude of the Moon, Aries 01 25 50 03 21 45. If the Sun is in Capricorn, the 10th sign, we cannot subtract 10 from 3, so we add the circle of 12 signs, 12 0 0 0 0 15 21 45. Then we may subtract longitude of the Sun, 10 29 55 04 21 50. Longitude of part of fortune, Cancer 00 21 50. In the foregoing subtraction of 55 minutes from 45 we borrowed 1 degree, 60 minutes, added that to the 45 minutes, and from their sum, 105 minutes, we subtracted 55, leaving 50 minutes. To subtract 29 degrees from 20 left after borrowing 1 degree for subtracting the minutes, is impossible, so we borrow 1 sign from the 15. That 30 degrees we add to the 20, which makes 50. From that 50 degrees we subtract 29, leaving 21 degrees. Of the 15 signs, we have borrowed 1, leaving 14, and 10 from 14 leaves 4. The fourth sign is Cancer 2150. We will now make a list of the longitudes of the planets as we have figured them, prior to placing them in the horoscope. Degree min longitude of the Sun, Leo 0936 longitude of the Moon, Aquarius 1918 long. Of Neptune, noon August 2nd Cancer 1742 long. Of Uranus, noon August 2nd Capricorn 1815 R long. Of Saturn, noon August 2nd Aries 2313 long. Of Jupiter, noon August 2nd Virgo 1510 longitude. Of Mars, Aries 0358 longitude. Of Venus, Virgo 0516 longitude. Of Mercury, Leo 0729 longitude. Of Part of Fortune, Pisces 2838 longitude. Of Dragon's Head, Gemini 1347 longitude. Of Dragon's Tail, Sagittarius 1347. The planets may now be placed in the horoscope. In placing the planets, the student should particular regard to 2 points. First, that the planets are placed in their proper houses and order. The signs and degrees of the zodiac go in the direction shown by the arrows. Consequently, starting from Aries 0, which must be in the 7th house, as Aries 14 is on the cusp of the 8th house, we note that Mars is Aries 358, consequently we place him in the 7th house close to the cusp of the 8th. As Aries 14 is on the cusp of line which marks the entrance to the 8th house, and Saturn is Aries 2313, we place him in the 8th house just above the cusp. Thus both planets are in their proper relation to one another and to the houses, and they are so placed that in reading we can make mistake as to the sign they are in. If Mars had been placed lower down in the 7th house, at a cursory glance he might even seem to be in Pisces, and Saturn, placed further up in the 8th, might appear to be in Taurus. That would cause an error in reading which a little care will obviate. If the student observes carefully the method used in placing the planets in this horoscope, there will never be any doubt as to the signs the planets are occupying. Second, the positions of the planets should be readable without the necessity of turning and twisting the horoscope, which is subversive of proper concentration. If planets in the 3rd, 4th, 9th and 10th houses are written as we have inscribed Neptune and Uranus, this inconvenience will be overcome. The horoscope has now been cast and is complete. Most astrologers now start to read, but to do this work thoroughly it is necessary to make an index such as will be found in a later chapter. In order to make the student thoroughly conversant with the manner of casting a horoscope, we will first complete the figure cast in part for August 2nd, 8:15 p.m., for that horoscope offers certain peculiarities worthy of illustration. To find the GMT we add to the true local time of birth, 08:23 p.m. August 2nd, 4 minutes. For each of the 88 degrees longitude, birthplace is West 0552 of Greenwich, GMT, the 3rd of August, 02:15 a.m. Here is an important point. When we add 5 hours and 52 minutes to 8 p.m., we bring the GMT into the following day, at the identical time when the child was born, and the Chicago clocks pointed to 15 minutes past 8 on the evening of the 2nd of August. The observatory clock at Greenwich showed 15 minutes past 2 on the morning of the 3rd of August. Thus the noon of the 3rd of August is nearest the GMT. And the interval between GMT, 2:15 a.m., and nearest noon is therefore 9 hours, 45 minutes, the logarithm of interval being .3912. We have now performed the operations prescribed in sections 1 and 2 of our rule, and we will next find the motion of the Sun on the GMT day as directed by section 3, degree min long. of Sun on Noon after GMT, August 3, Leo 10:28 long of Sun on Noon before GMT, August 2, Leo 09:31 Sun's motion on the GMT day, 00:57 log of Sun's motion on GMT day 1.4025 logarithm of interval. 3912 log of Sun's travel during interval, 1.7937 degree min value of logarithm 1,7937, increment of correction, 0 degrees, 23 minutes long of Sun on Noon nearest G.M.T, Leo 10:28 minus increment of correction, 00:23 long of Sun at G.M.T, Leo 10:05 This position may be entered in the horoscope. In the last horoscope we added the increment of correction to the longitude of each planet because the GMT was after noon. Here the GMT is before noon, hence we subtract the increment of correction from the longitude of each planet on the nearest noon to GMT as directed by the rule section 6b. Degree min long of Moon on Noon after G.M.T, Pisces 0239 long of Moon on Noon before GMT, Aquarius 1755 motion of Moon on GMT day, 1444 logarithm of Moon's motion, 2119 logarithm of interval, 3912 log of Moon's motion during interval, 6031 degree min value of logarithm. 6031, increment of correction, 5 degrees, 59 minutes, long of Moon on Noon nearest GMT, August 3 Pisces 0239 minus increment of correction, 0559 longitude of Moon at GMT, Aquarius 2640 as in the first horoscope we calculated, so in this we may pass Neptune, Uranus, and Saturn without correcting, and enter the longitude of each for the noon nearest GMT in the horoscope. Mars' motion is 15 minutes on the GMT day and his motion during the interval of 9 hours, 45 minutes would therefore be about 6 minutes. Subtracting 6 minutes from Mars' longitude on the 3rd of August, the noon nearest GMT, Mars' position in the horoscope will be Aries 406. Similarly, Jupiter requires a correction of 4 minutes, making his position Virgo 15.17. Longitude of Venus on Noon after GMT, August 3, Virgo 0621 longitude of Venus on Noon before GMT, August 2, Virgo 0509 motion of Venus on GMT day, 0112 logarithm of Venus motion on GMT day, 1.3010 logarithm of interval, 3912 logarithm of Venus travel during interval, 1.6922 degree min value of logarithm 1.6922, increment of correction, 0 Virgo 0621 degrees, 29 minutes. Long of Venus on Noon nearest GMT, minus increment of correction, 0029 long of Venus to be entered in horoscope, Virgo 0552 Mercury is the last of the planets we have to calculate. Degree min longitude of Mercury on Noon after GMT, August 3 Leo 0922 longitude of Mercury on Noon before GMT, August 2 Leo 0717 motion of Mercury of GMT day, 0205 log of Mercury's travel on GMT day, 1.0614 logarithm of interval, 3912 log of Mercury's motion during interval, 1.4526 degree min value of logarithm 1.4526, increment of correction, 0 degrees, Leo 0922 51 minutes. Longitude of Mercury on Noon nearest GMT, August 3 minus increment of correction, 0051 longitude of Mercury to be entered in horoscope, Leo 0831 the position of the dragon's head or moon's node, and the dragon's tail, have also to be found. The Dragon's Head for the 3rd of August, the noon nearest the GMT, is found in the Ephemeris to be in 1344 Gemini. The Dragon's Tail occupies the opposite point of 1344 Sagittarius. It now remains to calculate the part of fortune, and we note the factors in that problem as being: degree min ascendant, the 12th sign, Pisces 0708 longitude of Sun, the 5th sign, Leo 1005 longitude of Moon, the 11th sign, Aquarius 2640. We proceed according to the rule given: sign degree min longitude of Ascendant, 120708 longitude of Moon, 112640 240348 minus longitude of Sun, 0510 18 2343. Subtract the circle of 12 signs, 12000006 2343. Longitude of the part of fortune, Virgo, 2343. We will now make a list of the planets as corrected for insertion in the horoscope. Sign degree min: the Sun, Leo 1005. The Moon, Aquarius 2640. Neptune, Cancer 1744. Uranus, Capricorn 1813. Our Saturn, Aries 2314. Jupiter, Virgo 1517. Mars, Aries 0406. Venus, Virgo 0552. Mercury, Leo 0831. Part of fortune, Virgo 2343. Dragon's Head, Gemini 1344. Dragon's Tail, Sagittarius 1344. We have now cast the two horoscopes, and a comparison reveals the fact that although cast for persons born in the same city on the same day of the year, the characteristics of one of these persons will be entirely opposite to those of the other, and as character is the determinator of destiny, the lives of these two persons will be entirely opposite. Before we can judge these two horoscopes, it is necessary that we should obtain a clear conception of the relations of the planets to one another, to the signs of the zodiac, and to the houses as they are in each of the two horoscopes, and to that end we will make an index that shall reveal these relationships at a glance, so that our minds may not be hampered by mathematics at the time when we are judging the horoscope, but be free and concentrated upon the meaning of the different aspects and positions. Retrogradation. On the page of our Ephemeris copied in this book, you will find in the columns of Saturn and Mars a capital R. The meaning is as follows: the planets of our solar system move in one direction, from west to east, but their orbits about the Sun are of varying sizes, and so are their velocities. The Earth travels 65,000 miles an hour, and still its circle is so large that it requires 365 days to journey around the Sun. Mercury makes a much smaller circle around the Sun, and travels 104,000 miles an hour, so it completes a revolution around the Sun in 88 days. Uranus travels only 15,000 miles an hour, but its circle is so large that it requires 84 years to complete. The other planets show similar variations of speed. If they traveled in a straight line, the smaller and faster planets would soon leave the more ponderous and slow-moving behind, but as they move in circle, they pass a given point of observation again and again. Were that point central and stationary, this constant forward motion of the planets in their respective orbits would be apparent to all observers, but that is the trouble: there is no stationary point. Every particle, from Jupiter, the giant of our solar system, to the smallest particle of stardust, is in incessant motion around a common center, and therefore, at times one planet moves almost transversely to the path of another moving body, and it appears for a time as if it stood still in its orbit. Astronomers say that such a planet is stationary. At other times this oblique motion of the planets relative to the Earth's position in its orbit makes them seem to move backward in the zodiac, and this we call retrograde. In the Ephemeris we find a capital R in line with the day when any planet commences thus seemingly to recede, and this retrogradation goes on until we find a capital D, which indicates that a direct forward motion of the planet is again observable. Though this backward motion of a planet is only seeming, it has a very real effect in respect to the influence which a planet exerts, for it is the angle of the ray which determines the influence of a planet. The planets are foci which transmit and intensify the properties of fixed stars so that they affect us in a much greater degree than when not focused upon the point of observation, the birthplace. Let us now suppose that at the time a child is born we look at Saturn, and beyond him, right along our line of observation, we see the fixed star Antares, which is in about 8 degrees of Sagittarius. The child is then getting a tendency to eye trouble, which is sufficiently severe even if the planet is traveling direct in its orbit, as is generally the case, for then Antares gradually goes out of focus, and Saturn will not return to the conjunction until it has completed its circle journey around the Sun, which takes about 29 years. If, on the other hand, we find that on the day after birth Saturn has retrograded somewhat, and still more the next day, and so on for a week or two, then that also brings Antares out of focus. But there is this important difference, that instead of taking 29 years to form the next conjunction, Saturn may become direct and form the second conjunction with Antares in a few weeks after birth, and this repeated evil ray may aggravate the natal defect to such an extent that the child becomes blind. Thus we reiterate, that while the retrograde motion of a planet is only seeming, its influence on human affairs is very real. Chapter 6. The aspects. The circle of the zodiac, like any other circle, is divisible into 360 degrees. Within this circle move the heavenly bodies of our solar system, but their motion is far from uniform, as shown in the first chapter. Therefore those planets which move the slowest are overtaken, passed, and repassed by the swifter bodies. When one planet is a certain number of degrees from another planet, they are said to be in aspect. Table of aspects. The opposition planets are 180 degrees apart. The square planets are 90 degrees apart. The sextile planets are 60 degrees apart. The trin planets are 120 degrees apart. The conjunction planets are 0 degrees apart. The parallel occurs when two planets have the same degree of declination, no matter whether one is north and the other south of the equator. This will be made clear in calculations which follow later. Of the aspects mentioned above, the opposition and square are said to be evil, the sextile and trin are designated good, while the conjunction and parallel are classed as indeterminate. If they occur between so-called good planets, they bring good; if between the evil planets, so-called, they bring evil. A horoscope is considered fortunate or the reverse according to whether the sextiles and trins are more numerous than the squares and oppositions. Such a viewpoint is erroneous. In the Father's kingdom there is no evil. What appears so is only good in the making. When a lapidary is cutting a precious stone, he applies part after part of the rough gem to the grindstone, and at each application we may hear the loud screeching, as if in pain, from the stone. By degrees, however, as a consequence of the harsh grinding process, it will acquire a beautifully polished surface with numerous facets capable of receiving, reflecting and refracting the brilliant sunlight. God and his ministers, the 7 planetary spirits, are the lapidaries, and man is a diamond in the rough. To polish and uncover his spiritual nature, varied experiences are necessary. They may be pleasant or otherwise, as indicated by what are commonly called good or bad aspects, but it is safe to say that the adverse experiences which come to us under so-called bad aspects are as potent developers of spiritual muscle, removing more of our selfishness, serving to make us more tolerant and sympathetic, as the harsh grinding which serves to remove the rough coat of the diamond. Though a horoscope full of squares and oppositions may indicate what is ordinarily termed a hard life, Such a one is infinitely preferable, from a spiritual standpoint, to a nativity with only good aspects, for that could give but an insipid existence, while a bad horoscope will give action and zest to the life in one direction or another. Moreover, as the stars do not compel, but give tendencies only, it lies with us in a large measure to assert our individuality and transmute present evil to future good. Thus we shall work in harmony with the stars and rule them by obedience to cosmic law. The influence of an aspect between the planets at birth is felt even if they are not exactly 60, 90, 120 or 180 degrees apart. An orb so-called, of 6 degrees is allowed. In the accompanying cut, Saturn and Jupiter are within orb of each other because one is 1 degree, the other 7 degrees of Aries. Saturn, being 1 degree, is also within orb of Mars, 3 degrees, and Mercury, 5 degrees, but is not within orb of the Sun, Moon or Venus, as there are more than 6 degrees from 1, Saturn's degree, to 9, 12 and 14, the degrees occupied by the Sun, Moon and Venus. The spiritual reason for this orb is as follows. Besides the visible body of man which we perceive by our senses, man has also invisible vehicles called by Paul spiritual bodies, and man himself is a spirit. When we have developed the faculty of spiritual sight, which is latent in all, we shall see these finer bodies protruding far beyond the dense body which is located in the center of this aura, much as the yolk of an egg is in the center of the egg, surrounded by the white on all sides. Before two human beings come in close physical contact, their auras have mingled. That is the reason why we feel the presence of another at times before we become aware of him by means of our ordinary senses. As above, so below. Man is made in the image of God and of his ministers the star angels. Each planet has an invisible world protruding into space beyond the dense visible sphere perceived by the eye. When these planetary auras come into aspect, an influence is felt, though the visible planets may yet lack 6 degrees in forming an aspect, or they may have gone 6 degrees past the aspect before the influence ceases. In order to determine at a glance just what aspect the planets in a horoscope have to one another, when within orbs we note the following division of the zodiacal signs. Planets in cardinal signs are in conjunction, square or opposition if within orb. Planets in fixed signs are also in conjunction, square or opposition if within orbs, and so are planets in common signs. A glance at the horoscope will reveal which of the 3 aspects is formed. Another division of the zodiac is, planets in fiery signs are in conjunction or trin if within orb. Planets in earthy signs are in trin, or conjunction, so are the planets in airy or watery signs, as shown in the above diagram. Essential dignities and exaltation. Planets are said to rule or to be essentially dignified in certain signs where the essential nature of planet and sign agree. When placed in the opposite signs, they are in their detriment and hence out of harmony with their surroundings. Planets are more powerful in certain signs than in others, and are said to be exalted when placed in such signs. When occupying the opposite signs, they are in their fall, hence comparatively weak. The following table will show the planets, and the signs in which they are strong or weak, in accordance with the foregoing. It will be noted that each of the planets, with the exception of Uranus and Neptune, rules 2 signs, while the Sun and Moon rule only 1 each. Also note that Uranus and Saturn are co-rulers of Aquarius and that Neptune and Jupiter are co-rulers of Pisces. Critical degrees. The following table shows certain degrees of the zodiac which are designated as critical degrees. When a planet is within an orb of 3 degrees of any of these points, it will be found to exercise a much stronger influence in the life than otherwise. This influence will tend to increase the strength of an exaltation, and also to offset the weakness resulting from a planet being in its fall or detriment. It will also increase the strength of aspects to that planet. Table of critical degrees. Cardinal signs Aries. Cancer, Libra, Capricorn, 1st. 13th, and 26th degrees. Fixed signs Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, Aquarius, 9th and 21st degrees. Common signs Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, Pisces, 4th and 17th degrees. Elevation, a planet placed in or near the 9th or 10th houses is said to be elevated. The nearer it is to the midheaven, the more highly elevated it is. A planet in elevation is much more powerful, for either good or evil, than when placed at a lower altitude. The angles, when planets are found in the angles of the horoscope, 1st, 4th, 7th and 10th houses, they are said to be angular or accidentally dignified. When so placed, they exert a greater influence for either good or evil, than when located in the other houses. When the student has digested the above information, he should proceed to make a table or index of the relationship of the planets as shown in the diagram on page 89. Making the index looking at the horoscope for 8:15 p.m. we note that Saturn and Mars are in Aries, a cardinal sign. We therefore place them under cardinal signs in the main. Cancer, the next cardinal sign, contains Neptune, and that planet is entered under the cardinal signs in the main. Libra, the third cardinal sign, contains no planets. Capricorn is the last of the cardinal signs, Uranus is there, and when we have entered him in the index we have a complete list of the planets which, in this horoscope, are placed in cardinal signs. The fixed signs are Taurus, Leo, Scorpio and Aquarius. In Taurus we find no planet. The Sun and Mercury are in Leo, hence we enter them in the index under the heading fixed. Scorpio has no planets but the Moon is in Aquarius. It is therefore also entered under fixed in the main. In this horoscope the common signs Gemini, Sagittarius and Pisces contain no planets, but Virgo, the other common sign, has Jupiter and Venus. Hence these are entered under the list of planets in common signs, as is also the part of fortune. This completes our classification of the planets in respect to the temperament, and to make sure that we have entered all in the index, we count them. 4 are in cardinal, 3 are classified as fixed, and 2 as common, making a total of 9 planets, besides the part of fortune. That is right. So we proceed in like manner to note the planets in fiery signs. We enter them in the main. Next the earthy, airy and watery signs. We have then made our classification according to elements, and again we count to see that we have entered all the planets. 4 are in fiery signs, 3 in earthy signs, 1 in airy, and 1 in watery signs. The total is 9 planets, which is right. We next note the exaltation, etc., as given in the main. Now we are prepared to note the aspects, and the student is particularly requested to follow the system as here outlined, then he cannot possibly miss any aspect. Place the index finger of the left hand upon the first or left hand planet under the heading cardinal in the main. In the present case Mars. Place your pencil point held in the right hand on the planet next to the right in the cardinal line, Saturn here. Note by a glance at the horoscope if these two planets are in orb, 6 degrees, of each other. Here the answer is, no, one is 4, the other 23 degrees. They are therefore not in aspect. Keep the left index finger in place, but move the pencil to the right to the next planet, Neptune here, and ask, are they within orb? Again the answer is no. Again the pencil point is moved to the right and is on the last planet in the cardinal line, Uranus. The question, are the planets under the index finger and the pencil point within orb, is asked, and answered negatively. Thus we have ascertained that the planet under our left hand index finger, Mars, has no aspect to any of the other planets in cardinal signs. We then move the left index finger one place to the right, to Saturn, place our pencil point on the planet next to the right of that, on Neptune here, repeat the query, are the planets under the index finger and the pencil point, Saturn and Neptune here, within orb? A glance at the horoscope shows that they are, one being 17 and the other 23. They are therefore in aspect. Our rule says that planets in cardinal, fixed or common signs are either in conjunction, square or opposition if within orbs. A glance at the position of Saturn and Neptune shows that they are not in conjunction, nor in opposition, they must therefore be square to each other. We therefore write a square and the symbol of Saturn in Neptune's line in the index, also a square and the symbol of Neptune in Saturn's line. Thus we have recorded that aspect. We leave our left index finger on Saturn, but move the pencil point to the right, to Uranus. We repeat our query, are they in orb? The answer is yes, and their positions indicate the aspect as being a square. This we note in the lines of Saturn and Uranus as in previous cases. Then we have recorded all the aspects of Saturn to the planets to the right of him, and we move our left index finger to the right, to Neptune and Uranus, and ask our question regarding orb. The answer is yes. Neptune and Uranus are within orb of each other, hence in opposition. This aspect is entered in the index also and completes the aspects of Neptune. We have now noted in a thorough and systematic manner all the aspects between the planets in the cardinal line. The same mode of procedure we employ with the planets in the other lines, working in each line steadily from left to right. If this method is followed, no aspect can be missed. In dealing with the planets in the fiery, airy, earthy and watery signs, we remember of course that they are in trine or conjunction if within orb. In getting the sextiles a different method is necessary. Start with Mars, Aries 4 here, add 60 degrees, which gives Gemini 4. As, is any planet in orb of Gemini 4? The answer is no. Pass the left index finger to the next planet in the horoscope, Saturn. He is in Aries 23, adding 60 degrees gives Gemini 23. There is no planet within orb of that point. The left index finger is passed on to the next planet, Neptune, in Cancer 17. We add 60 degrees which gives Virgo 17. We ask our question, is any planet in orb of that point? The answer is yes, Jupiter in Virgo 15. Then Neptune and Jupiter are sextile and are so entered in the lines of both planets in the main. Proceeding, we move the left index finger to every plant in the horoscope in turn, adding 60 degrees and asking our question. When we have followed the circle around, we shall also have recorded all the sextiles and missed none. The dragon's head and the dragon's tail exert an influence in the horoscope only when in conjunction with a plant or the ascendant. An orb of only 2 degrees or at most 3 degrees is allowed. The dragon's head is regarded as a benefic, its influence being analogous to that of the Sun in Aries, and Jupiterian in effect. The dragon's tail is malefic, being Saturnine in quality and having an influence similar to that of Saturn in Libra. In the present case, neither the dragon's head nor tail is in conjunction with a planet, hence there are no aspects to them to be entered in the main. There remain yet the parallels. To find them, we turn to the page from the Ephemeris for the month of birth, August, found in the back of this book. At the top of the page we find the names of the planets, Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, etc., and below each planet is noted its declination for the days of the month given in the left-hand column. As our GMT is early morning on the 3rd of August, we place the declinations for the 3rd of August opposite each planet in the main. An exception is the Moon's declination, which requires a logarithmic correction in accordance with the GMT. This correction is made by the same method used in obtaining the moon's longitude. We thus find the moon's declination to be 17 to 2. The declination of the part of fortune is the same as the declination of the sun when in the same sign and degree. Here the part of fortune is Virgo 2343. Take an ephemeris for any year and find when the sun was there. That will be about the 17th of September, and then the sun's declination was 225, ephemeris for 1909. That, then, is the declination of the part of fortune. In the same way the declinations of the midheaven and the ascendant may be found if desired. Having entered all the declinations in the index, place the left index finger on the declination of Neptune at the bottom, the pencil point on the declination next above, Uranus. Ask if they are within 1 degree or at most 1.5 degrees. The answer is yes, and so they are entered in the column of aspects as parallel. Move the pencil up the line, noting at each step if the declinations of the planets under the index finger and pencil point are within orb, 1 degree or a little more. When the pencil point has reached the top, all parallels under the left index finger will have been noted. Then move the left index finger 1 step up, to Uranus, and the pencil point up to the declination of the planet next above, note their parallel, if any, move the pencil point upward, step by step, following the same method in moving from bottom upward to get the declination as was followed by moving the index finger and pencil point from left to right to get the conjunctions, squares, trines and oppositions. When the parallels have been recorded, the index is finished, and if placed below the horoscope on one sheet of paper as shown in the accompanying illustration, the student will have ready at hand every means of judging the figure without turning his attention from that to computing aspects. Thus a more concentrated attitude of the mind is attainable. Neither is the process of making the index as complicated as the process of describing it. In fact, it is simplicity itself, as it involves no mathematical calculation but only the proper methodical placement of the left index finger and moving a pencil point to the right or upward from that finger, merely asking continually, are the planets under finger and pencil within orb? If this method is followed out, the student can never miss an aspect and will be able to make such an index in from 15 to 20 minutes. In order that proficiency may be achieved, the student should endeavor to make the index for the horoscope cast for August 2 ND, 8:15 am aspects to the ascendant, which represents the body, have an influence upon the health. Aspects to the midheaven indicate the nature of one's opportunities for spiritual advancement. But since the exact time of birth is rarely known, and since a small error in this makes several degrees difference in the ascendant or midheaven, predictions made from aspects to these points are likely to be found unreliable. Hence we have not entered them in the main. Note, in addition to the foregoing, planets in the last 6 degrees of any sign must be compared with all planets in the first 6 degrees of other signs, because they may be in aspect to each other without coming under any of the preceding rules. Examples of this are as follows: Mars in 24 to 30 Aries is in conjunction with Venus in 0 to 30 Taurus, Mercury in 26 to 0 Taurus is sextile Jupiter in 2 to 0 Leo, Saturn in 27 to 9 Gemini is square Uranus in 2 to 0 Libra, Neptune in 28 to 0 Cancer is trine Mars in 3 to 0 Sagittarius, Venus in 29 to 30 Leo is in opposition to Mercury in 5 to 30 Pisces. Part 2 of Philosophic Encyclopedia of Astrology. Accidental dignity. When a planet is placed in an angle, its effect is much more powerful than in the succedent or cadent houses. In this respect, a position in the 10th house is strongest on account of elevation. See elevation. The first house is next, then the 7th, and the 4th house is weakest. Adjusted calculation date. A date at which the noon positions of the planets culminate when used in the progressed horoscope. It is obtained by a simple calculation, and with it predictions may be made in any horoscope for life, without further mathematical computations. Affliction: a planet is afflicted when it is parallel, conjunction, square or opposition to Mars, Saturn, Uranus or Neptune, or in square or opposition to any of the other planets. See combust. Aries signs: Gemini, Libra and Aquarius are called Aries signs. Their influence is mostly mental and intellectual. Angles: the 1st, 4th, 7th and 10th houses. The eastern angle with Aries, where Mars is the ruler, suggests the Sun rising to the material activities of the day. As the Sun, denoting spirit, is under the cross denoting matter, but rising toward it, therefore it denotes the beginning of life in the material world, and Mars, the ruler, stands for the desire nature, which draws the spirit towards material existence in order that it may conquer matter. The southern angle, Capricorn, with Saturn as ruler, suggests the Sun crossing the meridian as it does at noon. It has traversed half its prescribed journey across the heavens, therefore the half circle is omitted, and the other half circle is retained under the cross in the symbol of Saturn. Hence Saturn denotes persistence, mechanical ability, etc., and the 10th house the worldly achievements of the human being. The western angle with Libra in the balance where the material activities turn to the spiritual, divides the day from the night, the busy summer from the inactive winter. It turns the waking hours devoted to the active material life, into the night where man contacts the unseen world. Therefore the circle, spirit, is above the cross of matter, the desire nature has been conquered, and the symbol of Mars turned upside down so that it becomes the symbol of Venus, the planet of love which rules this house, and which is therefore also the house of unions, of partnerships, the house that denotes the one nearest and dearest to us. The northern angle, with the sign Cancer, marks the time when the Sun is at its lowest point. The sign consists of two suns, with the line of force proceeding from each one, but in opposite directions. The line from the Sun which points to the east denotes the direction in which the physical Sun moves. The Sun with the line of force going towards the west denotes the path in which the spiritual influences turn after the physical Sun has ceased its activity. This angle, therefore, is the angle of mystery, occultism, and of the dark and unseen side of man's nature, therefore it has for its ruler the orb of night, the moon. Angular: a planet is said to be angular when it is placed in the angles of the horoscope. This position strengthens the influence of the planet considerably for good or ill according to the nature of the planet and its aspects. Antes, see fixed stars. Apply: when a swift-moving planet approaches an aspect with a slower, it is said to apply to a square, trine etc. of that planet. As the applying planet must be speedier than the one it applies to, it is evident that the Moon applies in turn to the aspects of all the other planets each month when she passes around the zodiac, but Saturn, who takes 30 years to make the circle, can only apply to Uranus, which uses 84 years. And to Neptune, which takes 165 years. That rule holds good when the planets move direct in the zodiac, from Aries to Taurus etc., but if the slower moving planet is retrograde, moving from Taurus to Aries etc., both the planets may be applying to the aspect. See direct and retrograde. The influence of the planets is always stronger when they are applying than when they are separating. Acelli, see fixed stars. Ascendant: the degree of the zodiac which is on the eastern horizon at a certain time. A new degree rises every 4 minutes, a new sign about every 2 hours, and the 12 signs rise in every place on Earth in 24 hours. Whatever sign is on the ascendant is called the rising sign. See Heilig. Ascension: under this heading will be grouped signs of long ascension, signs of short ascension, right ascension and oblique ascension. Signs of long ascension are Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio and Sagittarius. Signs of short ascension are Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus and Gemini. They are so called because the signs of long ascension rise slowly in northern latitudes, taking a much longer time than the 2 hours required if all the 12 signs rose at a uniform rate during the 24 hours. Leo takes about 2 hours and 45 minutes in lat. 40 north where New York is, and Pisces and Aries, 2 signs of short ascension, take only 1 hour and 10 minutes. The reason lies in the obliquity of the ecliptic, see page 49. The effect is that most people in the northern hemisphere are born under the signs of long ascension. In the southern hemisphere the signs listed as of short ascension in the foregoing classification are signs of long ascension, and most people are born under them, while the northern signs of long ascension rise quickly in the south and relatively few are born under them. Thus the people of the opposite hemispheres are also opposite in their inner natures, and show different characteristics. Right ascension and oblique ascension are not used in the system of astrology generally in vogue, except in the calculation of the houses, with which the average student has no concern. Longitude is measured on the ecliptic or sun's path from the first point of Aries, but right ascension is measured on the equinoctial or celestial equator. Aspects, the distance apart of planets, which determines their influence for good or ill. The square is 90 degrees and the opposition is 180 degrees. These are called evil aspects. The sextile is 60 degrees and the trine is 120 degrees. They are called good aspects. The conjunction occurs when 2 planets are in the same degree of the zodiac, and the parallel is the position of 2 planets in the same degree of declination, regardless of whether they are both north or south of the equator, or whether one is in north and the other in south declination. These aspects are variable. If between benefics, the Sun, Venus and Jupiter, they are good, or if the planets of variable nature, the Moon and Mercury, are aspected by conjunction or parallel with the benefics it is good, but if the Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus or Jupiter are in conjunction or parallel with one of the malefics, Mars, Saturn, Uranus and Neptune, it is evil. The conjunction of 2 malefics is more so, but the parallel of 2 malefics is exceedingly strong in its detrimental influence. Conversely, of course, the parallel between 2 benefics is extraordinarily fortunate. Axis, if we were to pierce an apple through the center with a knitting needle, that would be the axis of the apple, and on this axis it may be rotated. The Earth's axis is an imaginary line on which the Earth rotates, and this motion of the Earth on its axis produces the phenomena of day and night. The axis of the Earth always points to a certain star in the constellation Ursa Minor, which on that account is called the pole star, the only one in the heavens which seems never to move. It is not quite stationary however, but has an exceedingly slow vibratory motion called nutation, causing the pole star to change in the course of millenniums. See nutation and intellectual zodiac. Axis, inclination of. The axes of all the planets are inclined to their orbits. See page 8. Axial rotation, all the planets rotate upon their axes the same as the Earth, but the time in which they make a rotation differs widely. See diurnal rotation of the planets page 8. Barren or unfruitful signs, Gemini, Leo and Virgo. Benefics, the Sun, Venus and Jupiter. For a thorough synthetic explanation of the terms benefic and malefic see good and bad also pages 76 and 77. Cadent, the 3rd, 6th, 9th and 12th houses are called cadent, and so are planets placed in these houses. This position weakens the influence of planets, so that benefics are not so helpful and malefics not so harmful when placed in cadent houses. Cardinal signs, Aries, the eastern sign entered by the Sun at the vernal equinox, Cancer, where the Sun reaches its highest degree of northern declination at the summer solstice, Libra, the western sign where the Sun goes into south declination at the fall equinox, and Capricorn, where it is in the lowest south declination at the winter solstice. The cardinal signs are promotive, they further activity in whatever is undertaken under their influence. Combust, any plant within 3 degrees of the Sun is said to be combust, or burned up by the Sun's rays. If Mercury or the Moon are so placed, it weakens the mind. If Venus or Jupiter, it takes away their help, and if one of the malefics, Mars, Saturn, Uranus or Neptune, is so placed, it is evil. See affliction. Common signs: Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius and Pisces. They are flexible and vacillating in nature. Conjunction: when 2 planets are within 6 degrees of each other, they are in conjunction. See aspects and orb. Critical degrees: see table and description of critical degrees on page 81. These degrees mark approximately the end of each day's travel of the Moon through the 12 signs. The Moon occupies about 27.5 days in its passage around the zodiac, averaging about 13 degrees each day. Thus, starting with the first degree of Aries, the first day's travel will end at the 13th degree, the second day's travel at the 26th degree, and so on. Following this out, we find that the critical degrees are the 1st, 13th and 26th degrees of the cardinal signs, the 9th and 21st degrees of the fixed signs, and the 4th and 17th degrees of the common signs. Culminate: when a plant reaches zenith, it is said to culminate, for it has then reached its highest altitude and then begins to descend toward the western node. This expression is also used concerning aspects. When a planet comes within orb of another, the influence is at first weak, but it becomes stronger and stronger the nearer the applying plant comes to the exact aspect, and at that time it culminates or reaches its maximum strength. Then when the plants begin to separate and the aspect is gradually dissolved, the influence is correspondingly weakened, and finally ceases altogether. Cusp: the first degree of a house or sign. When the Sun leaves the 30th degree of Cancer and is in Leo 0 degree, 1 min, it is said to be on the cusp of Leo, the same with respect to the other signs. If Aries 10 degrees is on the midheaven, as the cusp or dividing line between the 9th and 10th houses is called, and Neptune is in Aries 9 degrees 55 minutes, it is placed in the 9th house on the cusp of the 10th. If it is in Aries 10 degrees 5 minutes, it is placed in the 10th house on the cusp. As the influence of planets having direct motion is always forward in the zodiac, a planet on the cusp of a house will always have a stronger influence on the affairs signified by that house than a planet which is placed in the latter degrees of a house. Declination: the distance a planet is north or south of the celestial equator. The highest north declination of the Sun is 23 degrees 27 minutes, which it attains at the summer solstice the 21st of June, and at the winter solstice on the 21st of December it is in the corresponding degree, 23 degrees 27 minutes south declination. Mars, Mercury and the Moon reach declinations 27 degrees north, and on rare occasions Venus attains 28 degrees. But the other planets, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus and Neptune, have approximately the same declination as the Sunday. Astronomy teaches that the declination of the Sun is due to the inclination of the Earth's axis. Degree: a degree is the 360th part of a circle. There are 30 degrees in each of the 12 signs of the zodiac, and the motion of the planets through these signs is stated in degrees and minutes of longitude, commencing with the first degree of Aries. The Sun's path is called the ecliptic, and is taken as the standard line of celestial motion so far as our solar system is concerned. The planets zigzag along the ecliptic, sometimes a little to the north of the Sun's path, at other times a little to the south. The distance of a planet north or south of the Sun's path is called latitude, and is also measured in terms of degrees and minutes. For an explanation of degrees of declination, see declination, and for the use of degrees to measure right ascension, see midheaven. The foregoing explanations embody the use of the degree as a unit of measurement to fix the position of the planets on the celestial sphere containing the fixed stars, but degrees are also used in geography to determine the exact position of any city or place on the surface of the Earth. Latitude is then reckoned in degrees from the Earth's equator, which has 0 degrees latitude, to the poles, which have respectively 90 degrees north and south latitude. Longitude is measured along the Earth's equator, 180 degrees east and west from the meridian of Greenwich, which was accepted as a starting point in 1884 by delegates from all leading nations, France excepted. For the effect of distances measured in terms of longitude on the influence of the planets, see aspects. For the influence of latitude and declination on the effect of the planetary aspects, see latitude. Descendant, the opposite of ascendant, the point on the western horizon where the Sun and the planets set, so called, because from thence the heavenly bodies commence their descent towards the nadir of the celestial sphere. Detriment, the opposite of dignity, which see. Dignity, a planet is said to be in its dignity, or to be essentially dignified, or to rule when it is in certain signs which agree with it in nature, for then the power of the sign and the power of the planet are compounded. The note: France accepted the Greenwich meridian, the 10th of March, 1911. Influence of the planet is thus strengthened. Conversely, a planet is said to be in its detriment when it is in the sign opposite to the one it rules, for then the nature of the sign and the nature of the planet are incompatible and antagonistic, and as a result the influence of the planet is weakened. The table on page 81 shows the rulership of the planets over the various signs, and a study thereof will bring out the underlying system and philosophy. The Sun is the center of our solar system, the giver of life and heat, and the Moon is, so far as our Earth is concerned, the collector and reflector of its vitalizing rays. The solar ray attains its greatest intensity in midsummer * when the Sun is in Cancer and Leo, during June and July, and so Leo, the lion, being a masculine sign of a fiery nature, is in essential agreement with the nature of the Sun and therefore helps to dignify and strengthen it. The effect of the feminine moon on the Earth's tides shows its inherent affinity for water, which brings it into essential agreement with the feminine watery sign Cancer. On that account Cancer is its home, where it is strongest and most dignified. The key word of the Sun is life, and that of the Moon is fecundation. The germ of life which comes from the Sun is planted and watered by the Moon, which measures the period of gestation and brings all things to birth. Saturn is the planet of obstruction and decay, the reaper with hourglass *. This applies to northern hemisphere only. And Scythe, who cuts off the life given by the Sun and fostered by the Moon, when his hourglass shows that the fruits of life's experience are ripe for harvest. Thus he is the planet of death, and moves in an orbit on the outskirts of the solar system, which is the boundary of chaos, where all things are dissolved and transmuted by spiritual alchemy to finer and finer textures. Therefore Saturn is in essential agreement with Capricorn and Aquarius, the signs occupied by the Sun during the cold months of midwinter, December and January. When placed in these signs, his cold, clammy hand makes itself felt as a powerful force that crushes life and joy, that covers the life with the gloom of death. Between the orbits of Saturn and the Sun are the orbits of the other planets, and when arranged in order of their distance from the Sun, with the signs of the zodiac so placed that Leo and Cancer are in the center with their rulers, the Sun and Moon, and Saturn's signs, Capricorn and Aquarius, one on each wing, it appears that Jupiter, whose orbit is inside Saturn's, rules the two signs next to Saturn's, namely Sagittarius and Pisces. Mars' orbit is inside of Jupiter's, therefore he rules the signs next to Jupiter's, namely Aries and Scorpio. Venus is inside Mars' orbit, so she is dignified in the signs next to Mars' signs, namely, Taurus and Libra. Mercury, which is nearest to the Sun, rules the signs between those of Venus and the Sun, namely Gemini and Virgo. See exaltation. Direct, when planets move with the order of the signs, from Aries to Taurus etc., they are said to be direct, but when they appear to move contrary to the order of the signs, from Aries to Pisces, they are said to be retrograde. In the Ephemeris a capital R at the top of the monthly page is placed with the degrees and minutes of the planet's longitude on the day when it begins to retrograde, and at the top of its column while this motion continues. When the planet resumes its direct motion, this is indicated by a capital D, but there are no DS at the top of columns in the Ephemeris to indicate that the planets are direct, for that is their natural line of progression. The RS are only used to mark that which is an anomaly. The Sun and Moon are always direct in their motion, they are never stationary or retrograde. See chapter on retrogradation, page 72. Directions. When a child is born, it is immersed in an atmosphere charged with the stellar vibrations peculiar to that moment, which are stamped upon each atom of the sensitive organism by the air inhaled with the first breath. This planetary baptism is the basic cause of all the child's characteristics and idiosyncrasies. It gives certain tendencies which remain through life. This is the radix or radical horoscope which we carry about in our bodies, and, whether we know it or not, it is the root of all events in life. But the planets do not remain stationary in the positions they occupied at the time of our birth. Their progress is eternal, as is that of our Father in heaven, and in time they form aspects other than those which they made at birth. These progressed configurations are called directions, and they mark the time in life when events are due to occur. Directions are of two kinds, primary and secondary. Primary directions are formed between the progressed planets and their positions at birth. If, for instance, the Sun was in no degrees of Aries and Jupiter in 25 degrees of Leo at the birth of an individual, then, as the Sun moves forward in the zodiac at about 1 degree a day, it will be trine with Jupiter about 25 days after birth. The system of time measurement of the planetary progression in general use reckons each day after birth equal to a year of life. Thus the said individual will meet with a very fortunate event in the 25th year. Aspects may also be formed between two progressed planets. To follow out the example given in the last paragraph, Jupiter would progress 1 or 2 degrees in the 25 days. It would then be in 26 or 27 degrees of Leo, and after the Sun had passed the trine with the radical Jupiter, and it would come to the trine of the progressed Jupiter, and this would prolong the fortunate influence for several years, though it should be borne in mind that the effect of aspects between two progressed planets is not so strong as when the configuration is between a progressed and a radical planet. Secondary directions are formed by the progression of the Moon to aspects with the planets, particularly the radical. These lunar aspects are of vital importance, for unless the primary directions are supported by aspects of the progressed Moon which are of a similar nature, they come to naught. To illustrate by reference to the example of the Sun trine Jupiter. If at the time when that culminated, the progressed Moon had been in Gemini 25, sextile to both the Sun and Jupiter, that would have given a wonderfully favorable impetus to the event signified by the direction, but had the Moon been in Taurus 25, square to Jupiter, it would have prevented the event and caused trouble instead. Had there been no secondary lunar direction at the time, the event would have remained latent until the next lunar aspect of the progressed Moon either brought it out to life or withered it. Lunations, new moons, are also powerful factors in energizing directions, particularly if they are eclipses. See lunations and eclipses, also transits. Double-bodied signs, Gemini, Sagittarius and Pisces. So called because in the pictorial zodiac Gemini is represented as a pair of twins, Sagittarius as a centaur, part man and part horse, and Pisces as two fishes. They are of a dual, vacillating nature, and it is remarkable that events in the lives of people having these signs prominent are repeated. They marry several times, their misfortunes never come singly, but their good fortunes also come in multiple. Dragon's Head, the Moon's north node. The nodes are points in the orbit of a planet where it crosses the ecliptic, or Sun's path. The one where it crosses from south to north is called its ascending or north node, the other point where it crosses from north to south is called its descending or south node. When the Sun is in the east and crosses the celestial equator from the south to the north, it enters its martial exaltation sign Aries as a conquering king at the vernal equinox, and all nature wakens to the life, love and labor of another year. Therefore the point where the lesser light crosses into the north declination is also subject to a benign life-giving influence, such as that ascribed to the dragon's head. It fosters and promotes all matters within its influence. But in the fall, Saturn, Satan, or the adversary, stands in his exaltation sign Libra ready to vanquish with his cold clammy hand the life-giving sun and usher it across its descending node, leaving the northern hemisphere to mourn and die. Therefore the Moon's south node, called the Dragon's Tail, is deemed to be saturnine in its effect and obstructs all things wherewith it is connected. Dragon's Tail, the Moon's south node. See Dragon's Head. Earthy signs, Taurus, Virgo and Capricorn. Eclipses, see lunations. Ecliptic, the Sun's path among the constellations of the firmament. Election, see horary astrology. Elevation, the zenith which is occupied by the Sun at noon, is the highest point in the heavens. The nearer that position a planet is, the more elevated it is said to be. Thus a planet in the 11th house is elevated above another which is in the 12th house, and a planet in the 10th house is elevated above all other planets. Elevation is very important, for it adds considerably to the influence of a planet for good or ill. If Mars, the planet of dynamic energy, is elevated and in its own sign Aries, it endows the person with an almost inexhaustible fund of energy and an indomitable courage, which will be found lacking if he is placed in a weak sign and position like Virgo and the 6th house. Similarly with the other signs and planets. Ephemeris, plural Ephemerides, an ephemeris is a twin sister of the almanac, and gives the geocentric longitudes and declinations for the current year. It is absolutely necessary in astrological calculations. But just as it is necessary to get a new almanac for each year to see when the moon is new and full, when it is Easter or Christmas, etc., so also is it necessary to have an ephemeris for every year when we want to cast horoscopes for people. True, the planets circle about the Sun, but each has its own specific speed, and they do not come into the same position relative to one another that they have while you are reading this, until a period which is called the Great Sidereal Year, 25,868 ordinary years, has elapsed. Therefore all horoscopes, even the horoscopes of twins differ, and it is necessary to have an ephemeris for the birth year of any person before you can cast his horoscope. Equator. The Earth's equator is an imaginary line in a plane at right angles to the axis of the Earth, and midway between the north and south poles. It divides the Earth into two hemispheres, the northern and southern. If a pole hundreds of millions of miles in length were thrust through the Earth from the equator to the center of the Earth, the outer end would inscribe a line on the firmament, when the Earth rotates on its axis, and this imaginary line is called the celestial equator, or equinoctial. The latter name is given it because when the Sun is at the points where the ecliptic or Sun's path crosses the celestial equator we have the equinoxes, the times when the days and nights are of equal duration. Equinoctial, see equator. Equinox. The equinoxes occur on the 21st of March when the Sun enters Aries, and the 21st of September when the Sun enters Libra. At those times the day and night are of equal length all over the Earth. See equator and precession of the equinox. Essential dignity. A planet is strengthened or essentially dignified when it is in a sign which agrees with its own nature. This is thoroughly explained under dignity, which see. Exaltation. It is explained under dignity that when a planet is in a sign of similar nature, it is thus strengthened or dignified, but when another planet of the same nature as the ruler enters that sign, it compounds its own qualities with those of the ruler and the sign, and becomes exalted or powerfully strengthened. For instance, Aries is a dry, fiery sign. It is ruled by Mars, a dry, fiery planet, and when the Sun, the source of heart and the giver of life, enters this sign, it is exalted to the superlative degree of power, and forthwith life begins to manifest in all departments of nature. The point to be borne in mind concerning what constitutes exaltation is that it requires the compounding of three similar natures. Scorpio is also a martial sign, but it is water and not in as complete agreement with the nature of the Sun as Aries. Therefore the Sun could not be exalted in Scorpio as it is in Aries. As the Lord of life and heat, the Sun is always opposed by Saturn in the rulership of their signs, Leo and Aquarius, so also the cold and deathly Saturn opposes the Sun from its exaltation sign Libra. Venus and Mars are the planets of attraction from the point of sex, and as all that is generated by sex is under the sway of death, Mars has thus a right to rule Scorpio, the 8th house sign denoting death. It is also properly exalted in the Saturnine sign Capricorn, and Saturn, the lord of death, is justly ascribed exaltation power in Libra, the cardinal masculine sign of Venus. Cancer, the moist and feminine sign ruled by the moon, is next to Leo, the hot and dry sign ruled by the sun. It is therefore required by the law of analogy that the exaltation sign of the moon should be next to that of the sun, in Taurus. Venus, the planet of love, offers an avenue for the expression of the lunar forces of fecundation, and the moist feminine and fruitful sign Taurus is in entire agreement with these tendencies. Hence this sign offers the most powerful expression for the force working through the moon, and she may therefore rightfully be called exalted in Taurus. Venus blinds us in the bonds of love for the perpetuation of the race, therefore that love is essentially selfish, hence productive of sorrow. Who has loved much, has suffered much, hence the tear-stained Venus is exalted in the watery 12th house sign Pisces, the sign of sorrow. There, by the purifying effect of grief, the earthly, sensual love is transmuted to altruism under the benefic ray of Jupiter, the ruler, for it is not the will of our Father that we should suffer beyond what we can bear, but He will with every temptation provide a way of escape. Cancer was pictured on the ancient Egyptian zodiac as a beetle or scarab, which was their emblem of the soul, and it is an esoteric truth that all souls enter terrestrial life through the sphere of the moon, Cancer. Conception depends upon the place of the moon and the angle of its ray. Sagittarius, the centaur, is the symbol of aspiration, the man coming out of the animal, and pointing his bow heavenward. This sign is ruled by Jupiter, the planet of benevolence, which is now the sea ground where our future home is being prepared, where we shall sometime dwell when we have learned the lessons to be taught in the Earth period and are ready to take up higher work of the Jupiter period. Thus, as the solar forces reflected through Cancer and the moon result in generation, so the spiritual ray of the sun reflected through Cancer and Jupiter act as a regenerative power strengthening the psychic and religious nature, and therefore Jupiter is truly said to be exalted in Cancer. Mercury is a planet of a variable nature, It takes on the color and characteristics of any sign or planet with which it is configurated. Therefore it has no particular affinity with any of the other planets or signs ruled by the other planets, and hence must seek exaltation in its own signs. And as Gemini is masculine, it is not so well in accord with Mercury as is the listless negative sign Virgo, hence that is the sign of Mercury's exaltation. Fall. When a planet is in the sign opposite its exaltation sign, it is said to be in its fall, for that sign, its lord and exaltation ruler are all of exactly the opposite nature. Thus, when the glorious Sun, which is exalted in Aries, is in the opposite sign Libra, where the cold and dreary Saturn has domain, it is weakened and afflicted thereby. Conversely, when Saturn is in the sign Aries, the Sun's exaltation sign, it shrivels and shrinks under the heat rays. When the benefic amiable Jupiter, exalted in Cancer, is placed on the opposite sign Capricorn, the sign of the surly Saturn, and the exaltation sign of the brusque Mars, it is surely afflicted and in its fall. Similarly with the other planets. Feminine signs. The feminine signs comprise the 6 signs with even numbers: Taurus, the 2nd sign; Cancer, the 4th sign, etc. This includes the earthy signs, Taurus, Virgo and Capricorn, and the watery signs, Cancer, Scorpio and Pisces. Earth and water are the 2 attributes of Mother Nature. Given them, she is able to bring forth, and so the signs which have affinity with these essential elements may well be called feminine. Even Virgo, which is essentially barren, is perhaps the most important of the feminine signs, for when the Sun is in Virgo during September, the spiritual wave of rejuvenating life commences its descent into the earth, where it centers at Christmas and then commences to radiate the germinal life which springs forth and blooms at Easter. Then the Savior, having given his life once for all, once more ascends to the Father. Fiery signs, Aries, Leo and Sagittarius. Fixed signs, Taurus, Scorpio, Leo and Aquarius are called fixed signs because when they are on the angles of a horoscope and many planets are in them, they make the person very set and give him an unusual amount of perseverance, so that he will nearly always achieve whatever he attempts to do if it is humanly possible. Fixed stars. The 12 constellations of the zodiac are composed of a large number of stars, and all over the firmament we see clusters of luminous bodies, which seem to preserve the same position relative to one another, differing in this respect from the Sun, Moon and planets which we see moving among the star clusters. Therefore the star clusters composing the zodiacal constellations are called fixed stars. It is a matter of knowledge, however, that their immobility is only apparent because of their vast distance from us, *6 months later in the southern hemisphere, and that they are really rushing through space at an enormous speed. In astrology we deal principally with the 12 constellations of fixed stars composing the zodiac. There is no doubt that other fixed stars have an influence on human affairs, but our minds are still too weak to grasp the full significance of zodiacal signs, the planets and houses in all their multitudinous combinations, and if we attempt to mix in the other fixed stars and their aspects, we shall surely be lost in the maze. Therefore the student is advised to consider only the following fixed stars: Pleiades, located in 29 degrees of Taurus, Aceli, in 6 degrees of Leo, and Antares, in 8 degrees of Sagittarius. These stars, it has been observed, have a decidedly detrimental effect upon the eyes. When the Sun or Moon is in these degrees and afflicted by one of the malefics, or when one of the malefics is in one of these degrees, and the Sun or Moon afflicted anywhere in the horoscope, trouble with the eyes result. Figure. The horoscope, or map of the heavens cast by astrologers, is usually spoken of as a figure. Fruitful signs, Cancer, Scorpio and Pisces, the signs comprising the watery triplicity, are the particular vehicles of the fertilizing function in nature. When the Moon is in these signs, she pours out with specially free hand the water of life, the fecundating principle, and it is a matter of observation that seeds planted when the moon is in these signs bear more bounteously than when planted under less favorable conditions. Geocentric system of astrology. When Copernicus proved that the Earth and the other planets revolve around the Sun, he is said by scoffers and skeptics to have exploded the system of astrology which regards the Earth as the center around which the Sun, Moon and planets circle. That is a mistaken idea, which may perhaps be shown by an illustration. We still continue to say that the Sun rises, though we know that it is the Earth that moves while the Sun remains stationary, but whether the Sun moves in a circle around the Earth, and illuminates each portion of its surface in turn, or the Earth moves upon its axis and thus exposes one part after another to the rays of the stationary Sun, the effect upon the Earth is the same, namely, we get light and sunshine during part of the 24 hours. Similarly with the other planets, astrology judges their effects when in certain positions relative to the Earth, regardless of how they came there. Besides, it is so much more convenient to speak from the geocentric standpoint and say the Sun rises at 6 than to say the axial rotation of the Earth will bring us in line with the Sun's rays tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Even the most arrogant ranter against the so-called geocentric fallacy would probably balk at taking his medicine in that way. Good and bad. Good and bad are terms one often hears applied to horoscopes, aspects and planets, and it therefore seems necessary to emphasize that in reality all is good. In the Father's kingdom, the universe, there can be nothing permanently bad, and that which we so designate is really only good in the making. It may also be said that a horoscope is not necessarily good because the aspects of the planets are by trines and sextiles. Sometimes it is the very reverse, for it is in the struggle of life that we develop strength. Very few are strong enough to stand prosperity. Chances are that in a horoscope full of good aspects there lurks the snare of indolence, so that the person does not exert himself and becomes driftwood upon the ocean of life, while another who has what we call a very afflicted horoscope is roused by the adverse conditions generated by squares and oppositions, and by sheer force of will conquers his stars and masters his destiny. In that case, and there are many, the bad horoscope is surely a greater blessing than a good one. It is no use to have an automobile if we are too lazy to keep it oiled and cleaned, for it will give us a lot of trouble, and unless we keep the wheels of fortune oiled by constant attention to the opportunities of life, the horoscope will not help us no matter how good it is. But if we have what is called a good horoscope and do our part, it will prove a triumphal chariot in which we may ride the royal road of life. And the best axle oil is called helpfulness. The heavier you load your car down with lame and weary ones, the easier it will ride. And Saturn. Yes, it is true that he is responsible for most of the whiplashes of fate, but he can give us nothing that we have not earned, and the purpose is not vengeance, but education. The moment we realize that deep down in our hearts, we shall cease to murmur, and ask, why is this happening to me, what have I done to deserve it? Then, seeking prayerfully for the reason, that we may learn to mend our ways in that respect and so escape kindred trials in future, we shall draw nearer to our Father, and learn to kiss the cross. Thus, instead of being an unmitigated evil, the visitations of Saturn are opportunities to correct our wrongdoings and learn wisdom. It is similar with the so-called malefics. At present their influence seems evil to us because we have not learned to work in harmony with them for the highest good. But even today, the aspects of Saturn to the Moon and Mercury give depth to the mind and power of concentration, which are decidedly good. Mars in aspect with these planets energizes the mind and makes it more alert. Uranus in aspect to them gives a spiritual perception to those who can express this faculty, but they are very few. On the other hand, the so-called good planets may be decidedly detrimental by fostering self-indulgence, and therefore the appellation good or bad is ambiguous. The true esoteric student will carefully cultivate this mode of mind with regard to the factors in astrology, and always base his judgment on this conception of the planets and their aspects. A malefic that is well placed and aspected will prove of more help than a benefic that is weak and afflicted. Great Sidereal Year, see Intellectual Zodiac. Heliocentric astrology, a system introduced by certain modern astrologers in an effort to conform to the Copernican conception of the solar system with the Sun as the center. It is not satisfactory, however, for while those who practice geocentric astrology have the records and observations of past ages to guide them, the votaries of the new system have mainly speculation. Horary astrology, the science of judging how a certain matter will turn out from a figure set up for the time the question was asked. The philosophy is that the same stellar influence which makes a person sufficiently anxious to ask the question contains also the answer. Therefore, if the person who wants to know is an astrologer, he erects a horoscope for the time when he first thought of consulting the stars. If a person who cannot set up a figure applies personally to an astrologer, the latter sets up a figure for the time when the question is asked of him, and if the question comes through the mail, he casts a horoscope for the time he actually read the question in the letter. This is very important, for if the figure be set up for a wrong time, the judgment is certain to be wrong. It sometimes happens that the matter asked about has not reached such a state of completion that the issue is settled, and a definite answer can be given. Therefore, the first thing to do after the figure has been cast, is to see if it is radical and can be judged. If the first or second degree of any sign is rising, or if one of the 3 last degrees of any sign rises, or if the moon is in the last 3 degrees of any sign, or void of course, it is not safe to judge, but the inquirer should wait a more favorable time and ask the question again. When Saturn is on the ascendant or in the first house, he always obstructs the matter, and if he is in the 7th house, the astrologer's judgment fails. If none of these things hinder, the figure may be judged by the following method. Horary astrology, continued. The Lord of the ascendant, planets in the first house, if any, and the moon represent the inquirer. Determine next by what house the thing asked about is ruled, then consider whether the lord of that house is favorably aspected with the lord of the ascendant, the planets in the first house, and the moon. If so, the matter will come to a favorable conclusion, but if these significators are aspected by square or opposition, the matter will come to naught. But if someone else comes to you with a proposition, and you set up a figure to aid you in forming an idea of what to do, be sure to remember that he is the prime mover in the matter, and that therefore the moon, ascendant and first house are his significators, while you are represented by the 7th house and its lord. It does not matter that you ask the question, the proposition that you ask about is his, and lack of this knowledge has been a stumbling block to many who have given a wrong judgment on that account. The things signified by the houses are briefly as follows: first house, matters of an intimate personal nature. Second house, financial gain. Third house, matters concerning brothers and sisters, short journeys. Fourth house, houses and lands, patrimony and removals. Fifth house, children, messengers and newspapers. Sixth house, servants and disease. Seventh house, marriage, partnership, lawsuits. Eighth house, legacies. Ninth house, travel, mental state and capacity. 10th house, social standing. 11th house, friends, hopes and wishes. 12th house, enemies and trouble. The planets which aspect your significators favorably show whence you may find help to obtain your wish, and the planets which afflict your stars indicate what hinders, and by blending these augurs you may know what to expect and how to proceed. Study these rules carefully and pay strict attention to them, then you will know how to answer all questions that may be asked. Horary astrology may also be used to select a favorable time for commencing an important undertaking, for the starting point of an enterprise is its birth, and the influences then governing will be powerful determinators of success or failure. It is said that the royal astronomer who laid the cornerstone for the observatory at Greenwich used this method, and that has certainly been a very useful and successful institution. To thus select a time for an undertaking is called making an election. Horizon, the birthplace is, in astrology, always considered the highest point on Earth, and the principal circle seen from there is the horizon. This is either sensible or rational. The sensible horizon is the circle which bounds our view, where heaven and earth seem to meet. The rational horizon is below the sensible horizon, in the plane of the Earth's center. Houses. The houses are divisions of the heavens relative to the birthplace, and the signs are divisions of the heavens relative to the vernal equinox. The zodiac appears to move at the rate of 1 degree in every 4 minutes, but the houses are considered stationary relative to the birthplace. The birthplace is always considered the highest place on Earth. And from that point 4 imaginary lines are drawn to the 4 cardinal points, north, east, south and west. Imagine a line drawn from your birthplace to the point directly overhead where the sun is at noon. That would be directly south, and this line is regarded as the cusp of the 10th house, which for that reason is called the midheaven. If this line is extended through the center of the Earth, to the opposite side of the Earth and thence into space, that lower part would point north, and form the cusp of the 4th house called the nadir, which is opposite the 10th. These 2 points are invested by the same degrees of the zodiac, at any given time regardless of whether the birthplace is near the pole or the equator. In the latter case, we may also imagine a line drawn at right angles across the meridian, as the line in the horoscope from the midheaven to the nadir is called, from east to west, and that would then form the cusps of the 1st and 7th houses. By dividing each of the 4 sections into 3 we would have 12 compartments of equal size, namely 30 degrees each. But all birthplaces are not on the equator, and owing to the spherical shape of the Earth and the inclination of the Earth's axis, the sizes of the houses vary more and more as we approach the poles, so that some houses may have only 12 or 15 degrees, while others have more than 60. See page 49 for a more detailed analysis. The reason for this division of the Earth into houses may be comprehended when we consider that the sun's rays affect us differently in the morning, at noon and at night, also in summer and winter, and if we study the cause, we shall readily see that it is the angle at which the ray strikes us or the Earth which produces the difference in effect. Similarly with the stellar rays, astrologers have observed that a child born at or near noon, when the sun's rays strike the birthplace from the 10th house, has a better chance of advancement in life, other things being equal, than one born after sundown, for the latter generally remains a servant. Therefore they say that the 10th house determines social position and honor, but the 6th house, which is just below the western horizon, rules service and employment. By similar observations and tabulations it has been found that the other planetary rays affect the various departments of life when their ray is projected through the other houses, and therefore each house is said to rule certain things. The student will find a diagram of the houses and the affairs ruled by each on pages 30 and 31. The divisions of houses are sometimes called mundane houses, and the signs of the zodiac are also loosely spoken of as the houses or homes of the plants which rule them. For instance, Virgo is the house of Mercury, Capricorn is the home of Saturn. Heilig, a term used by ancient Arabian astrologers to designate the points in the horoscope which are the principal foci of vitality and healthy, namely the sun, moon and ascendant. It needs but little argument to show that the great and glorious reservoir of life which we call the sun is an important factor in the matter of health, and that the lesser light, the moon, has dominion in this respect, for she collects and reflects the solar ray. And it is a matter of common knowledge that she is in some way connected with gestation and parturition. Therefore, the moon is the particular significator of health in a woman's horoscope, while the sun has the strongest influence in a man's figure. Both are important, however, for if, in a man's figure, Saturn is square to the moon, he will feel it, but if this configuration happens in a woman's horoscope, she will feel it more, and conversely, Saturn square to the sun in a woman's horoscope will affect her health, but not in the same degree as it will that of a man when occurring in his figure. The reason why the ascendant is designated as a factor in health and vitality is not so apparent upon the surface, but when we realize that the ascendant at birth is the moon's place at conception, the reason is obvious, for the moon is the planet of fecundation, the focus and reflector of the solar life forces, and if, at the time of conception, when the human seed atom was planted, she was in a weak sign like Virgo, there is a fundamental lack of energy and vitality at the very start of life, and a consequent lassitude which affects through all the years of its existence, the body then beginning to germinate. Thus, to sum up, the sun, moon and ascendant are all important significators of health and vitality for both sexes, but the position and aspects of the moon are more important to a woman than those of the sun and ascendant, and the position and aspects of the sun are more vital to the health of a man than the two other factors. In modern times, the word heilig and the designation of the vital parts of the horoscope as hylogiacal places are not generally used. The writer always speaks of them as significance of health, then everybody understands what is meant, and it seems senseless to befog the subject with mysterious terms when good, plain English conveys our meaning so much better. It should also be understood that to judge any subject, be it health, wealth, joy or sorrow or any other thing that may befall, the special significators give only a limited amount of information. To obtain a really comprehensive knowledge, each subject must be judged from the horoscope as a whole. In fortunes or malefics, Mars, Saturn, Uranus and Neptune, for explanation see good and bad. Inferior planets, astronomers so designate Venus and Mercury, because they always remain very close to the Sun, and are never seen in parts of the heavens opposite the Sunday. The idea in the minds of the astronomers seems to be that these planets are in leading strings, so to speak. The esoteric reason for their proximity to the Sun will be found on page 10, which see Intellectual Zodiac. On either side of the ecliptic or Sun's path are a number of fixed stars which form 12 groups or constellations, that are called signs of the zodiac, not because they resemble the animals they are supposed to represent, but because their influence has developed, or is still engaged in bringing out in us the main characteristics embodied in the animal symbol. The bombastic arrogance, the energy and courage which come from Aries could not be better symbolized than by the ram, neither could the quiet, but prodigious strength and the stubborn persistence which come from the divine hierarchs who work with us from the constellation Taurus be more aptly described than by the symbolic bull. The characteristics of the other signs must be interpreted in similar terms, for the zodiac is the womb of the solar system, and sometime when we and the myriads of other beings who are now evolving in our solar system have learned all the lessons of this phase of existence, we also shall form a zodiac and perform a similar service for others as the 12 great creative hierarchies are now doing for us. These 12 constellations are called the natural zodiac. They remain always in the same relative positions, at least their movement is so slight that centuries elapse without appreciable change in their position. Hence we may use a table of houses our whole life, but we must buy an ephemeris of the planets' places every year. Every year on the 21st of March the Sun leaves the southern hemisphere, crosses the celestial equator, and enters the northern degrees of latitude where he remains during the summer. But owing to a vibrator emotion of the poles of the Earth, called nutation by astronomers, the Sun crosses the celestial equator a little earlier, precedes, than it did the year before, and as day and night are of equal length at the point where the Sun crosses the celestial equator or equinoctial, this precedent crossing is called the precession of the equinox. If there were no precession of the equinox, the Sun would always enter the constellation Aries at the vernal equinox, but on account of this backward motion of 1 degree in about 7 to 2 years, the vernal equinox occurs in the first degree of Pisces about 2156 years later. After a similar period of time it recedes to the first degree of Aquarius, and so on through the circle of the 12 signs in about 25,868 years. At the time when the Sun was in Taurus, the sign of the bull at the vernal equinox, the ancient Egyptians worshipped the sacred bull Apis and their priests wore the urus or serpent symbol belonging to Scorpio, the serpent sign opposite Taurus, to indicate their possession of the esoteric wisdom. When the Sun went into Aries by precession, it became idolatry for the chosen people to worship the bull or golden calf. They left Egypt and pinned their faith to the lamb or ram which was then slain. But according to the esoteric symbol of Libra, the scales of justice, which is opposite Aries, he shall come again as judge. In AD 498 the Sun was in the first degree of Aries at the equinox, and in the 1418 years which have since elapsed it has receded 19 degrees, 4 to 2 minutes, so that in 1916 the Sun crosses the equator in 10 degrees, 18 minutes of Pisces, and in the year 2654 it will be on the cusp of Aquarius. During the 2000 years which have elapsed since the equinox came within orb of Pisces, the fishes, the religious rites have required that the people anoint themselves with the piscine water at the door of the church. The service was performed by a priest whose headgear was made to resemble the head of a fish, and they were commanded to abstain from the eating of meat at certain times, and bade eat fish instead. They were also taught to worship an immaculate virgin because Virgo is the sign opposite Pisces, and this worship will continue, though in a decreasing degree, until the new ideal embodied in the sign Aquarius and its opposite sign Leo has superseded Orthodox Christianity as that has taken the place of the earlier religions. Since the middle of last century the Aquarian influence, focused by the equinox, has made itself felt because the Sun's orb is so large that it touches the cusp of Aquarius, and as a consequence we have had an unprecedented awakening of thought and a galaxy of inventions previously undreamed of as remotest possibilities. But as the years go on, the equinoctial Sun will illuminate our minds in such a manner as to justify our grandchildren in speaking of this as the Dark Age, and when, in the year 2654, the Sun's actual entrance into Aquarius ushers in a new age, they will be justified in thinking of the Piscean Age as we do of the time BC. We see then, that there is a natural zodiac composed of the stationary star clusters, Aries, Taurus, etc., and a shifting zodiac, which starts at the equinoctial point, no matter where in the constellations that occurs, and the first 30 degrees from that point are called Aries, the next 30 degrees are called Taurus, and so on. This is the intellectual zodiac. This may seem an arbitrary manner of division, but it is a matter of observation that though the equinox actually occurs in Pisces 10 degrees at the present time, the spring activities ascribed to the Sun in Aries commence at once after the equinox. There is, however, a blending of Aries and Pisces which accounts for certain evolutionary changes. In this connection the student is referred to pages 26 and 27. Intercepted, see article on houses before reading this. In the article on houses it is stated that owing to the spherical shape of the Earth and the inclination of the Earth's axis, some of the mundane houses in the higher northern latitudes are only 12 or 15 degrees, while others are 40, 50, or 60 degrees long. But the signs of the zodiac are only 30 degrees, and it therefore follows that in cases where a mundane house is very long, one or even two whole signs may be included within its cusps. In the horoscope of Ermancy, born the 25th of January 1912 at 3 a.m. in Ogden, IA, we find 24 degrees of Sagittarius on the second cusp, and Aquarius 11 on the third. Thus the second house is 47 degrees long, including the whole sign Capricorn with he planets Mercury and Uranus, and an astrologer would describe the situation by saying that Capricorn is intercepted in the second house. When he speaks of the planets in this intercepted sign, he says that Mercury and Uranus are intercepted in Capricorn in the second house. When a sign is intercepted in a house, the opposite sign is also intercepted in the opposite house. Consequently, we find Cancer intercepted in the 8th house with Neptune in it. Regarding the influence of interception, we find that when a planet is in an intercepted sign, its influence is held in abeyance or latency until by progression it moves out of the intercepted sign. This tendency may be somewhat modified by a strong aspect, or a number of minor or weak ones, but an intercepted planet never has the same power over the life as one that is free. Latitude, in astronomy, the distance a planet is north or south of the ecliptic, or sun's path. In geography, the distance a city or place is north or south of the equator. Note the distance of the heavenly bodies north or south of the celestial equator is not called latitude, but declination. When the Sun is at its highest northern point in the Tropic of Cancer, we do not say that it is in 23 degrees of north latitude, but that it is in 23 degrees of north declination. See declination. Lights, the Sun and Moon. Logarithms were originally invented by Lord Napier to make arithmetical calculations easy. They were later adapted to the decimal system, and are used by astronomers who calculate directions by arc. But for calculation of the planets' places by longitude and in relation to the day of 24 hours, it is necessary to calculate a special set, which will be found in the back of our Ephemeris. By use of them, multiplication is performed by addition, and division by subtraction. Long ascension, signs of, see ascension. Longitude, in geography, longitude is measured from the meridian of Greenwich, east or west on the equator. In astronomy, the longitude of the planets is measured on the ecliptic or sun's path starting with the first point of Aries at the vernal equinox. When the distance is reckoned on the equinoctial, or celestial equator, it is called right ascension. Lord, a planet is said to be lord of the signs it rules, e.g. Mars is lord of Aries and Scorpio, Venus is lady of Taurus and Libra. See dignity and exaltation. Luminaries, the Sun and Moon. Luna, pertaining to Luna the Moon. Lunation, a lunation is a conjunction of the Sun and Moon, a new moon. In our Ephemeris, all new moons, full moons, and eclipses are plainly marked at the head of the pages. When a lunation falls within 3 degrees of an aspect to any of the planets or other vital points in the radical horoscope, it has a marked effect upon affairs during the current month, and will easily take the place of an aspect of the progressed moon which is needed to fructify the planetary indications then in force. Even apart from primary directions, if a new moon falls in close conjunction with a malefic, it will produce trouble in minor matters, and conversely, a lunation which falls on the place of Jupiter or Venus will make things pleasant. When a new moon is a solar eclipse, it produces first, the usual effect of a lunation during its current month, if in aspect with any of the radical planets, and secondly, similar effects during the months of the following year when aspects of the same nature are formed with the place of the eclipse. That is to say, if the eclipse fell in the 12th house in Leo, square to Mars in Scorpio, in the 3rd house, then it would produce enmity with brothers and sisters during the month of August when the eclipse was formed. In November, when the lunation occurs in Scorpio, more fuel will be added to the fire by the square with the eclipse. In February, when the Sun is in opposition to the eclipse, there will be more trouble from the same source, and also in May when the last square occurs. Conversely, if the initial aspect of the eclipse is good, more benefit will be experienced during the months when sextiles and trines are formed. The cycle of lunations is 19 years. For example, in July 1900 the lunation occurred on the 26th of July in 3 degrees of Leo, and in 1919 another lunation will occur on the 26th of July in 3 degrees of Leo. Thus the student may calculate the lunations of future years with sufficient accuracy for all practical purposes. Eclipses may also be calculated for future years in a similarly easy rough and ready manner if the student has the ephemerides for past years. During her monthly course the moon zigzags across the ecliptic, and at the conjunctions, or new moons, is generally a number of degrees away from the ecliptic. Under such conditions we have just an ordinary new moon. In order to have a total solar eclipse the moon must be directly in the sun's path as seen from the earth, and the declination of the sun and moon must be practically the same, also the moon must have practically no latitude. There are never less than 2 eclipses in a year, and they are solar, nor are there ever more than 7, but these extreme numbers happen very seldom. The usual number of eclipses is 4, 2 solar and 2 lunar eclipses, and they usually come in pairs and 6 months apart. The full moon preceding or following a solar eclipse is usually a lunar eclipse. Also, if one pair of eclipses occurs in February, look for the other pair in August. Bearing the above in mind, eclipses in any year may be found with fair success by the following simple rule. 1. From the year for which eclipses are wanted, subtract 18. The resulting year we will call the eclipse year. 2. Search the eclipse year for new and full moons which are eclipses. Note their dates only. 3. In the year previous to the eclipse year note the dates and zodiacal places of the lunations which occur about 11 days after the dates obtained in the eclipse year. These are dates and places of eclipses in the year wanted. In order to test the simple rules of thumb here given, let us imagine this is the year 1910, and that we want to find the first solar eclipse occurring in 1915. We take an ephemeris for 1897 which is 18 years earlier than 1915, and look for the first solar eclipse. We find a solar eclipse on the 1st of February, 1897. To ascertain the date and degree of the zodiac in which this eclipse will fall in 1915, we look for information in the ephemeris for 1896, which is 1 year earlier than the eclipse year 1897. There we find that the first new moon which occurred after the 1st of February, fell in the afternoon of the 13th of February, in 24 degrees, 19 minutes of Aquarius, and we therefore judge that there will be a solar eclipse on the 13th of February, 1915 in 24 degrees, 19 minutes of Aquarius. After completing our calculations we cease to make believe about living in 1910, and take up the ephemeris for 1915 to see if our rules have given the right result, and we find that a solar eclipse did occur on the morning of the 14th of February, 1915. In Aquarius, 24 degrees, 42 minutes, proving the rule to have given an essentially correct result. See transits. Malefics, Mars, Saturn, Uranus and Neptune. See good and bad. Masculine signs, Aries, Gemini, Leo, Libra, Sagittarius and Aquarius are called masculine. These include the fiery triplicity, Aries, Leo and Sagittarius, and the airy triplicity, Gemini, Libra and Aquarius. The feminine signs include the earthy and watery triplicities. Earth and water are negative and inert, but are acted upon by the positive elements. The winds stir the waters of the ocean and volcanic fires shake the earth. Therefore the fiery and airy signs are called masculine. The feminine signs. Meridian, an imaginary circle drawn between the north and south poles over the face of the Earth. As this line runs directly north and south, all places located thereon have noon at the same time. See houses. Midheaven, or zenith, the point in the sky, directly overhead. When it is noon, the sun is in the midheaven. It is usually written MC. See houses. Movable signs, Aries, Cancer, Libra and Capricorn. See cardinal signs. Mundane houses, and mundane aspects, see houses. Mutual reception, see reception. Nadir, or Imyam Seli, usually written IC, the point in the heavens directly beneath the birthplace opposite the other side of the Earth. It is the point opposite to the midheaven. The sun is there at midnight. See midheaven and houses. Nativity, the same as horoscope and radix, a map of the heavens cast for the moment of birth. See figure. Natural zodiac, see intellectual zodiac. Nebulae, cloudy star clusters, worlds in the making. 3 of them are known to have an inimical effect on the eyesight. See fixed stars. Nodes, see dragon's head. Northern signs, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, and Virgo. So called because the sun is in these signs when he is above the equator in the spring and summer. Nutation, a vibrator emotion of the axis of the Earth which is responsible for the precession of the equinox. See intellectual zodiac. Oblique ascension, see ascension. Occidental, western. When the sun or planets have passed the zenith, midheaven or noon mark, they begin to set towards the western horizon, therefore the planets in the 9th, 8th and 7th houses of the horoscope are said to be occidental or western, and planets in the 12th, 11th and 10th houses which are ascending from the eastern horizon to the midheaven, as the sun does in the forenoon, are said to be oriental or eastern. But when the sun sets in the place where we live, it rises on another part of the world represented by the 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd and 1st houses of our horoscope, and during that time it is also oriental, and occidental to their midheaven, which corresponds to our nadir. When it rises from their eastern horizon, which is our descendant, through the 6th, 5th and 4th houses, it is called oriental, and when it gradually sets towards their western horizon, which is our ascendant, it is called occidental. Therefore, planets in the 12th, 11th, 10th, 6th, 5th, and 4th houses are called oriental, and the planets in the other 6 houses are called occidental or western. Opposition, when 2 planets are in the same degree of opposite signs, they are said to be in opposition. See aspect and orb. Orb. Planets form aspects which influence human affairs when they are in the same degree of the zodiac, or a certain number of degrees apart. But it has been found that the influence is felt even when planets are not exactly the required number of degrees apart. Thus a planet has a subtle sphere which makes it effective before an exact aspect is formed, and after it has been dissolved, and this is called its orb. Orbit. The path or a planet around the Sunday orbital revolution, the revolution of a planet in its orbit around the Sun. The time occupied by the orbital revolutions of all the planets is given on page 7. Oriental, Eastern, see Occidental for explanation. Parallel, the aspect formed between 2 planets when they are in the same degree of declination, either north or south of the celestial equator. See page 75. Part of fortune, a point in the horoscope which opposes or favors the financial fortunes according to the aspects it receives from the planets. The philosophy and the method of calculating it are given on page 60 etc. To prove whether the part of fortune is rightly calculated, observe whether the distance from the sun to the moon equals the distance from the ascendant to the part of fortune. Physical appearance. The physical type is determined by four principal factors. These are the ascendant or rising sign, which represents the body, the lord of the ascendant, rising planets, namely planets in the first house, particularly when they are in the sign on its cusp, and the sign containing the sun. Note, however, that the sun must have some strength in the matters of position and aspects in order to bring into evidence the physical characteristics of its sign. The above elements are arranged in the usual order of their importance. Their blending determines whether a person be tall or short, dark or fair, and all his other physical peculiarities. See Message of the Stars for a more detailed explanation of this matter. Planets. The heavenly bodies of God's ambassadors which circle about the sun. As man is made in the image of God, who is threefold in manifestation, so astrologically, the higher self in man is represented by a circle with the central point denoting the highest spiritual aspect, the divine spirit whose faculty is will. Therefore, the sun stands in the horoscope as the highest expression of the individual self. It denotes the positive outgoing influence in man, his character in the highest sense of the word. The symbol of the planet Venus is a circle above the cross. It denotes wisdom, which is not mere intellectuality, but intuition and imagination. Hence, the nature of Venus is essentially love, and it is the cementing influence in the life whereby we are attracted to others for mutual benefit. Although Venus in and of herself is not concerned with mutual benefit, it being her nature to attract others, and that good comes by her is only an incident. The planet Jupiter is symbolized by the half-circle above the cross. It denotes the human spirit, whose faculty is abstract thought. Therefore the planet Jupiter stands for the higher mind, the mind that is unconcerned with material things, and expresses itself in abstract thought, as religion, philosophy and the higher sciences. Mars is the opposite of Venus. It is symbolized by the cross above the circle, so that while it is Venus's nature to unselfishly love, and to give to others, it is the nature of Mars to desire for selfish ends. It therefore denotes all the outgoing energy of the lower nature, the desire body, the passional and emotional aspect of man, which causes him to work outwards in the world, to overcome obstacles and to gather experience. Saturn is the opposite of Jupiter, the cross of matter above the half-circle denoting the brain-mind. It is that which gives persistence to the impulses of Mars, and symbolizes the relatively permanent part of the lower nature, that which has been weighed and found to be of use. It is, therefore, symbolical of the seed atoms of man's lower vehicles, wherein are stored the experience of all past lives. Hence, Saturn denotes the mechanical ability, the chastity and justice, the perseverance and material attainments which have been made into virtues through his purging influence. He stands as the reaper of the things that have been sown in the body, and as such he appears often in the life to chastise us for the wrong we have done, not vandalistically, but in order that we may learn the lessons of how to act rightly. The moon is the reflection of the sun. That together with the ascendant, denotes the formation of the physical body, and the ascendant the significator of the dense body. Hence, these two stand for that which is man's tool in action, the most perfect part of his nature, but at the same time, the most evanescent. The moon is, therefore, the very antithesis of the sun. The latter is a fixed star while the moon is the most migratory of the heavenly bodies. The three last named planets are the significators of the lower nature in man, the personality, as opposed to the individuality symbolized by the three first named planets, and these two triangles are connected by the planet signifying the lower concrete mind, namely Mercury. The symbol of that planet has in it all three constituents of planetary symbolism, the circle, the half-circle and the cross, showing it to have no nature of its own, but to be a vehicle for the expression of the other planets. When Mercury is well posited with reference to Venus, we have the artistic, poetical, musical and literary type of mind. For it is from Venus that the vibrations come which express themselves in all art. When Mercury is well placed in relation to Jupiter, we have the philosophical and scientific mind, the ruler and the lawgiver, both in church and state who works for the good of all. When Mercury is well posited with regard to Mars, we have the man of action, the man who aims at the material development of the world's resources in a small or large way, as a shopkeeper, storekeeper and all other ways wherein others are exploited for personal benefit, for Mars is, as already said, the antithesis of Venus, and the embodiment of selfish desire. Mercury in aspect to the Moon has no significance, as the Moon itself is a reflector, except where it is an evil aspect coming from a cardinal sign or elevation. There it may produce flighty thinking. In the foregoing, only the essential natures of the planets have been given. Where they are well aspected by another planet, these natural characteristics are enhanced so far as the benefic planets are concerned, but when evilly aspected, the nature of Venus, which is wisdom, love and rhythm, will become folly, licentiousness, and sloth. The philosophy, law-abiding tendencies, mercy and lofty aspirations of Jupiter will turn into lawlessness, disregard of others, and low pursuits. The lofty spirituality of the Sun will express itself as just animal spirits and physical health. In regard to the planets of the lower nature, good aspects to Mars turn the desires towards constructive objects and well-regulated activities, while the evil aspects are responsible for the destructive expression of the desire nature. Saturn, when well aspected, gives the mechanical and executive ability that is capable of directing the desire nature. It shows the brainy, persevering man who is able to cope with and conquer material obstacles, the organizer and promoter, the scientific investigator, who follows along material lines. As it is the antithesis of Jupiter, it will be readily seen that as Jupiter, well aspected, denotes the high-minded philosopher, the worthy lawgiver, the sincere and ardent priest, in fact, all who have high and lofty aspirations, so Saturn, when evilly aspected, denotes the narrow-minded, creed-bound sectarian, the materialist, the anarchist and the enemy of society, whether of the church or state. As Jupiter gives the lofty, expansive and benevolent mind, so Saturn, evilly aspected, gives the sarcastic, concrete and narrow tendencies. Uranus, besides the 7 planets already mentioned, 2 others are in our system, Uranus and Neptune. Uranus may be said to be the octave of Venus, having her nature in a much more subtle degree. Its attractions are so spiritual that they cannot be felt by the ordinary man in the proper manner, and he therefore, more readily responds to the evil side of Uranus. It is the planet which rules the ether, and when in aspect to Mercury, or in the ascendant, or with the moon, it produces a touch with the force we know as electricity. Its operations are always very sudden, and as mankind responds to its evil side, as already stated, these effects show themselves particularly in the form of disaster. Neptune is the octave of Mercury. As Mercury is the light-bearer for the physical sun, so is Neptune the light-bearer of the spiritual sun, called Vulcan among occultists, which is seen back of the visible Sunday naturally. Therefore, still fewer among humanity are capable at all of being affected by it, save that it produces a chaotic state of mind when placed in evil aspect. When placed in angles, and particularly in elevations near the midheaven, it produces occultists and mystics of the highest stamp, but when placed in cadent houses, it may bring mediumship, cunning, emotionalism. It is the highest string in the lyre of the soul of God, and is therefore the least used, and the one to get most easily out of tune. Astrologers are the most affected by it, and those musicians who use stringed instruments. Planetary hours, that the planets have dominion over the days of the week which represent the 7 creative days, periods, is taught by the Rosicrucians. Saturday is Saturn's day and corresponds to the Saturn period. Sunday is the Sun's day and corresponds to the Sun period. Monday is the Moon's day and corresponds to the Moon period. Tuesday is the day of the Norse war god, Tyr, and corresponds to the Mars half of the Earth period. Wednesday is the day of the Norse Mercury, Wotan, and corresponds to the Mercury half to the Earth period. Thursday is the day of Thor, the Norse Jupiter, and corresponds to the Jupiter period. Friday is the day of the Norse Venus, Freya, and corresponds to the Venus period. In addition to the rulership over the days of the week, the planets have dominion in turn over the hours of the day, and the underlying system, order and connection between the rulership of the days and hours become apparent when it is noted that the planet for which any day is named rules the first hour after sunrise on that day. Starting with the hour of sunrise on Sunday, which is ruled by the Sun, the next hour is allotted to Venus, the third to Mercury. Next come the hours of the Moon, Saturn, Jupiter, Mars. Then come other hours ruled by the Sun, by Venus and all the other planets in the order given: Sun, Venus, Mercury, Moon, Saturn, Jupiter, Mars. This succession is followed in unbroken sequence to the next Sunday morning, when Mars rules the last hour of the week in his proper order and the Sun opens the new week with his beneficent ray. Under this arrangement of succession started at sunrise on Sunday, the Moon rules the first hour of Monday, which is the 25th from the hour of the Sun which ruled Sunday morning. Mars rules the first hour on Tuesday, which is the 25th hour from the hour of the Moon which ruled Monday morning. And so on, through the other days of the week. This shows how the method of naming the days for the planetary spirits which have dominion over them, dovetails with the system of planetary hours, and both are rooted in a foundation of esoteric knowledge. When we speak of planetary hours, it must be understood that these hours are not 60 minutes in length, but vary in a wide measure, with the time of the year, and the place of your residence. Near the equator the divergence is least, and it increases the further north we go, because a planetary hour is 1/12th part of the time between sunset on a particular day and sunrise the next morning, or it is 1/12th part of a particular day beginning at sunrise and ending at sunset. At the equinoxes, when the day and night are of equal length, the planetary hours are also 60 minutes each, but at midsummer and in latitude 60, where the sun rises at 3 a.m. and sets at 8 p.m., giving a day of 17 and a night of only 7 hours, the planetary hours of the day are 92 minutes long against 27 minutes for the night hours. This is reversed in December, for then the sun does not rise till 9:15 a.m. in latitude 60 north and it sets at 2:45 p.m., with the result that the planetary hours of the day are 27 minutes long, and the night hours 92 minutes. For the convenience of students, we give in the back of this book 6 tables, and each usable for 2 months in the year by all who live in latitude 25 to 55 north or south, this being practically the whole civilized world. They are perpetual and may be used a lifetime. To find which planet rules a certain hour, look at your timepiece and consult the table for the current month. Run your index finger down the column for the latitude in which you live. Stop when you come to the first time, which is later than the time indicated by your watch. Move up 1 step. The figure found there indicates that the planetary ruler commenced to rule at that time and will continue in power till the time at which you first stopped. The hour rulers are found at the intersection of the line containing the time at which they commenced to rule and the column of the proper day of the week. To illustrate, if we want to find which planet rules in latitude 40 on Thursday at 2 p.m. during December, we run our index finger down the middle column of latitudes in the table for December, and stop at 2:18 p.m., which is the first figure that is later than we desire. We then move up a step to 1:32 p.m., and thence to the left, stopping at the column of Thursday. There we find Mars, and know that that planet rules from 1:32 to 2:18 p.m. on Thursdays, during December and January, in latitudes 35 to 45. Regarding the use of the planetary hours, anyone who has studied the nature and influence of the various planets on the affairs of life may readily form an opinion. Experiment and observation will soon make anyone proficient in the choice of the best times for doing the thing desired with the best chance of success. There are many who drag the stars in the gutter by perverted use of their influence for selfish ends, and endeavor to obtain an undue advantage thereby, but students of our literature will not expect to find advice on how to proceed with such a purpose. We have not studied the matter from that angle and would not teach others how, if we knew. But on certain occasions the planetary hours may be justly and beneficently used, and we shall try to indicate how they may be of service. Suppose we want to help a friend to obtain employment, and know a place where he would fit in. We remember that the sun is a significator of those in authority, and therefore the hours of the sun are good in which to transact business with and ask favors of such people, and you will have the best chance of success if you apply at those times. But it also is important to remember that the planet which rules the first hour of a given day has prime rulership during that entire day, and that the other planets are only subsidiary rulers with the day ruler. They are weakened or strengthened in proportion to the agreement or disagreement of their natures with the nature of the day ruler. Thus, if you select a sun hour on Saturday, which is tinged with the obstructive Saturnine influence, your chances of success are not nearly as good as if you select a sun hour on a Thursday, which is tinged throughout with the benevolent ray of its day ruler, Jupiter. Or, if you have occasion as a matter of duty, to reason with someone who has a very short temper, who, you know, is apt to resent it and say or do something that you will both wish to avoid, use the cold wet blanket of the Saturn hour on Saturn's day if possible, to put down and quench the martial spirit. The danger of a rupture will then be minimized to a wonderful extent, and you will probably both wonder with pleasant retrospection how well it went off. Or, if it becomes necessary to stir someone who has fallen into habits of idleness wherefrom others are made to suffer, if it seems almost necessary to build a fire under him to make him move, compound the fire and energy of Mars as a day ruler with his influence as an hour ruler, by talking to him on Tuesday. He will heed then if it is at all possible to get him started. By using the planetary hours on the lines here laid down, for the purpose of unselfish service, you may confer a great many blessings on others and lay up much treasure for yourself in heaven where neither moth nor rust will corrupt, and it is well worth remembering that however much material advantage you may gain by using such knowledge, that material gain, power, position, money and all other things that pertain to this world are left behind when death calls, and that our good deeds alone stand by us in that hour. Therefore do not scoff, but if you want to use these stellar influences, use them so that they will bring you everlasting instead of only temporary gain. Pleiades, see fixed stars. Precession, a backward movement of the vernal equinox, which is a very important factor in human affairs. See intellectual zodiac. Progression, see directions and transits. Primary directions, see directions and transits. Radical, pertaining to the horoscope at birth. See transits. Radix, the horoscope at birth. See transits. Reception, planets are in mutual reception when each occupies the house ruled by the other, as Venus in Aries and Mars in Taurus. The effect depends on the agreement between the natures of the planets. When Mars is in the mercurial signs Gemini or Virgo and Mercury in the martial signs Aries or Scorpio, the dynamic energy of Mars is infused into the mental organization of that person, who on that account becomes more alert mentally. Whether this alertness manifests erratically or along orderly lines depends upon the aspects, of course. All the mutual reception does is to give the energy. If Saturn is in the mercurial signs Gemini or Virgo, and Mercury in the Saturnine signs Capricorn or Aquarius, the restraining hand of Saturn is laid upon the flighty Mercury, with the result that the mind gains in depth and power of concentration. But whether this mental capacity will be used for good or ill, depends on the aspects, the same as in the case of Mars. When Venus and Jupiter are in mutual reception and well aspect, it smooths the path of life most wonderfully. Everywhere the person who has this configuration will find people ready to help, and many friends, but conversely, when Saturn and Mars are in mutual reception and afflicted, he who is so unfortunate will meet rebuff and enmity on every hand. It should never be forgotten, however, that our horoscope shows what we have made of ourselves in past lives, and he who has the configuration that attracts friends must have been kind and obliging, while he who draws out the mean side of human nature and makes enemies is himself selfish and unfriendly. But if he will strive to turn from his ways and make some sacrifice for others, he will also in time overcome the undesirable aspects, for the star angels are not maliciously bent upon scourging anyone. They only scourge to subdue and correct our faults and make us better. Sometime we shall all be loving and lovable, and then there will be for us no malefic influence. Retrogradation. See chapter on retrogradation and its effects p. 72. Right ascension, see ascension. Ruler. The ruler of a horoscope is that planet which has greatest dominion and influence over the life, and to which the native most readily responds. Other things being equal, the lord of the ascendant is the ruler. But if another planet is stronger in the matters of elevation, dignity or exaltation, position in an angle, and aspects, then that planet must be regarded as the ruler. But for this to hold, the aspects must be close and strong, regardless of whether they are good or bad. Good aspects will make a good ruler, bad aspects a bad one, and without affecting the fact of rulership in either case. When two planets are about equal in strength and position, they must be classed as co-rulers. In the case of a house, the lord of the sign on the cusp is its ruler. Where there is an intercepted sign, its lord has also partial rulership over the house, although it is inferior in this respect to the planet which rules the sign on the cusp. This rulership of an intercepted sign is latent and is not brought out until by progression of the angles the intercepted sign arrives at the cusp of the house. Planets in a house, if aspect, will ordinarily have a greater influence upon its affairs than the rulers of the signs before mentioned. In this case, such planets may be termed co-rulers of the house. Secondary directions, see directions and transits. Separating, when a planet which has been in aspect with another moves onward and thus dissolves the aspect, it is said to be separating from that aspect. See apply. Sextile. When two planets are 60 degrees apart they are said to be in sextile, so called because 60 degrees are 1/6 part of the circle which has 360 degrees. It is considered a good aspect. See good and bad also aspect. Short ascension, see ascension. Sidereal day, is the time which elapses between two successive passages of a fixed star over the meridian of a given place. See chapter on time p. 18. Sidereal year, is the period of time which elapses between a conjunction of the Sun with any fixed star and its return again to the same conjunction. Significator, the planets, ascendant, midheaven, part of fortune and the dragon's head and tail are called significators because their places and aspects in the horoscope have a certain significant bearing upon the affairs of life. Signs. The signs of the zodiac are divisions of the heavens beginning at the vernal equinox. The first 30 degrees are called Aries, the next Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius and Pisces. These signs are, as said, measured from the vernal equinox, a fluctuating point, and are not to be confused with the 12 constellations of fixed stars which bear the same names, nor with the 12 houses of the horoscope which are divisions of the earth. See intellectual zodiac and houses. Solar day is the time which elapses between two successive passages of the Sun over the meridian of a given place. See chapter on time p18. Solstice. This word is compounded of the two words, sol the sun, and sist to make to stand. Thus understood, it describes nicely what happens at the solstice, for a solstice is a point at which the sun is in its highest point of declination and furthest from the celestial equator. There it stands or remains for 3 days in the 23rd degree of declination before it begins to descend towards its node. There are 2 solstices. One in midsummer, the 21st of June, which is the longest day in the year, another on the 21st of December, which is the shortest. They are called respectively, the summer and the winter solstice. Southern signs, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius and Pisces are called southern signs because when the sun is in them, he is south of the celestial equator, and as a result we in the northern hemisphere have winter. Square. When 2 planets are 90 degrees apart they are said to be in square or quartile, because 90 degrees are 1/4, or quarter of the circle. This aspect is said to be bad, the planetary rays striking each other at a right angle, and therefore being at cross purposes as it were. See aspects and good and bad. Stationary. At times planets move obliquely with reference to the Earth's orbit, in such a manner as to appear stationary, though, as a matter of fact they are always moving. See chapter on retrogradation p72. Succedent houses. The 2nd, 5th, 8th and 11th houses are called succedent, because they succeed or follow the angles. Superior planets, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus and Neptune, are so called by astronomers because they move in orbits which take them to parts of the heavens far from the Sun. The term is used in contradistinction to that of inferior planets as applied to Venus and Mercury which always remain near the Sun. See page 10. Symbols. The symbols of the planets are given on page 24, and it will be noticed that they consist of a circle, a half circle and a cross variously grouped. The circle is the symbol of the spirit, the half circle is the emblem of the soul, and the cross represents matter. Thus the elements of the human constitution, spirit, soul and body are enfolded in the component parts of the planetary symbols to show to the mystic their mission with respect to humanity. These elementary parts are variously grouped to indicate the nature of the planet for which they stand, and its office in the great school of life where God has placed us under the planetary spirits who are endeavoring to educate us in the divine wisdom. The sun, as its symbol indicates, is the center of all spiritual faculties, the fountain of all life. The moon's symbol is a half circle, showing that we have completed the arc of involution where bodies were built, and that now the essence of experience extracted from these vehicles must be transmuted into spiritual qualities by the alchemy of soul growth, so that we may rise on the arc of evolution. Mars' symbol is a cross above the circle, showing the unregenerate man, where the cross of personality is above the circle of spirit. But by trampling the higher nature underfoot the martial character engenders war and strife, during which he necessarily suffers even when he is victorious. Thus, by rebuffs the nature is gradually softened. Venus, when the martial nature has suffered sufficiently, the spirit circle gradually ascends above the cross of the personality and thus becomes the symbol of Venus, the planet of love. Saturn and Jupiter have symbols which are similarly indicative of the manner in which soul growth is fostered. In the symbol of Saturn, the cross of personality is exalted above the signature of the soul, the half circle. Soul growth is attained by service, but the symbol of Saturn shows plainly that the person under his rule is more ready to be served than to serve, and is selfish and obstructive of the common good. Naturally, others resent this trait of character, and therefore Saturn brings sorrow, trouble, worry and disappointment in order to teach us that we can never really serve ourselves by selfishness, but only by sacrifice. Jupiter, when it has gradually dawned upon us through much sorrow, that selfishness is as a shell around the soul which shuts us off from others, we begin slowly to cultivate the quality of benevolence, and gradually the half circle of the soul rises above the cross of matter and becomes the symbol of Jupiter, the philanthropist and friend of man. It then signifies one who loves all and one who is equally the favorite of gods and men. Mercury, though the least in the kingdom of God, the solar system, it is nevertheless of the greatest importance, on account of its influence upon body, soul and spirit, which is shown by the fact that its symbol contains all the component parts of the planetary symbolism, namely, the circle, half circle and cross. This is because in the mind all are linked together in one whole physico-spiritual organism called man. Without Mercury this could not be. Mercury is neutral, however, and it depends upon the indwelling ego represented by the centrally placed circle whether it will use its divine attributes of choice and free will to aspire heavenward for soul growth as symbolized by the signature of the soul, the half circle, placed above the circle of spirit, or whether it will stoop towards the cross of personality below the circle and wallow in the mire of worldliness. No creature has such divine possibilities as man, none many aspire higher, and conversely, none may fall lower. This struggle between the higher and the lower natures for mastery, symbolized by the half circle and the cross which are placed above and below the circle in the symbol of Mercury, was well voiced by Goethe in the lines of his immortal Faust where the hero says, "Thou by one sole impulse art possessed, unconscious of the other still remain. Two souls alas are housed within my breast, and struggle there for undivided reign. One to the earth with passionate desire, and closely clinging organs still adheres, above the mists the other doth aspire, with sacred ardour unto purer spheres." Table of houses, a table calculated to show what signs and degrees of the zodiac are on each of the cusps of the 12 mundane houses at any time during any day or night in the year. A table of houses is always the same for a certain degree of latitude, and it may be used for a lifetime as it deals with the fixed stars which show no appreciable motion in 100 years. Transits. At the moment a child is born, the positions of the planets show the tendencies of the life. Those positions constitute the radix, and anything that has reference to that root of all events is called radical. Thus, the radical Jupiter refers to the position of Jupiter at a certain person's birth. During the next 20, 30 or 60 days after birth the planets move on and make certain aspects to the positions held by them at birth. Each of these days corresponds to a year of life, and the aspects formed by the progression on the 20th day after birth will operate to bring about events in the 20th year. The aspects formed on the 35th day after birth will determine the influences in the 35th year, and so on. These are called progressed positions and aspects. Thus, if someone says my progressed sun will be trine to my radical Jupiter when I am 40, he means that 40 days after his birth the sun had progressed to a trine aspect with the position of Jupiter at his birth, and that therefore this will operate in his 40th year to bring about events of a fortunate nature, because the aspect and the planets are what is called good. As the span of life is usually not more than 70 years, the planetary positions after 70 days from birth do not have as marked an effect as described in the foregoing paragraph, but they have nevertheless an appreciable influence on the lives of mankind, according to their natures. but because of the rapid transit made, the effects are ephemeral, even in the case of the slower planets. These movements of the planets are called transits. They are found in the Ephemeris for the current year. That is to say, if you want to know what planets transit the different houses of your horoscope in 1916, you can find them only in the Ephemeris for that year. The radical and progressed planets are all in the Ephemeris for the year you were born, but the transits for 1920, for instance, can only be found in the Ephemeris for 1920. Lunations, or new moons, and eclipses are among the most important transits. Their effect is described under lunations, which see. Next in importance are the transits of the superior planets through the houses. The 10th house signifies social honor. When Jupiter transits it every 12th year, there will be opportunities for social advancement. When Saturn comes there once in 30 years, look out for setbacks and exert your will to overcome them, and you may judge in like manner about the other planets and houses. Trin. When two planets are 120 degrees apart, they are said to be in trin, because 120 degrees is 1/3 part of a circle. This is considered the most harmonious of all aspects. Triplicities. The signs of the zodiac are variously grouped to show certain of their qualities. One method segregates them into 4 groups of 3 signs each group having affinity for one of the elements. Thus Aries, Leo and Sagittarius are fiery. Taurus, Virgo and Capricorn are earthy. Gemini, Libra and Aquarius are airy, and Cancer, Scorpio and Pisces are watery. These 4 groups constitute the 4 triplicities. The fiery triplicity has its apex in the eastern angle, Aries, where the creative fire commences to produce a body for the spirit to function in the material world. The second angle of this trinity is in the 5th house, which denotes the manner in which the creative force will be used on the physical plane for procreation. It is, therefore, the house of children, occupied by the fiery sign Leo. The line of force running from the eastern angle in the other direction shows the use to which the creative force is put in the mind. It is, therefore, occupied by the fiery sign Sagittarius and placed in the 9th house, which denotes the higher mind. The earthy triangle has its rise, its apex, in the cardinal sign Capricorn, which corresponds to the 10th house, denoting the external environment, the professional and social standing of the person, and as this triplicity is earthy, it deals entirely with the material affairs of the native. Therefore, one line of force goes from it to the 6th house, which is under Virgo, a business sign, hence this house denotes the service which it is expected that the person should perform in the world. Since this service is as much dependent upon bodily health as mental capacity, this house is also the house of sickness. The other line of force, proceeding from Capricorn to the 3rd sign of the earthy triplicity, denotes the emoluments which will be received for the service rendered according to the 6th house, and in the capacity denoted by the 10th house. Therefore the 2nd house ruled by the sign Taurus is the house of finance, and as one's freedom of action depends to a degree upon the state of his finances, this house is also called the house of liberty. The apex of the airy triplicity is in the western angle occupied by the cardinal sign Libra, which is ruled by the planet of love, Venus. This triplicity is therefore concerned with the different unions possible in human life. The 7th house where it rises properly denotes the most intimate of all those unions, marriage. From that union, other relationships result, and therefore one line of force goes from the 7th house to the 3rd house, occupied by Gemini, the twins. This house therefore denotes brothers and sisters. The other line of force connects the 7th house with the 11th, signifying the unions of friendship. The watery triplicity takes its rise in the northern angle occupied by the cardinal sign Cancer, which is the house of mystery, denoting the latter part of life, the point where the spirit is getting ready to withdraw itself from material existence to take up the activity of the spiritual worlds. It is therefore connected with the 8th house, the house of death, which is occupied by the sign Scorpio. It is significant in the highest degree that this is the negative house of Mars, and that it rules the creative organs. It points out in the most thorough manner the evanescence of all that is created in the physical world. The other line of force proceeding from the 4th house goes to the sign Pisces, occupying the 12th house. Pisces, which is composed of 2 half circles and a band, shows well the dual nature of man that has run its course in the physical world, but has another evolution to be taken up in unseen realms. This house, therefore, denotes the confinement in which the spirit realizes that it is at the end of life, the sorrow it feels and the self-undoing to which it is sometimes prompted. Tropic. Tropikos is a Greek word which has a meaning relative to turning, and the tropics of astronomy are the turning points of the sun. At the summer solstice the sun reaches its highest degree of northern declination in the sign Cancer. This then is its tropic, for from that point it begins to turn downwards to its western node, and goes into southern declination. It reaches the lowest point of that arc in December at the winter solstice in the sign Capricorn. This is the other tropic, for there again it turns and commences its next ascent towards the northern heavens. Void of course, when the planets are so placed that the moon makes no aspect before leaving the sign she is in at birth, she is said to be void of course. As the moon is the planet of fecundation which nourishes and nurses the latent potentialities into actualities, the above is an unfortunate condition, for with it, if the moon is in the beginning of a sign at birth, it leaves the life vapid and void of incentive. Watery signs, Cancer, Scorpio and Pisces are called watery signs. Water is the universal solvent, and the universal coagulant in the alchemical laboratory of nature. On page 28 it is shown how the sun of life, the ego, passes through the waters of parturition in 3 definite stages symbolized by the watery signs. When the sun is at the highest point of its declination in the psychic watery sign Cancer, designated by the ancient Egyptian priests the sphere of the souls awaiting rebirth, it is at the throne of the Father, the fountain of life. There it draws from that inexhaustible well a new supply of the elixir vitae for the coming year, and forthwith commences its descent to bring the treasure to the waiting world. But to do this it must first pass through the fire of its own sign Leo, and blend fire and water. Upon the successful performance of this alchemical feat depends all manifested life. In October the sun enters the second of the watery signs, Scorpio, where the energetic Lucifer spirits of Mars are endeavoring to amalgamate the 2 antagonistic elements, but not with complete success, for the fire of passion and the waters of emotion seethe, boil and foam in wear and strife. Thus the pure essence of life received from our Father in heaven becomes tainted with passion when dragged through the pool of Scorpio, and to offset this taint it is bathed in the fire of aspiration when the sun reaches the fiery sign Sagittarius at Christmas. In March the sun's passage through the last of the watery signs, Pisces, raises the sap in the trees, swells the seeds and buds by the expansive ray of the benefic Jupiter till they are ready to burst, and when the sun of life enters in exaltation of power the fiery sign Aries, it utters the creative flat and all nature bursts forth in glorious splendor. The flame of divine life germinated and gestated in the watery womb of nature is then manifest in the world. Zenith, the highest point in the heavens above the birthplace, where the sun is at noon, also called the midheaven. This is the same for all latitudes at a given sidereal time. Thus, if 2 children were born at the same sidereal time, one in Alaska, the other in Mexico, both would have the same degree of the zodiac on the midheaven, but their ascendants and other cusps would be materially different, causing the planets to be placed in different houses, and making the lives dissimilar in every other respect. See me heaven and houses. Zodiac, a narrow belt in the heavens extending about 8 degrees on either side of the ecliptic or sun's path. See intellectual zodiac. Part 3. Were you born under a lucky star? Have you ever looked through a kaleidoscope at the patterns formed there by the many little pieces of varicolored glass, and noticed how the slightest disturbance of the position changes the pattern? Also, do you realize that it would be impossible, or almost so, to duplicate any pattern, no matter how much you were to turn? There is such a variety of effect. Similarly, when you look into the heavens night after night, you will notice changes among the planets. In fact, such is the variety of changes that occur among them that it would be impossible to duplicate the position which they hold relatively to one another while you are reading this, for almost 26,000 years. Thus in the planetary kaleidoscope there is, we might say, an infinity of patterns. When we realize that human beings are entering the world constantly and that each being is stamped at the first complete breath with the planetary pattern then in the sky, everyone must necessarily be different from everyone else. Nor should this statement about stellar influence create doubt when we consider that wireless saves of different lengths and different pitch sent out from a tiny man-made contrivance can make themselves felt and can register by mechanical operations involving expenditure of energy thousands of miles from their source. The planetary vibrations from those great orbs in the heavens make themselves felt millions of miles away as surely, as easily, and with equal uncertainty. We know that the angle of the solar ray determines whether it is winter or summer. We also know the effect of the moon upon the waters, and it is within the experience of all that we feel more buoyant when the atmosphere is clear and dry than when it is moist and murky. And what determines these atmospheric conditions but the planets, the circling stars? When we look up at this planetary kaleidoscope from time to time, we see in the heavens various configurations which are pronounced lucky or unlucky according to whether they are formed between so-called benefices alone, such as Venus, Jupiter and the Sun, or planets said to be malefic such as Saturn, Mars or Uranus. When Jupiter and Venus are in close conjunction near the midheaven, it is a foregone conclusion that those who come into the world under this configuration will enjoy a measure of good fortune far above the average, and such persons would therefore be considered lucky in the extreme. On the other hand, there are times when Saturn and Mars occupy the zenith position for souls that are born to suffer. But why should one suffer and another be born under a lucky star? Why do the stars give good fortune to one and misfortune to others, and if we are born to luck, whether good or bad, what is the use or where is the incentive to individual effort? If there is a law of nature which is established beyond doubt, it is surely the law of cause and effect. Every cause must produce an adequate effect, and nothing which we see as an effect can be without a pre-existence cause. Moreover, if this is a universal law, it must apply to the conditions of birth as well as to subsequent life. Following up this idea, the next question is, if our birth under a lucky or unlucky star? Thus by induction of belief in astrology requires also a belief in a previous existence as well as in future lives. For while we are now reaping in our horoscopes the effects of our past lives, we are also by our acts laying the foundations for a new horoscope which can only be worked out in a future life. How closely luck is linked to merit does never to the fool occur. Had he the wise man's stone, I swear it, the stone had no philosopher, said Mephisto sarcastically in Faust, and it is true. If we are born under a lucky star, it shows that we have earned good fortune, thereby indicated, by forethought, kindness, and our other virtues expressed in previous lives, for we cannot have friends unless we are friendly ourselves. If we happen to have Saturn and Mars instead of Venus and Jupiter near zenith, it shows that in the past we ourselves have not been kindly and friendly, or we could not now express the opposite traits. But this is just the point where the study of astrology should help us. It shows our limitations for the present and it points out the obvious remedies and how to build for the future. Can the leopard change its skin? No. Can the lion cease to prey? Absolutely impossible. Can the flower cease to bloom or the mineral to crystallize? Certainly not, because they are under laws which are as unchangeable as the laws of the Medes and Persians. They have neither choice nor prerogative but must obey the dictates of the group spirit which guides them along their path of evolution. But in this respect we differ radically from those lower kingdoms. We have both choice and prerogative. We may do whatsoever we will, and that is a factor which is never shown in the horoscope, a factor that may be made to play an all-important role in every life. It is not enough to be born under a lucky star to have a lucky life, for the horoscope shows only the tendencies, and the person who is so well endowed will without questions have an abundance of opportunities to make his life fortunate in the very highest degree. But only in so far as he exerts himself to grasp opportunity on the wing, will that which is foreshadowed in his horoscope come to pass. And similarly with the person who is afflicted by the conjunction of two malefics in the midheaven or anywhere else in the horoscope. By his will, and the exercise of choice, which are his divine birthrights, he may rule his stars and make of the unlucky horoscope a fruitful life from a far higher standpoint than the other. The bark that has been tossed by the tempest harbors a job when the haven of safety is reached that is not equaled on the ship that has always said on smiling seas. Who never ate his bread in sorrow, who never passed the midnight hours weeping, waiting for the morrow, he knows not yet ye heavenly powers. From the higher standpoint, those who are living in the lap of luxury are to be pitied when their lucky stars give them all the good things of this world and cause them to forget that they are stewards and that the day is coming when their souls shall be required of them with an account of their stewardship. They shall then be forced to confess that they have failed to use the substance entrusted to them in the proper manner, while others under the strain and stress of life, expressed by the horoscopical squares and oppositions, have wrung from their unlucky stars a measure of victory. What wonder then if the king's messengers, the circling stars, take from the unfaithful steward that which he had and give to the other, changing the latter's adversity to prosperity in later lives. Thus the pendulum of luck and loss, success and failure swings through many lives till we learn to make our own luck by ruling our stars. A god can love without cessation, but under laws of alteration we mortals need, in changing measure, our share of pain as well as pleasure. And it is this necessity for change that is ministered unto us by the circling stars which form configurations that we call good or evil, though they are neither from a higher standpoint, for no matter how good the horoscope, by progression of the stars evil configurations are sure to come, and no matter how evil, there are always new opportunities for good given by aspects of the Sun, Venus, and Jupiter to our planets at birth. All that we have to do is to grasp the opportunity, and help our stars, that our stars may help us. Amulets, birthstones and planetary colors in the windows of jewelers' shops and in cheap, ready-made horoscopes one may often read that it is lucky for people born in a certain month to wear a particular stone or color. It means business to the jeweler and the astrological prestidigitator who produced your horoscope by a turn of the wrist from a box when you tell him in what month you were born. Both buy their instructive literature at a nominal price per thousand, the principal cost being paper and printer's ink. There are no furrows in their foreheads from deep and earnest study of the problem. But as the counterfeit coin argues the existence of the genuine, so also the fallacious information flippantly dispensed by people who cater to the sense of mystery and wonder which is deeply imbedded in human nature argues the existence of a genuine science of mineralogical correspondences with the stellar rays impinging upon all who inhabit our sublunar sphere, and when this is rightly understood by the majority of people, for then it is the result of accurate knowledge scientifically used. and therefore the outcome is as inevitable as that water runs downhill. The philosophy of planetary colors and mineralogy is that each of the creative hierarchies which is active in evolution works with the various classes of beings from mineral to man, and is responsible for the progress made by them. In the course of this work, each hierarchy naturally imparts to the beings with whom it labors some of its own nature and vibration. Thus each group of minerals, each species of plant and animal, vibrates to a certain keynote which blends with the vibration of the group spirit, and the particular sign and planet with which he is most nearly attuned. The archangels, who were humans in the Sun period when the present animals started their evolution with a mineral-like existence, are now the group spirits of the animals. The angels, who were human in the Moon period when the present plants commenced their evolution with a similar mineral constitution, are now the group spirits of the planets. Man, who reached the human stage in the Earth period, is now working with the new life wave which started its evolution on the Earth as minerals. He is not far enough advanced to assume the role of group spirit, that being reserved for the future. In the Jupiter period he will give them life as plants have, in the Venus period he will bring out their desires and emotions as animals, and in the Vulcan period he will give them a mind and make them human. That, however, is all in the future. At present he is working with them to the best of his ability, smelting them into iron bridges, ships and skeleton skyscrapers. He is pulling them into wires which wind around the world. He is grinding from them gems that glitter and grace the great in our social structure, and thus he is gradually establishing an intimate relationship with them and preparing to take charge of their evolution as a group spirit at some future time. It is well known to students of astrology that an astrological reading based upon the month in which an individual is born is worth little, for all the people born in the same month do not have the same experiences by any means. But if we consider the day, the year and the place, we get a horoscope that is absolutely individual and totally different in detail from the horoscope of anyone else, and this is the point which concerns us for the present argument. The ruler is not the lord of the sign of the sun is in, except for children born at sunrise, when the sun is on the ascendant. It is the ruler of the rising sign, that is the determinator with regard to our mineralogical affinity, because at the moment of conception when the seed atom of our present mineral body was deposited, the moon was in that particular sign and degree, or its opposite, and acted then as a focus of forces which have since crystallized into the vehicle we now wear. The following table shows the affinity of each of the 12 signs with certain gems, metals and colors, and in that chart there are the elements for making an effective talisman by any individual who has the knowledge of how to cast a horoscope and blend the ingredients according to the requirements of the case. We have no scruples about telling how this is done, for it may help some to help themselves and others. The only harm it can do is that it might induce some unscrupulous person to make talisman for money, and even then, if he is conscientious about the work, whoever obtains them will not be cheated, the reaction being upon the one who prostitutes the spiritual science for material gain. To forestall a question, we may say that ancient astrologers who have studied this aspect of the science have tabulated several hundred minerals of which the planetary affinities had been noted, but these works have been mutilated in the course of time, and are now not available. Paracelsus and also Agrippa made considerable study of this subject, and with very important results, but its extensive consideration is outside the scope of this work. So the authors will confine their remarks to the essentials, indicating the way which others may pursue if they feel so inclined. To illustrate how the mineral elements may be used to advantage, let us take the following example. Suppose that in a certain horoscope we find Sagittarius rising with its lord Jupiter on the ascendant. Jupiter is then the ruling planet, and so, according to our chart, turquoise is the person's birthstone, tin, the metal with which he has affinity, and blue, his color. That means that it will help him express himself if he wears turquoise, an amulet of tin, and dresses in blue whenever consistent with custom. That is true of a certain extent, but it is only a small part of the truth, and it is by no means the best use that may be made of this knowledge. To indicate the better way, let us suppose that this person's figure shows severe afflictions by Mars and Saturn. Mars afflicts 3 planets, his metal is iron, Venus is the opposite of Mars, her metal is copper, and consequently copper is an antidote for the martial vibrations. Saturn afflicts 1 planet, his metal is lead. Jupiter is his opposite and therefore the Jupiter metal, tin, is an antidote for the Saturnian vibrations. With this in mind, an amulet may be compounded of tin and copper not exactly in the ratio of 3:1, but with a mind on the bulk of the various planets, their destiny and the strength of the aspects it is desired to overcome, a matter which involves further study. The work itself should be done under auspicious planetary conditions. A Mars amulet, designed to give energy to one with a weak figure, would be most successful if made in a Mars hour on a Tuesday when both the Sun and Moon are in martial signs, as happened in April and November. The same with amulets made for other planets. A gem or an amulet made on these principles is a focus of the stellar rays of the planets it represents and infuses vibrations of their nature into our auras all the while we are wearing it, just as surely as the wireless receiver attuned to a certain pitch catches the waves within its range, and we may blend the colors in the same manner to obtain help from them. As a matter of fact, it is the complementary color which is seen in the desire world that produces the effect of the physical colors. If it is desired to restrain one whose Mars is too prominent, the gems, colors and metals of Saturn will help, and such a person should have as little to do with iron, tools, machinery, etc., as possible. But if we want to help someone who is moody and taciturn, we may use the gems, colors and metals of Mars to advantage. In the final analysis, the matter resolves itself into a question of judgment and common sense. With these, the knowledge concerning the essentials here given may be used by anyone to advantage. When is the best time to be born? In the light of occult investigation of the subject, it appears that birth is an advent we are powerless to control. Therefore, when we seem to control it in a slight degree, we are really the agents of destiny to precipitate or delay it till the proper moment has arrived. This view is also justified by the author's experience in horary astrology. The philosophy of horary astrology is that at the time one is impelled to ask a question concerning an important matter, the heavens contain also the answer, and a figure set is when the inquirer asks the question of the astrologer. If this is done in person, when it is done by mail, the astrologer sets the figure for the time he reads the question in the letter. On a number of occasions we have received letters containing questions which bore marks of having been delayed by flood or fire, but the figure cast for the moment of reading gave the answer, showing that the delay had a part in the plan. Nor should it surprise us that the great intelligences which are the ministers of destiny foresee and make allowance for contingencies beyond the grasp of the human mind. When the infinite mind bestows equal care upon the design of the anatomy of a fly, a mouse and a lion, may we not conclude that a similar attention to the minutiae prevails in all departments of life, and that when we seem to delay or precipitate birth we are really aiding nature to take its predetermined course, as said in the opening sentence of this article. Nevertheless, people often ask the astrologer when is the best time to be born. Young astrologers also frequently want to know this, not that they have any idea of controlling birth, but so that on seeing a horoscope or being told a person's time of birth they may make a quick mental calculation as to whether the horoscope is good or bad. Such a judgment would, of course, be founded only on the position of the Sun by sign and approximate house, hence general in the extreme. It may be said, however, that other planetary positions being equal, It is better to be born when the moon is increasing in light from the new to the full than when she is decreasing from the full to the new, for the growing moon always increases vitality and furthers our affairs. It is best to be born in April or August when the life-giving sun is in its exaltation sign Aries or Leo, its home, for then we enter the sea of life on the crest save and are backed in the battle of existence by an abundant fund of vim and energy. It is also good to be born in May or July when the life light of the sun is focused thought the exaltation sign or home of the moon, Taurus or Cancer, especially, as said, when the lesser light is increasing, for those conditions also furnish an abundance of vitality which is such a great asset in physical life. With respect to the time of day most favorable for birth, it may be said that children born about sunrise, or during the forenoon from 8 to 12 while the sun is transversing the houses of friends and social prestige are the luckiest, for they are helped on every hand. Children born between noon and midnight are less lucky the nearer the sun comes to the nadir, and them the luck turns again in favor of those born in the early morning while the daystar is ascending towards the eastern horizon. They will have to carve their own way in the world, but opportunities will be given them in abundance. We may therefore sum up our conclusions by saying that it is best to be born at sunrise or in the forenoon, preferably in April or August when the moon is increasing in light. Finally, it should always be borne in mind that there is no luck in the commonly accepted sense, for that which we have or lack in any respect is due to our own actions in the past, and in the future we may by proper application have what we now lack. Reading the horoscope introductory. When the student of astrology has learned to cast the horoscope correctly, the next and most important part is to read its message. Astrology means star logic, and we must seriously advise the student not to depend too much on authorities but to try to understand the basic nature of each planet, the influence of signs, houses and aspects, then by a process of reasoning to combine these and thus develop his own intuition, which will serve him far better than the ability to quote like a poll parrot what someone else has said. We would also advise the younger astrologer not to bother too much with the descriptions of physical appearance indicated in the horoscope. It is foolish to spend hours in studying over a phase of the subject which is of limited value. We give descriptions of the different physical types, but do so for the purpose of aiding the student to determine at sight the probable sign and planet rising when a person comes who does not know his birth hour. There are people, for instance, who have a face perfectly resembling that of a sheep. If such a one were in doubt about the birth hour, we would at once look to Aries and experimentally try how Aries rising would fit with the other characteristics of that person. If we did so, we should probably find our guess to be correct. Thus also the other signs and planets in signs exhibit distinguishing characteristics of valuable aid to the student in the direction mentioned. The student should also endeavor to cultivate perfect confidence in the science of astrology. There is nothing empirical about character reading and diagnosis. In those respects it is plain as ABC. Predictions may fail because the astrologer is unable to determine the strength of will of the person for whom he predicts, but the latent tendencies are always accurately foreshown. The writers have found that where they do not personally know the people whose characteristics they read, their delineations are much deeper and more accurate than otherwise, because then personal impressions and bias are absent and the mystic scroll of the heavens is more easily read. There are three factors which bring to us the mystic message of the stars: the houses, the signs and the planets. Each house represents a department of life. The signs are divisions of the heavens which by their placement relative to the houses indicate our basic temperament and attitude towards life, and the planets are the messengers of God which by their motion through the houses and signs bring to us the opportunities for soul growth which we need for our individual development. It is therefore necessary for one who wishes to learn to read a horoscope to become thoroughly acquainted with these three factors both separately and in their various combinations. The following descriptions may help to convey this knowledge. The houses are called mundane houses to differentiate between them and the celestial houses, namely the 12 signs of the zodiac, but generally they are designated as houses only. It is the angle of the stellar ray which determines its effect in our lives. Planets which are in the east affect our physical constitution. Planets in the south near the zenith are factors for good or ill where our social position is concerned. If a planet is setting in the west at the time of our birth, its ray strikes us in such a manner as to draw us to a certain type of marriage partner, and the planets under the earth, in the north, have an effect upon our condition in the latter part of life. Let us suppose, for illustration of the point, that someone is born at sunrise on a day when the Sun and Jupiter are in conjunction. Then they strike him from the eastern angle and give him splendid vitality. Another born on the same day at noon when Jupiter and the Sun are in the zenith position may have a very poor, weak body if other planets in the east are adverse, but the ray of the Sun and Jupiter falling or his birth figure from the south will certainly attract to him attention in his social sphere and make him the recipient of public favor and honor. Another born on the same day, when the Sun and Jupiter are setting in the west, may be an outcast if planets in the east and south so decree, but the benefic ray of the Sun and Jupiter from the western angle will make him beloved of his mate and successful in partnerships. These facts have been ascertained by observation and tabulation. Therefore the 12 sections of the circle of observation as seen from the birthplace are truly said to rule or govern various departments of life, and thus people born on the same day may have the most diverse experiences. The houses may be variously grouped according to the influence they exercise in our lives. There are angular, succedent and cadent houses, also personal, spiritual, material, social and mystical houses. Of the angles, the first house governs our personal self, and its opposite, the seventh house, rules the one who is nearest and dearest to us, namely, the marriage partner. The fourth house determines conditions in our home, and its opposite angle, the 10th house, shows our social standing in the community where we live. Thus the angles show collectively the sphere of our activities in life. Of the succedent houses, the second shows our financial status with regard to that which we acquire by our own efforts, and the opposite succedent house, the 8, shows whatever we may receive from others as legacies, etc. The other succedent houses, the 5th and 11th, show how our income may be spent, for the 5th house indicates the children of our body who have a legitimate claim to a share of our income, and the 11th house shows the children of our brains, our hopes, wishes and aspirations, which also draw upon our resources. Of the two pairs of cadent houses, the 6th is the house of voluntary service, which we perform as our share of the world's work for an equivalent share in the world's wealth, and the 12th house shows how we may be compelled to labor without remuneration under prison restraint if we do not work willingly. The 6th house shows also the state of our health, and the 12th tells if hospital treatment is necessary. The other pair of cadent houses, the 3rd and 9th, show whether our life and work will confine us to one place or require travel and changes of residence. In this respect, the 3rd house shows short journeys and the 9th house long travels. The personal houses comprise the 1st, 5th and 9th. The 1st house rules the constitution and peculiarities of the physical body. Planets and signs in that house put their stamp on it to make or mar according to the nature of its self-generated destiny. Our 5th house shows the quality of love nature of the soul and the line of its expression if it follows the line of least resistance, and the 9th house shows as much of the spirit as we can apprehend in our present limited state. The material trinity of houses consists of the 2nd, 6th and 10th, and shows the worldly possessions of man, his means of obtaining them and the enjoyment they bring him. Wealth, or its reverse, is shown by the 2nd house, health, without which there can be no joy in any worldly possession, is shown by the 6th house, and the public prestige, which is the chief source of gratification to the average human being, is shown by the 10th house. The social houses are the 3rd, 7th, and 11th houses, and in them is shown the nature of our relations and various classes of souls we meet in life. Brothers and sisters to whom we are bound by the time of blood are shown by the 3rd house. The companion of our heart with whom our blood blends in another way, is shown by the 7th house, and the friends, more precious than pearls to whoever has earned friendship, are designated by the 11th house. The 4th and last trinity of houses is composed of the 4th, 8th and 12th. If the more hidden mysteries of the antenatal life of the spirit, and the post-mortem experiences immediately to follow the terminus vitae. On the material plane, the 4th house signifies our condition in the latter part of life, the 12th shows the sorrow which impresses us with the worthlessness of material things, and the 8th indicates the nature of our exit from the world's stage. An illustration may further help the student to understand how the heavens influence our life through the 12 houses. Suppose we are out driving and our road follows the sea coast, but a mile or so inland. A breeze is blowing from the ocean, and as it passes over the country separating us from the sea, it brings upon invisible wings messages from that land, which evoke pleasure or aversion according to their nature. In one place, an aroma of new mown hay fills us with delight. Perhaps we are nauseated by the noxious smell of jasmine on the next stretch of our journey, and later become really ill from the stench of stagnant marsh water. But then we enter a forest, and soon its grateful pine balm restores the normal health and spirits. In our journey from the cradle to the grave we carry the 12 houses with us in the auric atmosphere surrounding us, as the air envelops the flying earth. Each house mirrors part of the life, each holds some of our life lessons, each represents how we have worked or shirked before in a given department of life's tasks. At the appropriate time of life we reap from each house what we have sown in past lives, that is, unless we forestall the harvest in time. Is our 11th house afflicted? Do friends betray and forsake us? Do they leave us heartsick, or nauseate us like the scent of jasmine and stagnant marsh water? Then let us examine the horoscope, for it reveals what is hidden in our auric atmosphere. The friends sensed us, and we then, through the 11th angle, and something ill-smelling must be there. It may be, we long to be befriended, more than to befriend others. Let us cease to be like the sickly, debilitating jasmine, and seek to manifest the sturdy strength of the invigorating pine tree, then we shall find friend flocking around, admiring our strength. Not all have such sturdy natures, but we can attract equally by kindliness, as soothing to sorrowing hearts as perfume of new mown hay to the sense, and thus we may rid the house of friends of affliction. After the foregoing explanations, the houses may now be said to influence the affairs of life as follows. First house rules the physical body and its constitution and appearance. It determines conditions in the childhood home while the person is under control of the parents. Second house rules money, the financial fortunes. It shows what the person acquires by individual effort and to a certain extent what use he will make of it. Third house rules brothers and sisters, neighbors, the instinctual mind, writings, short journeys and conveyances of travel. Fourth house that one of the parents who exercises the lesser influence in the person's life, conditions in the latter part of life, houses, lands, mines, everything pertaining to the earth. Fifth house love, courtship and licentiousness, the legitimate and illegitimate attraction and social intercourse between the sexes prior to wedlock, children, education institutions, books and newspapers, sports and amusements, stocks and speculations. Sixth house health, service to be rendered by the person and also the condition and faithfulness of those who serve him. Seventh house the marriage partner, the public in general, competitors, partners, opponents in litigations, rivals. 8th house death, legacies, the marriage partner's finances, occult abilities and faculties latent but nearly ready for manifestation. 9th house religion, spiritual experiences and aspirations, dreams and visions, long travels and law. 10th house the parent who exercises most influence in the person's life, the honor and social standing of the person, his employer or judge, and the government. 11th house friends, companions and well-wishers, hopes, wishes and aspirations, generally of a material nature, also stepchildren. 12th house confinement in hospitals or prison, secret enemies and plots, sorrow and self-undoing. The signs of the zodiac on either side of the sun's path. There are a number of fixed stars which are so grouped that they may be conceived as forming 12 constellations, and as they have certain characteristic influences, ancient sages named them for the animals which express similar traits. These constellations are called the natural zodiac, and for all practical purposes it may be said that they occupy permanent positions relative to the other fixed stars of the firmament. This circle is divided into 12 sections starting at the first degree of Aries, which is occupied by the Sun at the vernal equinox. On account of the precession of the equinox, the Sun does not cross the equator at the same point each year, but it has been found that the first 30 degrees from the point where the Sun does cross the equator at the equinox have an effect similar to that ascribed to the constellation Aries. The next 30 degrees radiate a Tauran influence, and so on with the other 10 sections of 30 degrees each. Therefore the 12 sections measured from the vernal equinox are used exclusively in astrology and called signs of the zodiac, to differentiate them from the constellations. These 12 signs of the zodiac are variously divided according to their effect on humanity into cardinal, fixed and common signs, also into fiery, earthy, airy and watery signs. What their influences are we shall endeavor to elucidate in the following sections. The cardinal signs. Keyword activity. The cardinal signs are Aries, Cancer, Libra and Capricorn. These signs are called cardinal because when the Sun is in them he is in one of the four corners of the heavens, at a turning point, where he is forced to take another direction. In Aries he is as far east as he can go. Cancer is the tropical point of the north where he gives the perpendicular ray at the summer solstice, and consequently the greatest heat. Libra is the extreme western point of his path, where he turns away from the northern hemisphere, and in midwinter, at Christmas, he is in Capricorn at the farthest point south, where his horizontal ray leaves the people of the north in winter's icy grip. The effect of the angels, the 1st, 4th, 7th and 10th houses, is similar to the effect of the cardinal signs because these houses are at the east, north, west and south points of the horoscope. The nature and effect of cardinal signs and angles may be summed up in the words action and initiative, though each acts differently from the others. Therefore planets placed in cardinal signs and angles give zest to life according to the nature of the particular planet, sign and angle. Zodiac means a circle of animals. The symbols of 3 of the cardinal signs are animalistic: Aries, the ram; Cancer, the crab; and Capricorn, the goat. The 4th, Libra, the scales, represents the ideal towards which this class must strive. None need poise so much as those under the impulsive influence of the cardinal ray, therefore the balance was set in the heavens to direct their aspirations. The fixed signs. Keyword stability. The fixed signs are Taurus, Leo, Scorpio and Aquarius. 3 symbols of the fixed signs are also bestial, violent and virulent: Taurus, the bull; Leo, the lion; and Scorpio, the scorpion. The human figure of Aquarius, the water-bearer, shows us the ideal towards which this class must strive. Instead of fighting, preying upon, or poisoning others in the struggle for existence, they must learn to become humane, to be friends to all instead of foes. The influence of the fixed signs rouses the desire nature, giving stamina and persistence in action. When fixed signs are on the angles, the 1st, 4th, 7th and 10th houses, they exert a well-nigh irresistible force, impelling the individual along a certain line. He may be slow and plodding, but is sure to be persistent in whatever he undertakes, and whatever talent he may possess in a certain direction will be exploited to its fullest extent. Setbacks which would take the courage from a person with cardinal signs do not daunt the man with fixed signs on the angels. He knows no defeat, and therefore he usually gains his goal in the end and achieves success by concentration upon one point, and persistence in following his chosen path. On the other hand, such people are conservative to the last degree. They may see and desire improvements in various lines, but are exceedingly slow to adopt measures to accomplish the desired end. They never do this until thoroughly satisfied that a certain method will meet the requirements. In other words, people with fixed signs on the angels look before they leap. They look a long time and very, very carefully, but on the other hand, when they have once been won over to a certain cause, they are faithful unto death, and no more ardent advocates can be found. Their zeal is almost fanatical. On the whole, people with fixed signs may be said to be the most reliable people in the world, either for good or bad. The common signs keyword flexibility: Gemini, Sagittarius, Virgo and Pisces are called common signs, their intrinsic nature being best expressed by the keyword flexibility. The forces working through the cardinal signs impinge upon the dense body and stir it to action. The power of the common signs is mental and spiritual, giving purpose to action and incentive to nobility of life. Therefore, people influenced by stellar forces focused principally through cardinal signs are the workers of the world, not the toilers, but executives, who accomplish things industrially, and who bring into concrete existence schemes, great or small, of value in the world's work. The common signs are all double. Two of them are human: Gemini, the twins, and Virgo, the virgin. The third, Sagittarius, the centaur, is partly human, and only the fourth symbol, Pisces, the fishes, is taken from the lower kingdom. None are violent, however, but intensely moral, intellectual and spiritual symbols. Unstable as reeds, they are swayed hither and thither. Nothing appeals to them permanently, they desire nothing as much as change. No matter how well placed, they can seldom resist the lure of an opening in another city. The farther away, the better. Therefore the old maxim, "A rolling stone gathers no moss," applies particularly to this class, for their roving habits usually keep them poor. They spend as fast as they earn, or faster. Thus these people drift upon the sea of life, propelled by the currents of circumstances. Outside conditions dominate them as they lack stamina to assert their own individuality. The foregoing is true of the great majority who are under the rule and influence of common signs. They respond to the lower phase simply because the higher side is too high for all but a very few at our present stage of development. Those who make a success in the world because prodded by the cardinal and fixed influences, call them indolent and good for nothing, but were the former bereft of the cardinal or fixed energy which goads them to action, and placed under the common ray, they would soon realize its lack of power and learn compassion for those who must so live all their lives. What then is the lesson these people have to learn? Comparative effect of cardinal, fixed and common signs on the angles. While the nature of the cardinal signs is such that their rays stir our latent forces into action and promote change, the most prominent quality of the fixed signs is stability. But the student must beware of confounding stability with inertia. The action induced by the rays of cardinal signs may be changed into other channels with considerable facility, all they want being expression. The direction in which they express themselves is a secondary consideration. Not so with the fixed signs, when their ray impels to action in a certain direction, it is next to impossible to stay the force or change it. On the other hand, if they deny expression in certain lines, the obstruction is almost insurmountable. People of the fixed class lack ability to make their inventions commercially usable, a task for which the cardinal class is eminently fitted. Thus these two classes work hand in hand, and between them they have transformed the wilderness of the world to a condition of comparative comfort. Their efforts toward improvement are continually carried on, and in time the desert will be made to bloom like a rose. As material success depends on ability to cope with material conditions, the cardinal class is particularly fortunate, for it is the chief executive factor in the world's work, and reaps ready reward therefrom. The fixed class is not so prominently before the public, labors in laboratories and works experimentally to complete the processes and perfect the models which are later used in manufacture. Therefore this class also is a potent factor in life, and shares the material and financial success of the cardinal class. The common class is a sharp contrast. Forces focused through common signs are mental, therefore people ruled by them are averse to strenuous physical action, which is the forte of the cardinal class. They labor only when lashed by the whip of necessity. They are also incapable of the slow by sustained effort put forth by the fixed class, and are easily discouraged by obstacles. Thus they are leaners, not lifters. Toilers who do the bidding of the incentive and executive classes are recruited from people ruled by common signs. There is one sphere, however, where they shine, according to their ability to think. Being averse to work, they have created a vantage ground whence they may reap the benefits of the toil of others, of their inventive faculties and executive skill. To do this they become promoters who bring inventor and manufacturer together, agents who mediate between buyer and seller, peddlers, vendors and all other middlemen who go between producer and consumer and live on a commission. Also literary men who devote their talent to purposeless fiction belong to the class actuated by the lower phases of the force in the common signs. The cardinal class is active, the common is restless, the fixed class is rigid, the common is flexible. The four triplicities. The effect of the triplicities is most marked in the rising sign and when the majority of the planets are grouped in one of them. A fiery sign, Aries, Leo or Sagittarius, on the ascendant, gives much vitality, but it also makes the person prone to fevers and inflammatory disorders, and when the majority of the planets are in fiery signs they make it very difficult for the person to keep cool physically or mentally. A watery sign, Cancer, Scorpio or Pisces, rising, gives much less stamina and predisposes to digestive, urinary and catarrhal troubles. If a person has many planets in watery signs, his problem is to generate enough energy to keep warm, for this grouping gives a listless, indifferent disposition, except when Scorpio is rising or when many planets are in that sign. Airy signs rising, Gemini, Libra and Aquarius, give a nervous temperament and make the person liable to disorders of the lungs, heart and kidneys. Many planets in these signs give people literary and artistic inclinations. Earthy signs rising, Taurus, Virgo and Capricorn, give fair vitality, but a secret fear of disease arrests the vital processes in the body and poisons these people so that they become victims of chronic ailments oftener than those of the other groupings. The throat, stomach and intestines are specially threatened. Rheumatism and gout are also frequently experienced. When a person has many planets in earthy signs, it favors the acquisition of material wealth. The Sun, the Moon and the Ascendant. We stated in our opening paragraph that there are three great factors which convey to us the mystic message of the stars in general, namely, the houses, the signs and the planets. There are also three factors which play a specially important part in the individual horoscope, namely the Sun, the Moon and the Ascendant, which may be said to represent the spirit, the soul and the body, Properly viewed, the Sun, Moon and Ascendant are not really three separate horoscopical principles but represent two composite parts which when united constitute the human being. The rising sign and the first house together form an avenue for the fecundating influences of the Moon which there crystallize and form the etheric matrix that molds the physical particles from the maternal body into a new vehicle, hence the astrological maxim, that the ascendant at birth, or its opposite, is the Moon's place at conception. This composite body is the part of the human being which is born and dies after a relatively evanescent period of existence. The other and immortal part of composite man, which consists of the ego and its finer vehicles, is represented in the horoscope by the Sun and the Moon. The specific influence of these planets will be described when we have considered the rising sign. The rising sign, as taught in earlier, it is the angle of the stellar ray which determines in what department of life it will be most prominently active, and it has been found by observations that the sign rising or ascending on the eastern horizon when a child is born is the principal factor in determining the basic constitution and form of the physical body. Further investigations have shown that the reason for this fact is that at the time of conception, when the seed atom was planted in the ovum, the Moon, which is the cosmic agent of fecundation, projected its fertilizing ray through the sign and degree which later rises at the moment of birth, or its opposite. For that reason the rising sign and degree continue to be the avenue of ingress of the life forces which build the body of the babe until the severance of the umbilical cord, and the nature of the rising sign is thus indelibly stamped upon the new vehicle and retained all through life. In this connection it should be noted that conception is not necessarily coincident with the physical union of the parents, sometimes 2 weeks or even more elapsing ere the auspicious moment awaited by the recording angels or their agents strike. At that time cosmic conditions are such that they will form a body which will facilitate the expression of the ego seeking re-embodiment and aid it to work out its self-generated destiny. It should also be remembered by students that the moment of delivery is not the time of birth from the astrological point of view. The inhalation of the first complete breath, usually accompanied by a cry, is the moment when the incoming ego receives its stellar baptism. This renders it ever susceptible to the influence of the particular configuration of the stars existing at that moment, and therefore the stars affect each individual differently from all others, not even the horoscope of twins being alike. It is also strongly emphasized that according to this explanation we do not have a certain fate because we were born at a particular time, but we are born at a particular time because we have a certain self-generated destiny to work out. That is very important distinction, for it substitutes divine law for divine caprice. It eliminates the element of luck and inspires man to mastery of fate, by working with the law. If we have made our present horoscope by our past actions in a past life, logically we are now preparing for future embodiment and may make it what we choose. If we strive to strengthen our body now, to overcome our faults, to cultivate new virtues, the sun of our next life will rise under much more auspicious conditions than those under which we now live, and thus we may truly rule our stars and master our fate. When the last 3 degrees of a sign are rising, or when the first 3 degrees ascend at the time of birth, the person is said to be born on the cusp between 2 signs, and the basic nature of the signs involved are blended in his or her body. Thus a person born when the 3 last degrees of Aries or the first degrees of Taurus were ascending would be neither purely Aries nor Taurus were ascending would be neither purely Aries nor Taurus, but a mixture of the qualities of the 2 signs. The nature of the rising sign is also modified by the presence of planets. The Sun and Mars increase vitality if well aspected, but if afflicted they incline to fever and inflammatory disorders, but they also favor rapid recuperation, and make the nature alert and energetic. A well aspected Jupiter rising also increases vitality but inclines to corpulence, if the planet is afflicted, that makes the circulation sluggish and thus gives a tendency to disorders of the blood. The foregoing remarks about Jupiter apply to Venus in a lesser degree. Saturn rising lowers the vitality and favors chronic ill health in later life, but at the same time he gives such a tenacious hold on life that though the person may pray to be released, he cannot die. Mercury, Moon, Uranus and Neptune make the body more high-strung and nervous than the average, usable specially for pioneers in music, literature, higher thought, science and the electrical arts. Planets placed in the 12th house are considered as being on the ascendant if within 6 degrees thereof, also all planets in the first house no matter how far from the rising degree, but if a sign be intercepted in the first house, planets placed therein will not have as strong an influence in the life as though the sign occupy the cusp. Chapter V. The influence of the 12 signs when rising Aries. The ram Aries is mythologically represented as a ram, and the symbol describes most accurately those born under its influence: a pointed and protruding sheep-like nose, wide forehead, pointed chin and the resultant triangular face noted in many people, are unmistakable indications of their rising sign. Light brown or reddish tint of the hair is a pronounced characteristic of the Orion. The body is slender and well formed. If the first part of the sign is rising, the body is shorter, and the complexion darker than given by the latter degrees. Planets in the rising sign will modify the description, however, and the student must use his knowledge of the character of the planets in conjunction with the description of the sign. The Sun and Mars make the complexion more florid, the Moon and Saturn make it paler and darker, Jupiter and Venus make the body more portly. Saturn shortens. Uranus and Mercury lengthens. This applies to all the signs, but is especially marked when a planet rises in the sign it rules. Mars in Aries rising would give fiery red hair and a face full of freckles. The Sun rising in Leo would give a florid complexion with flaxen hair, but if Saturn were there, instead it would shorten the body and darken the hair. Aries people are bold, self-confident and impulsive. They aim to lead, dislike to follow, are always ready to take the initiative in any movement that appeals to them, but often lack persistence to carry their projects to a conclusion over serious obstacles. The Sun, and Mars the ruler, rising in Aries would intensify the above, but as a thorough explanation will be given under the heading The Intrinsic Nature of the Planets, the student is referred thereto. We may mention it here, however, as a peculiarity that Aries people live through fevers to which others succumb. We have known their hair to fall out, and the temperature to remain 4 degrees above the usual maximum for many hours without fatal result. Taurus. The bull Taurus is represented by a bull in the zodiac, and the bodies generated under this sign are usually short and stocky. They have a strong neck with the bump of amativeness well developed, large lobe of the ear, heavy jaws, full face, nose short and stubby. Dark eyes and wavy hair frequently give them considerable beauty. The eye of the Tauran may never dart bolts of fire such as those wherewith the Orion would annihilate his enemies. It is softer, but under provocation it becomes sullenly expressive of the passive resistance wherewith these people win their battles. It then marks the difference between the impulsive Aries and the stubborn Taurus. The inner phalange of the thumb is large and heavy, the calves well developed and the foot chubby. In walking the Tauran usually plants his heel first, and heaviest. Taurus people are preeminently thorough and steadfast in everything they do, in love, in hate, in work or play. They persist in a given direction, and neither reason nor argument will turn them. They are verbose and argumentative in defense of their actions or opinions. They grasp new ideas slowly, with difficulty and conservatively, but once comprehended and espoused, they always remember what they have learned and defend their opinions to the last ditch. The Sun rising in Taurus gives an unusually firm physique, and accentuates the Taurus pride in strength. The Moon, being the planet of fecundity, is exalted in this exceedingly fruitful sign. Hence people with the moon in Taurus have large families, particularly if the configuration is in the 5th house, for that designates children. Venus, the ruler of Taurus, rising in that sign, makes the form beautiful as well as strong, also giving artistic ability and musical inspiration. Gemini, the twins. When Gemini is rising, the body generated is tall and slender, the arms and limbs are particularly long, fingers slender, hair dark, eyes hazel. Gemini people are quick, active and alert in all their movements, habitual restlessness being noticeable in the expression of the eyes, which differs in that respect from more fixed tendencies of the eyes of those born under the 2 preceding signs, although of course we do not mean that the Arian always looks angry and the Tauran stubborn. Nevertheless, there is a settled tendency in those directions noticeable when these people are not occupied in a certain direction, but the Gemini people have an expression which is much more vivid, changeable and past finding out. They have acutely inquiring minds, and always want to know the reason why, but often lack persistence to follow clues to the end, and thus they meet disappointment. Being tactful, they avoid giving offense even under provocation, and are therefore generally liked by all, though their own affections are not deep. 2 distinct classes are born under this sign. 1. Too fond of reading, should cultivate independent thought, instead of repeating other people's ideas, or aping their manners. The other is scientific, well-balanced and reserved, a model for any person. The sun rising in Gemini brings out all the noblest traits of the sign. It makes the nature more settled and contented, gives more persistence and a particularly healthy and active body. Mercury, the ruler, rising in Gemini, sharpens perception, gives ability as a writer or speaker, but makes the person born with that position extremely irritable, vacillating and fond of change of scene and employment. Such people are best fitted for traveling salesmen. Cancer, the crab. The chief peculiarities of the crab are a clumsy body, slender limbs and powerful claws. People born with Cancer rising express them all. They have a large upper body, augmented in later years by a prominence of the abdomen acquired by overeating. The mandible or lower jaw is powerfully hinged to the cranium, the face is therefore widest between the ears, the mouth is also large, and the whole construction similar to the crab's claw. The face is full, the hair brown, the eyes blue, complexion pale and sickly, for the Cancer person has the least vitality of any. The limbs are extremely slender in proportion to the large upper body, so the structure appears top-heavy and he walks with a rolling gait. Cancer people are very fond of the home and its comforts. They are quiet, reserved and adapt themselves to conditions, hence they are easy to get along with. Their anger is short-lived, and they hold no spite. Though lacking in physical prowess, they are no hypocrites, but always have the courage of their convictions. They voice and defend them too. The sun rising in Cancer brings out and accentuates all the good qualities mentioned above, giving more ambition and pride. It also increases the vitality, and is a particular boon in that respect to people with Cancer rising on account of their very low life force. Cancer, with its rule, the moon, governs the stomach and hence alimentation. Leo and its ruler, the sun, have charge of the heart and circulation. If these signs and planets are well placed in the horoscope, they counteract most other afflictions and a long lease of life is assured, but if they are afflicted, much sickness results unless intelligent care is applied to modify the omen. The moon, the ruler, rising in Cancer, will give much instability to the natures, and Jupiter, being exalted there, will bring fortune and fame. Leo, the lion is the king of beasts and even in captivity is an embodiment of stateliness and pride. The typical Leos of the zodiac also express pride in every movement and a stateliness which will not escape attention of the keen observer. The expansive chest, the massive shoulders, the strong arm and the large head contrast noticeably with the more slender but still muscular underbody, and as Aries has the sheep face, so the typical Leo has certain feline features. The complexion is florid, eyes large and full, blue or grayish in color, expressing laughter, cheerfulness and content. The whole frame is well knit and strong, having great endurance and recuperative power. It is really wonderful how the symbology of the signs is brought out in the different kinds of people born under them. People who are born under Leo always want to be noted, they are aggressive and want to attract attention everywhere they go. They aim to be leaders, not followers. Leo rules the heart, and it is a marked characteristic that people with Leo rising unafflicted have hearts bigger than their pocketbooks. They give generously of their time, money or knowledge without thought of self. If the sun rises in Leo, this trait becomes almost prodigality, but if Saturn is there to afflict instead, he will counteract it so that they will either circumscribe their gifts with conditions to such an extent that they retain practical control, or they will spend their means on themselves. Leos are honest and faithful, being children of the day star, they love light and truth, are above subterfuge and aim straight at their object. Their will is firm to attain by honorable means, they make good orators and hold their audiences by personal magnetism. They are very attractive to the opposite sex, and the lower nature should be held firmly in check, otherwise serious trouble and heartache may ensue. The French, as a race, are ruled by Leo, and afford ample illustration of this point. The sun rising in Leo, unafflicted, gives a body of wonderful strength, vitality and recuperative power, superior in its wiriness to the body generated by the sun in Taurus. But if Mars is afflicted in Leo, palpitation of the heart will ensue. Saturn here will cause regurgitation unless care is taken in early years to avoid strain. Virgo, the virgin people born when Virgo is rising are above middle stature. The upper part of the head is much more developed than the lower, the weak chin, showing lack of will and the large brain indicating greatness of intellect, being therefore earmarks of the Virgo. The face is thin, the complexion sallow, the hair brown and the eyes hazel or grey. The feet are small, the toes turn inwards and give these people a peculiar laboured walk. Virgo people are very quick and active in youth. They learn with facility, and do not work hard for knowledge, they seem to breathe it in without an effort. They acquire linguistic and elocutionary powers most readily, are fluent writers but are often cynical, cold and unforgiving when they have been injured. They are extremists in their food, and make hygiene a fad. They often fancy that they have every imaginable disease, because Virgo is the sixth sign and has a certain affinity with the sixth house, denoting healthy and disease. Mercury, the ruler, is also exalted here and gives pronouncement of all the good which otherwise might be expected from the Sunday. Virgo people are slender in youth, but when the sun of life passes the meridian and begins to throw its shadows toward the east, we find in them a tendency toward corpulence of body, particularly of that part ruled by Virgo, namely, the abdomen. They neglect to take exercise, and naturally on this account a sluggish condition of the intestines may set in which retains the poisons in the body and robs life of its joys, making one indifferent. In this fact lies the greatest danger of the Virgo people. Once they get into the rut of sickness, they actually enjoy poor health. They love to talk over their symptoms with other people, and they resent any thought or suggestion given to them that they are not sick, or that they can get well. The presence of Saturn in Virgo, or the sixth house, accentuates this tendency in the very highest degree, and therefore it is an almost infallible sign that the native will have or be subject to chronic illness, the nature of the disease being denoted by the aspect, and the afflicting planets. In order to deal successfully with Virgo people when they have once become subject to disease, and get them out of it at all, it is necessary to be firm almost to the verge of cruelty. But though one may seem cruel in enforcing upon them the regime that is necessary to bring them away from themselves, this is really the greatest kindness that can be shown, for once these people are in the grip of sickness they stubbornly refuse to let go. They will resort to the most cunning, even childlike schemes to excite sympathy, particularly from strangers, and they will represent any effort to show them that they are not helpless invalids. At the very slightest suggestion of a hopeful nature, they sometimes lost their temper in the most unwarranted manner. But when at last they are given the deaf ear by everybody, when people who are in their immediate environment can be persuaded to show them no sympathy, then they may come to themselves. They need a shock to bring them out and away from their condition. And until they get that, they never can be cured. The Virgos make splendid nurses, if they can keep from taking on the conditions of the patient. The Virgo people never can bear to see bloodshed or touch dead things. They feel bodily injury to others more than harm done to themselves, and are in fact splendidly described by the word chicken-hearted. Libra, the scale's elegance may be said to express in one word the physical peculiarities of the Libran. The body is slender and graceful in youth, it becomes more plump as life advances, but even the portliness of the Libra body is pleasing. The complexion is smooth and clear, eyes are soft and blue with a kind expression, the mouth is unusually well formed and the teeth particularly fine and even. Libra people have extremely strong conjugal affection, so strong, in fact, that it overshadows all other considerations. The Leos love their families, but their hearts take in all the world besides. Not so the Librans. They are ready for any sacrifice to give comforts to those in their own immediate home circle, but they are also prepared to sacrifice any other family for their own, if necessary. In most other traits the Librans express aptly the symbolism of their sign, a pair of scales, and their characteristics might be expressed in the word, changeability. They are people of moods because Saturn is exalted here and weighs upon the mind. The changes are sudden and extreme. They may follow a fad with as much zest as if their life depended upon it, and them without a moment's warning, drop it and take up something entirely opposite. There are no halfway measures in the swing of the scales. Being naturally given to change, they are most adaptable to circumstances, and do not fret over reverses, but set about with vim and vigor to restore their fortunes. Aries and Libra may be said to be the battlefields of the Sun and Saturn, life and death, joy and sorrow. The Sun is exalted in Aries, and vanquishes Saturn, hence the intrepidity of Aries people. In Libra the scales tip the other way, their Saturn is exalted, and conquers the Sun. This gives a softer tone to the Libran, whose kindly politeness contrasts markedly with the Arian's brusque address. Venus, the ruler of Libra, is not alone responsible for this trait. Taurus people are blunt, though Venus rules. Venus rising in Libra gives artistic ability, Saturn turns the mind in scientific directions. Librans usually have well-shaped hands and feet, and are very proud of them. Scorpio, the eagle. The nose is the most prominent feature of the Scorpio. It is large, heave, and hooked, resembling the bill of the eagle. The brows are bushy, the eyes sharp and piercing, the jaw is very heavy. The glint of the eye and the set of the jaw indicate the great determination which is the most prominent characteristic of the Scorpio. The face is angular, complexion murky, and hair dark, with a peculiar ruddy tinge noticeable when the sun shines on it. The teeth are large and subject to early decay. The body is short and thickest, with a short, thick neck resembling that of the opposite sign, Taurus. Scorpio people always stand up for their rights, and never submit to imposition, though prone to ride roughshod over others. They are full of worries over things that may happen, but never do, and thus make life a burden to those around them. Sarcasm that stings like a scorpion is ever upon the tip of their tongue, yet their love is strong, and their aspirations lofty. Thus there are two natures struggling in the Scorpios, and they need much sympathy and forbearance from their friends. In the hour of danger they never flinch, but perform deeds of heroism with a disregard for self that amounts to foolhardiness. The mind is sharp, cool and collected, therefore Scorpio men make good army officers and excel in surgery. The Scorpio woman has a large family. The Sun in Scorpio accentuates the good traits, and gives a love mysticism, but Mars, the ruler, brings out the worldly side of the sign and makes scoffers and skeptics. Sagittarius, the Centaur people born with Sagittarius rising are even taller than those born under the opposite sign, Gemini, the men in particular having large hands and feet. The size and weight of the bony frame is often too much for the ligaments of the spine to support, so these people often develop a decided stoop in later years. The face is long and well formed, the nose well proportioned, dark kindly eyes and dark chestnut hair. The body is very active, but requires much rest, as the recuperative powers are below the average. The symbol of this sign shows that there are two widely different classes born therein. 1. Designated by the animal body of the centaur, is frankly in for a good time. They are sporty, soldiers of fortune, of roving proclivities, fond of games of change, and ready to risk their all on the turn of a card, the speed of a horse, or a game of ball, while Aries or Scorpio people may become pugilists, and Taurus people take up wrestling as a profession. The sports of Sagittarius have no element of cruelty in them. Sagittarians when afflicted may become criminals. Their crimes are never violent, however, but rather results of their indulgence of the animal nature. The other class is the extreme opposite, symbolized by the human part of the sign. Here is the man rising above the animal nature, bending the bow of aspiration and aiming at limitless space, signifying the loftiest longing of that immortal spark of incipient divinity we call the soul. This class is law-abiding and of the highest morals. From it come the pillars of the church and beloved rulers of state famed for integrity, benevolence and justice. The sun rising in this sign is sure to bring preferment even to those born in lowly and obscure circumstances, and accentuate all good shown in the sign. So will Jupiter, the ruler. Sagittarius rules the thighs and therefore, naturally, configurations from this sign, if afflicted, are likely to cause accidents to those parts. And it is notable fact that Sagittarius are very liable to broken bones under circumstances where people under other signs seldom meet injury. In the 8th degree of Sagittarius we have the fixed star Antares, which has a very evil effect upon the sight. Two other nebulous spots in the zodiac have a similar influence. One is Acelli in Leo 6, the other Pleiades in Taurus 29. The Sun, or Moon, in one of those places and adversely configurated with one of the malefics, Saturn, Mars, Uranus, or Neptune gives trouble with the eyes, according to the nature of the evil aspect, or vice versa. If Saturn, Mars, Uranus or Neptune are in one of the nebulous spots adversely configurated to the Sun or Moon, a similar trouble will be experienced. Should a planet like one of the above named be in retrograde motion, the aspect is much worse, for when the planet has ceased to retrograde and goes direct in the zodiac again, it will pass over whichever one of these nebulous spots it is close to a second time and thereby cause an added damage. There may be, however, a compensating side to this aspect, for it sometimes happens that while an evil configuration to one of these nebulous spots, and Antares is the worst, deprives a person of his sight, a benevolent configuration awakens in him a second sight which will mitigate the loss in a degree that only those who have that sight can appreciate. The Sagittarian must learn to realize his ideals within instead of seeking them without. We are in this school of experience for the purpose of overcoming, and it is not by running away from one place to another that we gain experience. By staying in one place, by doing our very best to attain our ideals where we are, we make our ideals come true. Capricorn. The goat Capricorn rising gives a short, slender, narrow-chested body with a thin neck, thin silky dark hair, a pale peaked face with small, weak eyes. It makes the chin pointed and turned upwards, the nose pointed and turned downwards, an impediment in the speech, ill-formed lower limbs and an awkward walk. The vitality is very low, and these children are reared with great difficulty, but once infancy is past, they exhibit a tenacity that is truly amazing, and often become very, very old. They seem to dry up into a mass of wrinkled skin and bone that is all but imperishable, this, on account of the Saturn ray which rules Capricorn. It is noticeable also, that all who have that planet prominent in the nativity show the before-mentioned wrinkling of the skin, even though they may retain corpulence conferred by other configurations. Ambition and suspicion are ruling characteristics, an inordinate desire for recognition of their claims to superiority and advancement, also suspicion that others are trying to subvert or withhold the coveted prize, is ever with these people. It causes them much unnecessary worry, and may result in habitual melancholy, particularly if Saturn is afflicted. They ought to seek amusement outdoors, read funny stories and otherwise try to cultivate a sense of the humorous from childhood, for this is one of the saddest signs, and needs all possible encouragement. Capricorn people are successful in detective work, where secret practices are used to trap others. And persistence is required to ferret out a mystery, for they never give up. The afflicted Capricorn is very revengeful, and if by Mars, may shed blood to satisfy a grudge. The sun rising brings out the justice, purity and honor of the sign, makes captains of industry such as forward the great enterprises of the world. Aquarius. The water-bearer. The stateliness and pride of those born under the sign of Leo are not missing in the typical Aquarian, but while in the Leo these qualities are of a lower, more bestial nature agreeable to the sign, they are manly pride and stateliness in the true Aquarian. Libra generates a beautiful body but more effeminate as it were, whereas the Aquarian beauty is truly manly or womanly. The fearless eye is kindly and drooping eyelashes are peculiar to this sign. The forehead is square, and the well-developed poise tells of intellect. The large domed head shows the spiritual side of the nature and the chin is sufficiently developed to give purpose to all actions. Thus the typical Aquarian is the highest grade of humanity, but therefore, also exceedingly rare, for the variants produced in each sign from the typical, by the interposition of one or more planets are so different that the type is often unrecognizable in the majority of its features. Aquarians are most loyal to friends, therefore they attract many, keep them through life, and are much benefited by them. Like Capricorn, this sign is ruled by Saturn, and he gives to the Aquarian the same retiring nature and tendency to melancholy which marks the Capricornian, but also the persistence in the following a given course, and whatever financial success comes to these people is the result of continued and patient effort. Aquarians are very deliberate and long-suffering, they never act in a hurry, and therefore seldom have cause to regret their actions, save when reason has been stilled through play upon their sympathies, for under such circumstances they are readily imposed upon. The love nature is very strong, but they are not as demonstrative as the Leo. It is noteworthy that the qualities of opposite signs are always reflected. Leo in Aquarius reflects love, Taurus mirrors the passion of Scorpio, the Gemini body is a reflex of the bony Sagittarius frame, etc. The Sun and Saturn bring out more prominently the good traits of Aquarius. This sign, where Saturn rules, and Libra, where he is exalted, are therefore under his most benign influence. The Sun in Aquarius adds much hope and life to the nature, and thus counteracts the melancholy trait previously mentioned. Pisces, the fish is the typical piston is short, flabby and fleshy with a waddling gait not unlike those born under the sign Cancer, but differs from them by having a stouter body. The feet are often tuned in, but larger than those born under Virgo. The body is weak and deficient in recuperative force. The complexion is medium, the eyes blue, watery and expressionless, the nose large and flat. There is a strong tendency to mediumship among the Pisces people, and therein is a danger greater than any other on earth. No one should sit for development and degenerate into the tool of low spirits, but Pisces people in particular are lost if taken control of. They cannot free themselves, either in this life or the next, because generally inert and devoid of willpower. They are timid, and even the mean are tearful on the slightest provocation. They love leisure more than comfort, and do no work which is not absolutely necessary to keep body and soul together. They love change of scene, rove about considerably, generally in an aimless manner. Being fond of good things to eat and drink, particularly the latter, and lacking will to curb their appetite when afflicted, they frequently indulge their craving to such an extent that they become habitual drunkards. The sun rising in Pisces gives more energy and ambition. Jupiter, the ruler, strengthens the morals, and Venus exalted in this sign, gives great musical talent, but accentuates the tendency to alcoholic indulgence, which mars the lives of so many splendid musicians. When many planets are in Pisces, the person will have a hard life, because he or she will not want to take up life's burden, but will love to dream. Such people become recluses, they seek to master the hidden arts. Occultism and mysticism are not guided by reason, but rather by their likes and dislikes, and unless they can find an occupation that is otherwise isolated from the ordinary business and trend of life, they will feel out of place. They are prone to incur the enmity of people with whom they come in contact intimately. Nobody seems to get along with them, and nearly everybody, whether he or she shows it or not, will take a dislike to them. There is, however, a higher side to Pisces. The person who finds himself with Pisces on the ascendant is at the end of one cycle of progress and at the beginning of a new. He stands, as it were, upon the threshold of something higher. Therefore, he is usually not able to live up to the possibilities of the sign, which requires self-sacrifice and non-resistance in absolutely Christ-like fashion. The tendency is therefore to drift upon the sea of life and dream dreams of future greatness. This tendency must be counteracted by every effort of the will, for otherwise life will be a failure, and later the stern whip of necessity will be applied to goad him or her into action. The intrinsic nature of the planet's the nature of gunpowder, which causes it to explode under certain circumstances, is neither good nor bad, the quality of its action being determined by the way its power is used. When it furthers the welfare of the community it is called good, and evil when used in a manner derogatory to our well-being. So also with the planets, they are neither good nor evil, each having its intrinsic nature and acting in a manner consonant therewith, save as modified by the circumstances under which its powers are exerted. When we know the nature of a sign and the nature of a planet, we may combine the two, and thus obtain the correct reading of the stellar script by our own reasoning instead of depending upon authorities. For instance, the sun is hot, full of vital force, and exercises an influence that buoys us up in the body and spirit. When its rays fall upon us with moderate strength it makes us stronger and more cheerful, for there is an atmosphere of generosity, outgoing love and kindliness in the sun. Thus if the sun at birth is in the weak sign, Cancer, naturally the effect would be to modify the weak constitution described in the foregoing signature of the signs. The heat of the sun would give a more florid complexion to the Cancer person, the general health and recuperative powers would be materially augmented, not to speak of the changes that would be manifested in the disposition, giving more ambition, hopefulness and buoyancy to the temperament. Suppose, on the other hand, that the sun is in Aries when that sign is rising at the birth of a person, then the fire of the sun, added to the fire of the sign Aries, will increase the boldness and the intrepidity of the person to such a degree that they may become foolhardiness, particularly, if Mars, the ruler of Aries, is also there, increasing the warlike tendencies. Those are traits of character, but the physical body will also suffer from this excessive here. The blood will race through the veins of such a person like a Niagara of liquid fire, and fevers will be a frequent experience, as the superabundance of vitality burns out the physical easement. Were the cold, slow and sluggish Saturn there instead of the Sun and Mars, he might squelch almost all of the Aries characteristics, both mental and physical. If we consider Aries symbolized by a stove in which a fire is burning, it would make the same difference whether the hot Mars, or the cold Saturn, were placed there, as it makes a difference whether we pour oil or water into the stove. Similarly, all the other planets produce various results, according to their intrinsic natures and their various combinations. For the sake of lucidity, and ready reference, let us first set down the word which describes the most salient characteristics of each planet. The Sun, life Venus, coalition Mercury, reason the Moon, fecundation Saturn, obstruction Jupiter, idealism Mars, dynamic energy Uranus, altruism Neptune, divinity in the foregoing. The essential natures of the planets have been given. Where they are well aspected by another planet, these natural characteristics are enhanced so far as the benefic planets are concerned, but when evilly aspected, the nature of Venus, which is love and rhythm, becomes folly, licentiousness and sloth, the philosophy. Law-abiding tendencies, mercy and lofty aspirations of Jupiter turn into lawlessness, disregard of others, and low pursuits. The lofty spirituality of the Sun will express itself as just animal spirits and physical health. In regard to the planets of the lower nature, good aspects of Mars turn the desires toward constructive objects, as well-regulated activities, while evil aspects are responsible for the destructive expression of the desire nature. Saturn, when well aspected, gives mechanical and executive ability capable of directing the desire nature. It shows the brainy, persevering man able to cope with, and conquer, material obstacles, the organizer and the promoter, the scientific investigator, who follows material lines. As Jupiter, well aspected, denotes the high-minded philosopher, the worth lawgiver, the sincere and ardent priest, in fact, all who have high and lofty aspirations, so Saturn, when evilly aspected, denotes the evil-minded, creed-bound sectarian, the materialist, and enemy of society, whether church or state. As Jupiter gives the lofty, expansive and benevolent mind, so Saturn, evilly aspected, gives a sarcastic, concrete and narrow tendency. It is wonderful to contemplate how the planetary forces balance each other so perfectly that universal equilibrium is maintained despite the disturbances of the 1,700 millions who inhabit the Earth alone, not to speak of other spheres. Every moment of time our actions, individually and collectively, interfere with terrestrial equipoise, and were not this instantly restored, the Earth must leave its orbit, fly off at a tangent and be destroyed. Nor are physical disturbances most potent in disturbing or restoring balance, it being a fallacy to confound solidity and rigidity with strength. A train has no strength itself, but must be solid because it is operated upon by an invisible gas called steam. There is no force in a rigid hammer, but when driven by a column of flexible liquid, like water, backed by an elastic cushion of compressed air, the force stored in the air drives the powerful hydraulic ram irresistibly through whatever comes before it. Likewise subtle, invisible, stellar rays are the factors which maintain our ponderous planet in its path, and spiritual disturbances generated by mankind are naturally the most subtle force which interferes with the Earth's equipoise. Each planet has its opposite, and therefore every time we radiate the quality of one planet, we call forth a countercurrent of corresponding force, and by the action and reaction of those forces in and upon us and our environment we learn the lessons of life. Do we vibrate to the love ray of Venus, instantly Mars comes to tempt, and tries to turn love to lust, but it depends upon us whether we remain steadfast in virtue or yield to vice. Do we court the ideal of Jupiter? Do we aim to elevate the standard of church or state? Instantly the Saturnine forces invite to self-aggrandizement and appeal to the passion for power. With us it lies to remain true to the ideal and reap laurels that last through eternity, or yield to the promise of present gain or worthless gold which we repay in sorrow when Saturn turns and becomes the chastiser. Each horoscope shows the tendencies in even the humblest life, and opportunity continually knocks. May we all be prepared to meet it as spiritual astrologers. How to test the horoscope? It sometimes happens that a momentary mental aberration causes even the best of mathematicians to make a mistake in his figures, and if an error occurs when casting a horoscope, an immense amount of labor may be wasted before it is discovered. There is an easy method of verifying the figure in the main points by a glance at the position of the Sun. The cautious astrologer never neglects to make use of this method, and we would specially recommend it to beginners who are naturally more prone to miscalculate than those who have long experience. When you have calculated the place of the Sun and entered it in its proper house and sign, note at once if its position coincides with its actual place in the sky at the time of day when the child was born. If the birth occurred about sunrise, the Sun must be near the Ascendant. If in the middle of the forenoon, the Sun should be somewhere in the 11th house. If near noon, the Sun will be found near the midheaven in a correctly cast horoscope, and in the middle of the afternoon it is in the 8th house. A child born near sunset has its Sun close to the cusp between the 6th and 7th houses, and if the birth occurs about 9 p.m., the Sun will be in or near the 5th house. When birth is at midnight, the Sun is near the nadir, and a child born about 3 o'clock in the morning has the Sun in or near the 2nd house. If you find that the Sun is in its proper position relative to the houses, you may confidently proceed with your calculations and place the other planets. If not, you have made a mistake which must be corrected before you go further. When someone hands you a horoscope calculated by another astrologer and asks you to read it, look first at the time of birth and then see if the Sun is in its proper position relative to the houses, and the right sign as determined by the month. For if you start to read from an improperly cast horoscope, you lay yourself liable to ridicule. Suppose Saturn were on the ascendant and you accuse that person of being melancholy, when he denies the indications and you discover that Mars and Mercury should be there in Scorpio, it is not probably that he will accept your explanations. He will more likely sneer at astrology and astrologers, nor can we deny that from his point of view such condemnation is justified. Therefore be careful to look at the Sun. Other mistakes may occur, but that is the most serious and the most easily detected. The children of the 12 signs, the children of Aries born the 20th of March to the 21st of April. Aries is the home of Mars, the planet of dynamic energy, and is also the exaltation sign of the life-giving Sun. Hence it is a very fountain of life and vitality as manifest in the sprouting of the millions of seeds which break through the earth's crust at springtime and change the white winter garment to a flower-embroidered carpet of green, making the forests a bridal bower for the mating beasts and birds. This great vital force also finds its expression in the children of Aries. They bubble over with life and energy to such an extent that it is often very difficult to curb them sufficiently to hold them within the bounds of safety and common sense. They are self-assertive and aggressive to a degree, always in the lead, for they scorn to follow, turbulent and radical in all their thoughts, ideas and actions. They are venturesome to the verge of foolhardiness. We also find that they are greedy for the fruits of their labor. They never can get enough, and no matter how much they earn they are generally poor, for they spend as freely and as thoughtlessly as they earn. They make splendid foremen and overseers, for, being so full of vital energy and ambition themselves, they have a faculty of infusing their energy into their subordinates or forcing them to work when necessary. But being too impulsive and reckless, they lack the ability to originate for themselves. They are serious and ardent in all they undertake. They cannot go into anything half-heartedly, and therefore, if they once espouse a cause, social, political or religious, they will work for that cause with all the vim and vigor of their energetic nature. But if on the other hand an Aries child becomes addicted to a vice, the whole intensity of its being is turned towards the gratification of that particular part of its lower nature. Therefore parents with Aries children have a great responsibility to set before them by precept and example the noblest and best form of conduct of which they are capable, for this is probably the most impressive sign in the zodiac, and the habits formed, the lessons learned in childhood and youth will generally cling to the person through life and make him either very good or very bad. Be particularly careful to inculcate abstinence from alcoholic liquors, for if an Aries child becomes addicted to that he is beyond saving and often becomes subject to delirium. Children of Taurus born the 21st of April to the 22nd of May. On the 21st of April, the Sun enters the zodiacal sign of the Bull, Thought, and remains in that sign until the 20th of May, and therefore children born between those dates partake in a great measure of the characteristics of this sign. Taurus is ruled by Venus, the planet of love, and therefore the children of Thought have a basically amicable and kind disposition, but when they once have conceived an idea they cling to it with stubbornness. They are very resentful of contradiction and very difficult to convince that they have made a mistake, but when one has once succeeded in showing them that they are wrong, their inherent love of justice and truth will prompt them to acknowledge their mistakes and try to rectify them. They have a very strong and determined will, so that when they set up a goal for themselves or have made up their minds to do anything, they usually keep on working with patience and persistence until they make a success of whatever they have undertaken. They also have good executive ability and are able to take leading positions where they have others under their command. Although they are amicable and agreeable when in the company of others, they have a strong tendency to seek solitude and to become very self-centered. They seem to set up unconsciously a barrier between themselves and other people so that it is difficult to become intimately acquainted with them. Taurus children are very keen in their desires for material possessions, and they are usually very fortunate also in acquiring them, for besides having good earning power themselves, they are often the recipients of inheritance. But they do not want wealth for the sake of having it as much as for the pleasure and comfort which they can get out of it. They are very fond of comforts and luxuries, art, music, drama and other refining influences of life. The children of Thought have an abundance of vitality to start with, but they are very apt to go to excess in work or play, waste their energy and become ill as a consequence. They are particularly attracted to the pleasures of the table. They revel in rich foods which later give them a tendency to digestive troubles, enlargement of the liver, heart disease and congestion of the kidneys. These diseases are very apt to make them uncomfortable in later life, therefore parents should inculcate in them above all things the virtue of frugality, not only by precept, but by example, for these Taurus children are very quick and they will readily see that mother and father tell me to eat little but they eat all they want themselves. They should also be taught to take plenty of exercise as a means to promote health, for the children of Thought are rather indolent in their manner. However, as said before, they have a most wonderful vitality, particularly if they are born at sunrise, and although they may become subject to the diseases mentioned, they will usually have a long life and a fair measure of general good health, wealth and happiness. Children of Gemini born the 22nd of May to the 22nd of June. The children of Gemini are wonderfully quick-witted and bright. They also have the ability to express themselves clearly and to the point, therefore they are always good company. Conversation never lags when they are present, in fact they are sometimes given to monopolizing it entirely, but then they are often so interesting that other people are glad to listen. They acquire learning very rapidly and are very well informed on most subjects. They have a good memory so that what they have won is not lost, that is of course, provided the horoscope is otherwise well aspected and configurated. Where it is seriously afflicted we find the faults of the Gemini pointing in the opposite directions, then they may be inveterate chatterboxes, shunned by everybody who can possibly get out of their way. The great point to remember with these children is that they have the ability of expression, and a great deal may be done during the days of childhood to mold the character in such a way that it expresses itself in a manner congenial to others and to the general benefit of the child and its surroundings, and that will be of help to it later in life. The children of Gemini are, generally speaking, of a very kind and affable disposition, easy to get along with. They are able to adapt themselves to other people and to circumstances so that they become all things to all men, and in that way they usually make friends and few enemies. They are of a roving disposition and love to travel about from one place to another. They excel in scientific or clerical activities, as agents or representatives of others where their mercurial talents find an avenue for expression. From the moral point of view it is not good to have a flexible nature. The children of Gemini are only too easily made victims of flattery and therefore apt to be led unconsciously into paths of wrongdoing. It should be the aim of the parents of these children to hold before them the ideal of the straight and narrow path and emphasize the idea in their minds that that is never to be swerved from under any consideration. The children of Gemini are very high-strung and nervous, and therefore they are easily worried and irritated, which is reflected in their actions and their bodily health. On that account parents with children born in this month ought to be lenient with them in their flashes of temper, for they are very quick-spoken under wrath. They need a soothing answer rather than reproof, in order that they may be helped to overcome while they are young and to strengthen their moral constitution in that respect. When the horoscope of a Gemini child is afflicted, there is very apt to be some disorder of the lungs, and Gemini children will be much helped if they are taught proper breathing exercises and calisthenics. It will at least minimize the tendencies and may entirely overcome them. Gemini children usually grow very tall and straight. They are fine-looking people with a quick walk and brisk movements, and they may be either light or dark complexioned according to the placement and configuration of the planets. The children of Cancer born the 22nd of June to the 23rd of July, the watery sign Cancer is one of the weakest in the zodiac so far as vitality goes, and when it is upon the eastern angel of a person's horoscope it always gives a rather weak body, but usually this does not apply to the children born during the time when the sun is in Cancer, for the sun is the giver of life, and these children are therefore more fortunate with respect to vitality than those children who have Cancer rising. The children of Cancer are usually very timid and returning, yet they want and need friendship and sympathy, though they are very sensitive about seeking it, but when they get well acquainted they can at times be very exacting with their friends, even autocratic in their ways of ordering them about. At the same time, it must be said they are very conscientious in all things entrusted to them, and use considerable discretion in whatever they do, so that one may safely trust them to keep a secret or execute a commission. The sign Cancer is ruled by the restless moon, and therefore changes of residence, position, vocation, and of all matters, are quite frequent in the lives of these children. At the same time they cannot be called fickle and flippant, for they are very tenacious whenever they have undertaken to do a certain work or undertaken a certain obligation, they stay by it until it is finished. Neither do they run haphazard into anything, in fact, there are times when they are inclined to be too cautious. Especially where there is danger of injury, they are almost cowards, and they are often given to anxiety and worry. The children of Leo born the 23rd of July to the 24th of August. The sign Leo is ruled by the life-giving sun, and it is called the royal sign of the zodiac. Therefore it confers upon the children which are born under its influence a noble, ambitious and aspiring nature. They are of the master breed and make good leaders but poor followers. Being of a noble and lofty character themselves, they scorn mean and sordid things, nor will they stoop to do a low act even under great provocation or the strong urge of self-interest. The love nature is very strong and ardent. No inconvenience or sacrifice is too great to serve those they love. They are loyal and true friends through thick and thin. Leo is a fixed sign and gives its children considerable willpower, so that they are usually able to win their way to the top despite all handicaps and obstacles. They are very fixed in their opinions, and if they espouse any cause they will usually stay by it and work for it in a most enthusiastic manner. They never do anything half-heartedly, for Leo, being a fiery sign, endows them with power, vitality and enthusiasm. Leo also gives its children a good memory. The foregoing tendencies are indicated when the sun is fairly well aspected in the horoscope, but if it is afflicted by Mars, or any of the malefics, the nature is changed, so that the person becomes bombastic, blustering and domineering, one not to be trusted in any department of life, and an unfaithful, amorous husband or wife, or a disloyal friend, one who will not hesitate to stoop to any meanness. He is then just as bad as the Leo with the well-aspected sun is good, this on the principle that the brightest light always casts the deepest shadow. The principal fault of the Leos is a quick temper, but they do not hold spite, and when shown to have been wrong they are always ready to apologize and make amends. They are magnanimous, even to their bitterest enemies. The children of Virgo born the 24th of August to the 23rd of September. Virgo, the sixth sign of the zodiac, is ruled by Mercury, the planet of reason, expression and dexterity. It is said, and with considerable truth, that love is blind, for were one to see faults in the beloved one, the master passion never would find expression. Therefore the children of Virgo who are governed so much by intellect are not sympathetic, but inclined to be cynical, critical and skeptical of anything that is not scientifically demonstrable to the reason and senses. They are very quick mentally, though only too often included to strain at a gnat, and though they seldom swallow the camel they get into a rut where they become narrow-minded and bigoted. They are rather lazy themselves and fond of taking things easy, but they like to drive others, and can be very masterful with subordinates. On that account they often cause enmities of a lasting nature, but whenever they become friendly with anyone they also make very good friends and treat their friends well. The mercurial disposition infused by this sign brings many changes of environment, and therefore new associations and friendships are constantly being formed. They are very acquisitive and always looking out for ways and means of bettering themselves financially, socially and economically. It may also be said that they deserve promotion, for they are industrious to a degree where they see that a reward may be gained thereby. They are also very ingenious and versatile, fond of the study of science, particularly chemistry, diet and hygiene, and many among them become extreme food faddists. As Virgo is the sixth sign, these people take on sixth house characteristics and are therefore very sensitive to suggestions of ill health, so that if they ever become enmeshed in the tentacles of diseases they frequently lack the necessary willpower to extricate themselves, with the result that they then usually become chronic invalids, or perhaps rather they think themselves so, for it may be said that these people seem to resent any effort to cheer them up and get them out of the clutches of their particular illness, real or fancied. They seem in fact to enjoy bad health, and they are always looking for sympathy, though as we noted in the beginning of this reading, they are very slow to grant the same to others. If they can keep out of the clutches of disease, they often become excellent nurses and have a splendid influence upon the sick. The children of Libra born the 23rd of September to the 24th of October. Libra is the 7th sign of the zodiac. The children which are born under this sign are ruled by the planet of love, Venus. The symbol of Libra in the pictorial zodiac is a pair of scales, and this instrument describes graphically their principal characteristic. The children of Libra are very ardent in anything they do. They take up a vocation or an avocation with a zeal and enthusiasm which for the time being excludes all other things from their consideration, but after a while they may drop it just as suddenly, take up something else as a trade, a fad or a hobby, and pursue that with an equal energy and absorbing interest. This is in fact one of their principal faults, as they find it very difficult to settle down to anything definite, and continue it with patience and persistence until they have achieved success. Libra is the sign where the sun changes from the northern to the southern hemisphere. It crosses the equator there, and consequently the sun is very weak at that point. It is the great life-giver going down into the dark winter months, and therefore Saturn, the planet of darkness, is exalted in Libra. Thus we find two natures very markedly expressed in children that are born under this sign. One is of the sun, which is cheerful and optimistic. The other is that of Saturn, which is morose and melancholy. And this expresses itself in the changeable nature of the Libra children. Sometimes they are up in the seventh heaven, optimistic and enthusiastic, cheerful and happy. Then as suddenly and without any seeming cause the scale swings and they seem to be down in the dumps of worry and melancholy, just as if they had not a friend in the world. As a matter of fact they make many friends, for they have a basically kind disposition engendered by the Lady of Libra, Venus, but they also have a quick temper, though fortunately they do not hold spite. They are exceedingly fond of pleasures in general and particularly lean toward art and music. The children of Scorpio born the 24th of October to the 23rd of November. Scorpio is ruled by Mars, the planet of dynamic energy, and therefore the children born during that month when the sun is passing through this sign are filled with a force that must have an outlet somewhere or somehow. They partake in all the martial qualities, either good or bad, according to the way the sun is placed and aspect, and they are always ready to take up an argument or a fight, either on their own behalf or for someone else. They are never content with half measures, either they go to one extreme or the other, good or bad. Those who show the good side of Scorpio have splendid constructive and executive abilities. They are brusque but honest and just, indefatigable workers, and always ready to sacrifice themselves for the good of others by rebelling against oppression or in other ways unselfishly working for the cause they have espoused. But those who show the bad side of Scorpio not only refuse to work themselves but become demagogues who incite others to anarchy and lawlessness and destruction. These people are social firebrands and very dangerous to the community. But here is one redeeming feature about them, and that is that they are not underhand. Whatever they do is open and aboveboard. The children of Scorpio usually have a very uncertain temper and a sarcastic tongue that bites like the sting of the scorpion, when they turn that side of their nature. Therefore the parents of these children should take them in hand as early as possible and teach them self-control by every means within their power. Also strive to soften the Mars ray and instill into them a more kindly spirit. This may be very difficult because the sign Scorpio gives a very determined nature. Still, in childhood's years it is plastic to a certain extent and can be best worked upon then. They have a very strong and vivid imagination, with a clear, sharp and penetrating mind, also a personal magnetism that makes them very attractive to those with whom they come in contact. They seem to be most contented in military life where there is sharp and strict discipline. Particular care should be taken to teach these children sex hygiene, for the sign Scorpio rules the generative and eliminative organs, whose functions are stimulated by the presence of the Sun in Scorpio, so that if the person is not morally and physically clean, much trouble may be expected. These children also make excellent surgeons, and if they are taught to use surgery only for constructive purposes, they can do a great deal of good in the world. All this depends in a considerable measure upon the early training, for there is a destructive side to the Scorpio nature which would make it very dangerous from the spiritual viewpoint for such a person to take up a vocation that offers scope for malpractice. He would then contract a very heavy debt under the law of consequence, which must be paid in sorrow and suffering either in this or later lives. The children of Sagittarius born the 23rd of November to the 22nd of December. Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter, the great benefic planet, and it may be said generally that those who are born while the Sun is in this sign from the 23rd of November to the 22nd of December are well liked in the society where they move. They are of a hearty and jovial disposition, princes among men, hail fellows well met, and their acquaintances are generally glad to see them. There are two very distinct classes born under this sign in the pictorial zodiac. Sagittarius is represented as a centaur, half horse and half man, and one class of those who come to birth under its influence are well described by the animal part thereof, for they are of a sporty nature, ready to gamble on the speed of a horse at long odds or to stake their last dollar on a game of cards. They are fond of a good time right straight through, and their moral nature is of low grade, aptly described by the animal part of the symbol, so that they have no scruples with respect to the indulgence of their appetites, passions and desires. They are lacking in respect for both law and ordinary morals, hence they are often found among the criminal class. But those children of Sagittarius symbolized by the human part of the centaur, aiming the bow of aspiration at the stars, are as different from the above as day is from night, for they are extremely idealistic, moral law-abiding, noble characters who win the respect of society in general and particularly of all with whom they come into intimate contact. Therefore they become in time the pillars of society and often receive positions of honor and preferment in state or church as judges or divines. They are very orthodox and conservative in their opinions and punctilious to a fault in their observance of all customs and traditions of the times wherein they live, but they are not progressive, for they value the opinions of their contemporaries very highly and are seldom induced to espouse any progressive ideas which might jeopardize the respect of the community enjoyed by them. They are firm believers in the necessity of red tape. Withal, however, they are charitable and benevolent, tender and sympathetic. They can always be relied upon to aid any altruistic movement, and through they are of a kindly nature and endeavor to avoid quarrels in their own behalf. They sometimes fight with great zeal and courage for others who have been injured and in whose behalf their sympathies have been enlisted, hence they make admirable lawyers. The Sagittarius are usually excellent conversationalists. They have quick and ready wit and are fond of indulging in oratory. Their exhibitions of memory and interesting way of relating experiences always hold the audience. They are very proud and have great confidence in themselves. The children of Capricorn born the 22nd of December to the 20th of January. Capricorn is ruled by Saturn, the planet of obstruction. Therefore the vitality of these children is very low and they are difficult to raise. But once infancy is past, the saturnine persistence makes itself felt and they cling to life with an amazing tenacity so that they often become very old. They are very much subject to colds and their principal source of danger is falls and bruises. The children of Capricorn are usually bashful and timid in the presence of strangers, but when they have become used to people they show their domineering nature and endeavor to make everybody around them conform to their will. The saturnine quality of the sign makes them jealous and suspicious of the motives of others. Therefore they are very fond of detective work. They will follow a trail with unerring instinct and unwavering perseverance that never gives up as long as there is the remotest chance of success. It is good to be friends with Capricornians and bad to make enemies of them, for they find it very hard to forgive a real or fancied offense or injury and always brood over any wrong done to them. On the other hand, if they once give their confidence or friendship, they are also consistent in that direction. They are very ambitious by other people and they have splendid executive ability because of the unusual qualities of forethought and concentration conferred by Saturn. They are born leaders and organizers but change under restrictions and dislike particularly to take orders from others. When they are placed in such a subordinate position and cannot have their way, they become gloomy, taciturn, moody, pessimistic, irritable, and given to worry. The children of Capricorn usually have a disinclination for marriage and are seldom at ease if they enter into that state. The union is usually childless or children are few. The children of Aquarius born the 20th of January to the 19th of February. The children of Aquarius are of a rather shy, retiring nature. They like to keep their own company and counsel more than is good for them, for if this bent in the nature is allowed full scope, it has a tendency to breed melancholy and make them recluses. They have a quiet, unassuming manner which gains many friends for them, and their home life is usually ideal. They are generally affectionate and of a very sweet and kind disposition. They are always ready to defer to the opinion of a loved one and ready to yield a point for the sake of harmony. Besides, Aquarius being a fixed sign, they are very constant in their affection as well as in other things. Aquarius is an intellectual sign and its children usually have a good mentality, because the Saturnine rulership gives depth to the mind, and the Uranian ray gives them intuition and an inclination towards science, literature and philosophy. They are remarkably persistent in whatever they undertake, and therefore usually succeed in the long run. As Aquarius is the 11th sign, it partakes also of the qualities ruled by the 11th house. Therefore the children of Aquarius are usually well liked among their associates and have many friends. The children of Aquarius are very proud and jealous of the esteem of others. Their principal fault is that on account of Saturnine traits they are somewhat given to worry. As with the Leos, they are strong in their likes and dislikes. They will do anything for those who have won their affection, but resent any attempt to drive them, and under such conditions are extremely stubborn. In fact, they are very set in their mental attitude, and once an opinion has been formed it is not easily changed. They are so very sensitive to the mental conditions around them that it affects their physical well-being perhaps more than they are aware of, for this is one of the most sensitive signs. The children of Pisces born the 20th of February to the 20th of March. The children of Pisces are of a marked negative disposition, subject to varying moods, and are, like the children of Aquarius, very sensitive to the mental atmosphere in their environment. For that reason it is of the greatest importance that parents of these children should guard them during childhood against the influences of bad companions. For the old proverb about bad company corrupting good manners applies with tenfold strength to these children, and they will absorb good or evil with equal facility. So until they have learned to choose for themselves the good things, it is especially necessary for their natural guardians to shield them. They also have a strong tendency to mediumship, and if they are taken into seances there is a great danger that they may become controlled. Moreover, having such an extremely flexible nature, they can never exert sufficient willpower to free themselves from the influence when once they have been subjected to it, and it may ruin their whole life. These children are very peaceable in disposition and suffer injury rather than fight for their rights, not because they do not care, for they are very jealous especially when born in the latter part of the sign, but because the Piscean nature is averse to exertion, and generally they do not want to take the trouble to fight for their rights. In plain English, they are lazy. Therefore the parents should see that a certain amount of work is allotted to them during the earliest years, for it is then that the habits are formed and the nature is the most plastic. They can learn to be diligent with much less effort at that time than during the later stages of life. But once the children of Pisces have commenced doing a piece of work, it will probably be a surprise to others to watch them and see the methodical way they go at it, making every move count until the task has been completed with seemingly very little effort on their part. Honesty is another of the virtues of the Pisces children. They are usually dependable and close-mouthed, so that they may be trusted with secrets in full confidence that they will not betray the trust. The children of Pisces are generally kind and sympathetic, cordial and suave in manner, qualities which will of course bring them many friends. They are notoriously fond of good things to eat, they revel in rich goods, and are also prone to be fond of drink. If these tendencies are allowed to work themselves out, they will of course ruin the life, and besides bring on a train of disease. Therefore the parents of these children should endeavor by precept and example to teach them the simple life, frugality and control of the appetite during the years when habits are formed, besides guarding them against too strenuous exercise which even the children of Pisces will not shun in childhood when the abundance of life force impels them. Then later in life these lessons will not be without their fruit. The changes are that the child which by the help of the parent has learned in childhood to rule its stars will be both healthy and hearty, respected and loved because of good habits, and will fully enjoy life. In short, these children need a very careful bringing up to save them from their evil tendencies and bring out the good, but that is just what such souls come to parents for. Their necessity is the parent's opportunity to make great and wonderful soul growth. The Sun, giver of life, the Sun, being the center of the solar system, is recognized by all as the physical life giver even when they do not believe in anything superphysical. It is patent to everyone from personal observation that the horizontal ray of the morning sun affects us differently from the perpendicular noon ray, and that in summer the rays carry a life force which not only brings forth the verdure upon the fields, but also affects the human temperament, and endows us with vital energy, courage and a hopeful spirit foreign to the dark and gloomy winter months. This gloom is permanently noticeable in the temperament of people living in the far north, where the absence of sunlight makes life a struggle that saps the spirit of frolic, while in countries where abundance of sunlight lessens the cares of existence, the temperament is correspondingly vivacious and hopeful and sunny. In the horoscope, the angel of each planetary ray at birth determines the department of life it will affect. If the child is born at the noon hour when the sun is at the zenith, the day star will appear in the 10th house of the horoscope and bring preferment professionally. If the child were born at midnight when the sun is directly under the place of birth, its influence would be through the 4th house, and it would brighten the old age of the child then born. There are 3 unfortunate angels for the sun. Children born shortly after sunset have it in the 6th house, which indicates sickness, and as the sun is life-giver, this position lessens the vitality and recuperative powers. Birth in the middle part of the afternoon places the sun in the 8th house. This is the house through which the death-dealing forces act, and logically, the Lord of life is out of place in the house of death. The 2nd house shows what income we obtain by our own efforts, and as the 8th house is opposite the 2nd, it reveals the sources of revenue for which we do not personally exert ourselves, that is to say, legacies, pensions or grants of a public nature. We have known people with the sun in the 8th house to acquire vast sums, millions in one case, by speculation in municipal necessities. Such persons are often threatened by death and sometimes have many hairbreadth escapes, but even with the best of aspects to the sun, a ripe age is seldom attained. When a child is born shortly after sunrise, the sun is in the 12th house, which is the avenue whence we reap our sorrows, and it has been our experience that the early life of such a person is encompassed by trouble of one kind or another. When the ascendant of a person is in doubt and the place in the zodiac which seems to fit nearest brings the sun into the 12th house, the writer has often found that the exact ascendant may be ascertained by asking the person if his childhood's life was clouded by poverty of the parents and consequent limitation for a number of years just after birth. This in all the cases where it has been found that all other events fitted in the horoscope proved a successful method of determining the true ascendant, so that the number of degrees from the ascendant to the sun, the latter located in the 12th house, would indicate the years of poverty, for the 12th house makes for limitation in that respect, especially when the sun is there at birth. When the sun by progression has passed through the 12th house and comes into the ascendant, things begin to brighten for the person involved, and when in time it passes through the 2nd house he will have a period of financial success, but as stated the sun in the 12th house, just above the ascendant, usually makes a very poor home for the child during the early years of life. If Pisces is there, the cause will generally be found in slothfulness and a desire for drink on the part of the parents, which make them thus neglect their offspring. The qualities imparted by a well-placed sun are dignity, strength of will and courage, both physical and moral, a lofty pride and a keen sense of honor and responsibility which make a person eminently reliable, a sterling honesty and a hatred of anything small, underhand or tricky. It makes him steadfast in love, staunch in friendship and generous even to enemies. A dignified, exalted or well-placed sun brings friendship from people in a position to bestow substantial favors and aids the person materially in his endeavors to advance in life. When the sun is afflicted and weak by sign and position, the opposite qualities are manifested: bombastic self-assurance, and bluster, love of adulation and a desire to rule or ruin, but no courage to face opposition, indulgence of the lower nature and a waste of the vital force with a consequent loss of health and strength. When the sun is weak, the person is not to be depended on, he regards his promises as pie crusts, made to be broken, and because of these traits such people always remain in obscurity. In the world at large the sun signifies employers and those in immediate authority over the person, such as judges and other government officers, and when the exigencies of life bring a person in contact with them he will receive at their hands whatever treatment is merited by his sun. The sun being masculine is significator of the marriage partner in a woman's horoscope, and the feminine moon serves a similar purpose in a man's figure. Hence a well-placed sun is one of the indications that a man will make a good husband, and an unexpected, weak or afflicted sun gives him a tendency to neglect his hearth and home. As a general significator of health, the sun rules principally in masculine figures, and the moon in feminine horoscopes, but both lights are important. It may be said, however, that the health of a man is not so much endangered by afflictions of the moon as by a weak sun, and vice versa. A woman suffers more if her moon is afflicted than if her sun is evilly aspected. The sun in the 12 houses, the sun in the 1st house. The sun is the source of vitality. The 1st house signifies our constitutional condition and the home of our childhood. Hence the sun well aspected in the 1st house adds to the vitality of the rising sign and augments the recuperative powers. It brightens life during the days of childhood and stabilizes the nature, making the person more cheerful and companionable, ambitious to succeed in life, courageous in overcoming obstacles. The outlook on life is joyful and optimistic, hence the chances of success are increased. People with the sun in this position love to lead and exercise authority over others. They are very jealous of the esteem of the community, upright and honest in their dealings. When the sun is afflicted in the 1st house, it lowers the vitality, makes the person timid and vacillating, lacking in courage and ambition, hence the chances of a successful life are slim unless many aspects are good, thus modifying this condition. The Sun in the second house. This shows the person will find favor with people in a position to further his material prosperity and will be their help gain a comfortable living, but it also gives a tendency to squander money on the principle that what comes easy goes easy. Unless this trait be curbed, it may bring about financial stringency, for it is not so much what we earn that counts as what we spend. We shall be poor with an income of $1 million if we spend 2. The Sun in the third house. This favors travel and makes the person bright and observing, eager to investigate conditions and things, for it imparts a scientific turn to the mind. It is a good position for writers as it helps to bring them to public notice and favor. The Sun in the fourth house. In one sense this is very unfortunate position because it deprives the person of the help of the solar influence during the major portion of life, which is on that account a constant uphill struggle, but as the fourth house rules the latter part of life, it is always a consolation to know that the declining years will be brightened by the sun of success. That should make the burdens lighter to bear. The Sun in the fifth house. The fifth house rules courtship, children, pleasure, education and publications. When the Sun is there it favors all these except children. It makes the person a favorite with the opposite sex, gives him much enjoyment of life, also success as a teacher, publisher or editor, but strangely enough, though the Sun rules the heart whence spring our children, his position in the fifth house is distinctly unfavorable for their begetting. This is especially so if the fiery fifth sign Leo is on the cusp. Then the fervent heat of passion seems to scorch the human plant ere it has time to grow. This tendency is modified to some extent when a watery sign is on the cusp, but when one of the partners has the Sun in the fifth house the offspring are never numerous. The Sun in the sixth house. Seeing that the Sun is the giver of life, it is evident that when it is confined in the sixth house it is debilitated and the vital flow is obstructed. Therefore people who have the Sun in that position are particularly liable to disease and slow to recuperate. On that account their diseases are frequent and long drawn out to an extent which often amounts to chronic invalidism. If the person is an employee of someone else he will be efficient in his work. He will have no difficulty in obtaining well-paid positions, but he will be very touchy towards his employers and make frequent changes under the pretext that his abilities are not sufficiently appreciated. If he is an employer, this position of the Sun is good for success in business, but indicates trouble with servants, who will be domineering. If the configurations in the horoscope enable the person to shake off the grip of sickness, the Sun in the sixth house gives great ability in chemistry, preparation of health food, and makes the person a capable nurse or healer. The Sun in the seventh house. Partnerships are often unsuccessful because of the selfishness of the participants, but he who has the Sun in the seventh house will have no reason to complain in that respect, for he will always attract someone with a high sense of honor when in need of a partner, and as marriage is the most intimate of all partnerships, the Sun in the seventh house is a particularly fortunate position in that respect, because it will bring the person a mate who is absolutely steadfast and true, one who may indeed be depended upon as a helpmeet in all the exigencies and vicissitudes of life till death do part. As there is no earthly treasure equal to such an enduring love, this is perhaps the best of all solar positions. Should the person be unfortunate enough to become involved in litigation, the Sun in the seventh house promotes the favor of the judge and a successful outcome. The Sun in the eighth house. The eighth house is the angle of incidents through which the death-dealing forces act, and as the Sun is the giver of life, it is evident that this position is extremely detrimental as far as vitality is concerned, and it often brings a promising life to an early termination. It also often happens that when genius has gone begging all through life and passed the portal of death in obscurity, it gains belated recognition, fame and immortality through this position of the Sun. As the second house signifies the financial condition of the person and shows what he does with the money he earns, So the 8th shows what comes to him apart from his own efforts, that is to say, inheritances, the wealth of the marriage partner, etc. Therefore the Sun in the 8th house shows an increase of wealth after marriage, but also a tendency of the mate to be overgenerous and squander the means. The Sun in the 9th house, this position brightens the mind and imbues the person with high ideals and lofty ambitions. It makes him generously tolerant of other people's opinions, noble and kind-hearted. There is an inner urge to solve problems of life and learn the whys and wherefores, hence the mind turns naturally toward philosophy, religion and law. And as we always excel in the things we love, people with the Sun in the 9th house make excellent statesmen, lawyers and ministers of God. They shine in all intellectual and scientific pursuits. Their mission often takes them into foreign lands. The Sun in the 10th house, this is one of the surest signs of general success in life. The person rises by the favor of those above him in the social scale and obtains positions of responsibility and trust. He is much respected in the community and often honored by election to public office, and he may always be depended upon to justify the trust reposed in him. The Sun in the 11th house, this is a good sign that the hopes, wishes and aspirations of the person will be realized. It attracts people in a position to befriend him and with an inclination to do so. The Sun in the 12th house, this is the signature of the lonely soul who as a recluse shuts himself off from his fellows. It brings with it a danger of conflict with the authorities or an inability to fit in with the family conditions, and on account of the ensuing trouble the person goes into voluntary or enforced exile, living his life henceforth a stranger among strangers. Even when such extreme conditions do not prevail, the first third of the life is usually wasted in vain efforts to find a balance and settle down to some life work. Like the 6th house position of the Sun, this also favors work with the sick in hospitals, chemistry and laboratory work, or work with prisoners. It gives a love of the occult and leads to curious lines of research. The Sun in the 12 signs, the Sun in Aries. Aries is the exaltation sign of the Sun, and hence this is the most powerful position of the central orb. There it radiates a vital force of unexampled strength which gives to the person a wonderful fund of energy wherewith to withstand the onslaughts of disease, and should be taken ill his powers of recuperation will quickly free him from the clutches of sickness. People having this position are principally liable to fevers on account of the fervent heat of the Sun in Aries. As Aries rules the head, the excessive heat often dries up the scalp so that the hair cannot grow and the person becomes bald. The Sun in Taurus, a favorable position for the financial fortunes, but it also gives a tendency to extravagance, especially in dress, and makes the person extremely fond of the opposite sex, sometimes with detrimental results. It gives great physical strength and the person loves to show off that people may admire his prowess. Taurus rules the larynx, and therefore the Sun in Taurus adds strength to the vocal organs and gives the person a strong, pleasant voice. The Sun in Gemini. Gemini is a mercurial sign and third in the gamut, hence this position gives a blended influence of the Sun, Mercury and the third house. This favors expression of Mercury, for it is the planet which stirs the vocal cords and produces sound in the Tauran larynx. It also favors writings and travel. The mind is brightened by the Sun in Gemini, and when it is necessary or expedient to travel, the person gains thereby physically and mentally. It gives a pleasant, affable disposition which makes him generally liked among his associates. The Sun in Cancer. Cancer is the fourth sign and is ruled by the Moon, hence, the Sun in Cancer is a mixture of the Sun, Moon and fourth house influences. In the natural horoscope, where Aries is on the ascendant, Cancer is at the nadir, and with the Sun here, vitality is at its lowest ebb. Therefore with this position one is apt to be indolent even when not sickly at all. He is harmless and avoids quarrels, hence is harmonious and agreeable in the home so long as he is not asked to work too hard. This position of the Sun makes the first part of the life barren of fruits but brings success in the later years. Cancer is a psychic sign and therefore the Sun in Cancer gives a tendency toward the occult, often with psychic experiences. The Sun in Leo. The Sun in Leo gives a masterful nature with a large measure of self-control, a keen sense of honor and a never-failing integrity. The person aspires to rule others but would scorn to take a mean advantage or to do anything to others that would not be in strict accord with the golden rule. The affections are deep and lasting. People with the Sun in Leo are staunch defenders of those they love, but equally strong in their aversions. Leo is the sign which rules the heart. Whatever people with the Sun in Leo do is done with a concentration of purpose which compels success. They make true friends, and if one must have an enemy, a Leo will prove more honorable and magnanimous than any other. The Sun in Virgo. This is combination of the solar, mercurial and 6th house influences. It shows the successful middleman between the producer and consumer, subtle, extremely quick to see what will work to his advantage in the promotion of business, pleasant and sociable, agreeable to all from whom he expects to gain, but domineering to employees and fellow workers, a smooth talker but not necessarily insincere, he merely looks out for number one. The Sun in Virgo makes good chemists, nurses and doctors, not surgeons but drug doctors. They are firm believers in medicine and lots of it. The Sun in Libra. Libra is ruled by Venus and is the 7th sign, hence the Sun in Libra combines the influence of Venus with that of the Sun and the 7th house, with the result that the person loves the marriage partner so devotedly that he excludes everyone else, for of a person with that position it may truly be said that the Sun rises and sets in the marriage partner. Libra is also the exaltation sign of Saturn, and his influence is there at its best, giving an element of construction to the art of Venus. This is brought about as ability for architecture and the finer branches of decorative construction when the Sun is in Libra. This position also gives a fine, sonorous voice and vocal talent. The Sun in Scorpio. The Sun in Scorpio, when well aspect, gives great energy, courage and independence. It makes the mind active, and favors success in such occupations as those of the surgeon or soldier. It also tends to improve the finances after marriage, but tends to extravagance. The Sun here afflicted gives the person a very blunt, brusque manner, a feeling that his judgment is better than that of others, and a tendency to ride roughshod over anybody or anything that stands in his way. It often makes him indifferent to suffering, and may transform the surgeon into a vivisectionist. The Sun in Sagittarius. This gives lofty ideas and a noble aspiring disposition aiming to rise by raising others. It makes the person benevolent, philanthropic and therefore beloved among his associates. He is often the recipient of honors and appointments to positions of trust, and missions of a delicate nature. Not could a better selection be made, for such people are the souls of honor. This position will also bring success in religion, law and statesmanship, for it gives an expansive mind fitted to grapple with the greater problems of life. The Sun in Capricorn. This is a good sign that the person will rise in life by the aid of the goodwill of people in a higher position than himself. It shows that he will merit their trust and acquit himself well in a position of responsibility and trust. It makes him careful, prudent, faithful and honest. Judges with that position cannot be bought but will administer justice as they see it, to all comers. It gives an all-round love of fair play and wins for those who have it the respect and esteem of all in their circle. The Sun in Aquarius. This is a combination of the Sun, Uranus and the 11th house influences. It gives the person an intuitive perception of the inner nature of things and a touch with the forces and ideas of the spiritual realms which leads him to take up when possible, new and advanced cults, or methods of healing such as naturopathy, electrotherapy, astrotherapy, magnetic healing, etc. He is also drawn to scientific research and ultra-intellectual or strange religions. This position gives much popularity and firm friends among people who are in a position to bestow favors and further the person's attainment of his ambitions. The Sun in Pisces gives a retiring disposition and favors success in occupations removed from the public gaze such as prisons, hospitals, institutions for the poor, etc. If the person incur enmity of others, he will be vindicated whatever they may do to hurt his reputation. People with the Sun in Pisces have a strong tendency towards psychicism, mediumship and the occult in general. The Sun in aspect with other planets, Venus parallel or in conjunction with the Sun, calls out the artistic side of the nature, making the person fond of music, art and poetry. It strengthens the love nature, and if the configuration occurs in the 7th house, it is a positive testimony of unalloyed marital bliss. In the 2nd or 8th house, it leads to extravagance of the person or his mate. In Scorpio it is not good for the morals, and in Pisces it leads to intemperance. These aspects strengthen the constitution, increase the popularity and make social intercourse smooth so that the person has many friends and keeps them. As the orbit of Venus is so small, she never forms the sextile, trine, square or opposition to the Sunday Mercury parallel or in conjunction with the Sun. These are the only aspects formed between the two. They are good for the memory and mentality if Mercury is not closer to the Sun than 3 degrees, for then he is combust and his good qualities are burned up in the Sun's rays. It is most fortunate to have Mercury rise before the Sun at birth, for he is the light bearer who holds the torch of reason before the spirit, which in the horoscope is symbolized by the Sun. When he rises after the Sun, the mentality is not nearly so keen, unless other good aspects favor. The Moon parallel or in conjunction with Sun. No matter in what sign or house the conjunction of the lights occurs, the person will be so strongly marked with the characteristics of that sign that, lacking knowledge of this true ascendant, even the most competent astrologer is likely to be misled and judge him to be born with the sign rising in which the conjunction took place, and whatever matters are ruled by the house in which conjunction occurs will play a very important part in the life. In the 1st house he is an out-and-out egotist with very little love for others save in so far as they serve his ends. In the 7th, his world pivots on the mate. In the 10th house or sign he will sacrifice all other considerations to rise in public life. In the 12th house or sign the conjunction will give a strong tendency to drink, bringing trouble. In the 3rd and 9th houses it will brighten the mind and induce travel from which he will benefit. In the 2nd house it will bring wealth, especially if in good aspect with Jupiter. But if the conjunction of the Sun and Moon is closer than 3 degrees, it has a tendency to deplete the vitality, and if the conjunction is also a solar eclipse, and the child survives, this will be particularly noticeable, all through life. People who have such close conjunctions or eclipses become listless, dispirited and out of sorts every time there is a new moon. The conjunction or eclipse does not seem to interfere with the good effects in other departments of life. The moon sextile or trine to the Sun. The good aspects of the Sun and Moon make for general success in life, health, fair financial conditions, good home surroundings with faithful friends, and esteem in the community. They favor a rise in life because of the person's innate ability, which either gains for him the recognition of people in a position to help him rise, or impels him to carve his own way. The Moon square or opposition to Sun makes the person vacillating and unsettled in disposition, changeable and unable to pursue a settled course in life, rash to plunge into enterprises, but lacking the persistence or continuity of purpose to carry anything to a successful conclusion. For that reason such people become failures in life, especially in their dealings with women and people higher in the social scale such as employers, the authorities, judges, etc. They always have difficulty in obtaining employment and keeping their positions when they obtain them, for they are hypersensitive and ready to take offense, with or without provocation. These configurations also affect the health, rendering the body liable to colds and making recuperation slow when sickness has overtaken the person. Saturn sextile or trine to Sun endows the person who is fortunate enough to so have it with some of the finest faculties in the gamut, for it brings out the best qualities in the two planets. It gives method, foresight and organizing, executive and diplomatic ability with the moral stamina to carry any project determined on to a successful conclusion despite delays and obstacles. Yet the person makes no enemies in so doing, for this configuration also makes him the soul of honor, kind and considerate. He would never stoop to do anything mean, for he is very sincere and just in his dealings with all men, but on the other hand, when he believes a certain course of action to be right, he will never swerve therefrom through heaven and earth be moved against him. These aspects bring success in political or judicial positions, also in connection with mining or agriculture. The person often benefits by legacy, but recognition and success are generally delayed till middle life. Saturn parallel, conjunction, square or opposition to the Sun has a very detrimental effect where the resistance is fundamentally low. In Gemini and Sagittarius it gives a tendency to tuberculosis. It does least damage in the fixed signs where resistance is greatest, but even there when sickness gets a grip on the person it hangs on like grim death, for it lessens the power of the body to throw off disease quickly, hence recuperation is very slow. These aspects are extremely adverse to that which is generally termed success, but they give an abundance of experience, so they are excellent from the standpoint of the soul. It may be truly said of the person who has them, that the best laid plans of mice and men gang afterly, for no matter how carefully he may plan his affairs he will be subject to delays and obstacles which thwart his desires. His marriage is unhappy and is likely to end in divorce or early death of the partner. He had difficulty in finding and keeping employment, trouble with employers and authorities, a feeling as if he were held in leash all his life and denied expression in any direction. These are the outward experiences, but they are generated by the inner nature, and until that changes he must suffer the whiplash of necessity. In the first place he has a tendency to crawl into a shell and shut himself in and others out. He is a pessimist and a killjoy, has little or no regard for the feelings of others and is very obstinate. In the horoscope of a woman such an aspect signifies marriage to one much older who will hold her with a very tight rein. It augurs death of the husband and often several marriages which are ended by death or divorce. These configurations often bring legacies, but either there is trouble and litigation over the bequests, or the person squanders the estate after he receives it. If Saturn is in his exaltation sign, Libra, the latter part of the life may be better because the person may have taken the lessons of life to heart and mended his ways. Jupiter conjunction, parallel, sextile or trine to Sun. The conjunction gives a tendency to apoplexy, especially if it occurs in Aries, but with that exception we may say that these configurations are sure indications of health, wealth and happiness. They give the person an abundance of vitality which is proof against very severe onslaughts of disease, and even when particularly unfavorable planetary influences succeed in breaking down his resistance, recovery will be so rapid as to seem miraculous. This nearly impregnable condition of health is all the more unassailable because it is backed by a disposition at once sunny and jovial, and that latter characteristic also makes the fortunate possessors of these aspects beloved by all with whom they come in contact. Everybody is glad to see the person with the perpetual smile, but they do more than smile. They earn the friendship universally bestowed upon them by deeds of kindness, by words of sympathy, cheer or hope as the occasion may demand. They are trusted by everybody because they never betray a trust. They have clear heads, good judgment and executive ability so that they are well fitted to help others. These characteristics also favor their own financial fortunes, so they accumulate wealth, but theirs is never tainted money, they never benefit by the loss of others. They are religiously conservative and may be aptly described as pillars of society. They shine particularly in government work. Jupiter square or opposition to the Sun is bad for the health because it gives a tendency to form bad habits. The person is far too fond of the so-called good things of life and very selfish in supplying his own comforts. He never exercises nor denies himself, so the circulation becomes sluggish, and as these people have a superabundance of blood, this sluggishness is productive of various noxious growths and functional disorders. Sometimes a fit of anger raises the blood pressure to such a point that a vessel bursts and ends the life or leaves the person henceforth a useless wreck. These aspects give a bombastic, haughty dispositions with an inordinate love of display, and thus induce extravagance both in social and business affairs, with the result that the person sometimes finds himself involved in debt which he cannot pay, and then it is but a step to the bankruptcy court. A false price often prevents these people from working honestly for others. They would rather prey upon the public as gamblers, followers of races and other so-called sports where there is an opportunity to swindle people and get what they call an easy living until they land in the meshes of the law. Children with these aspects should be given special training in self-restraint, thrift and honesty. They will have a tendency to scorn and scoff at religion, but perhaps the memory of a devout mother may help to keep them straight. Mars parallel, conjunction, sextile or trine to Sun. The conjunction gives a tendency to fever, especially if it occurs in Aries, the sign which governs the head, but it is curious that people with that configuration seem also to be able to endure a much higher temperature than others, and come unscathed through such a siege of sickness as would ordinarily prove fatal. With that exception, these aspects all produce a superabundance of vital energy which assures their possessor of the most radiant health all through life. They strengthen the constitution and make the person able to endure the harder tasks, and give him a dauntless determination and courage to face the greatest odds. Given a plan to follow, he may be trusted to overcome all physical obstacles, for he has both executive and constructive ability together with an indomitable will which refuses to recognize defeat. The disposition is frank and open, but blunt and often brusque. They are too intensely bent on whatever they want to do to waste time in politeness and suavity. They brush the conventionalities aside without compunction and are therefore not liked by people of too fine sensibilities. They are, however, men and women of action and the foremost factors in the world's work, but for their enterprise and energy the world would move much more slowly. Aspects to the Sun and Mars are absolutely necessary to give zest to life. Even adverse aspects are better than none, for where these planets are unaspected the person is listless, vapid, and he will never amount to anything no matter how good the figure may be in other respects. Mars square or opposition to the Sun also endows the person with an abundance of energy and the faculty of leadership, but these are turned to purposes of deviltry and destruction. The courage implanted by the good aspects becomes foolhardiness. The person has loud, overbearing, swaggering manner and is ready to fight at the drop of a hat. He is always in opposition to constituted authority and ready to rebel wherever he sees a chance. He has an extremely fiery temper but holds no resentment. On account of these qualities he is universally disliked both by employers and his fellow workers, is always in hot water and never stays long in any place, for he is an agitator and troublemaker. These aspects also dispose to accidents in which the person may be maimed, also to gunshot and knife wounds, to scalding burns and to fevers, inflammatory complaints, boils and eruptions. Uranus sextile or trine to the Sun makes the person intuitive, original, inventive and independent in his manner of conduct and personal appearance, also with respect to food and certain mannerisms. He is what people call eccentric, often conspicuous, yet not offensively so, given to pursuits and studies which people consider queer, such as occultism and astrology, but also delving into the unknown after nature's secrets concerning electricity or the like. He often becomes a successful inventor if other aspects give the mechanical ability to work out his schemes. Uranus rules the ether, and now that we are nearing the Aquarian age, his vibrations will in increasing measure bring to our ken methods of using nature's finer forces, and the people with the Sun sextile or trine Uranus will be the media to attract and interpret them for us, as the aerials and receivers in a wireless station collect and transcribe the messages carried by the ether waves to which they are attuned. The person often rises in life through the friendship of people above him in the social scale. He is of a very high-strung temperament, but has himself well under control, and rarely shows temper or anger. He is an out-and-out idealist. Uranus parallel, conjunction, square or opposition to Sun makes the person very high-strung, nervous and of uncontrolled emotions, ready to fly into hysteria on any or no provocation. It predisposes to all nervous disorders such as St. Vitus dance, epilepsy and lack of coordination. It makes him impulsive and unreliable, without regard for the conventionalities, highly impatient of any human restraint upon his liberty, and committed to the theory of affinities, soulmates, and free love, hence an undesirable marriage partner and likely to figure in divorce proceedings or scandals of an even worse nature. There is also danger of trouble on account of connection with anarchistic plots, where the inventive faculty may find scope in the construction of explosives and infernal machines. Unless these aspects are modified by other configurations, these people are among the most dangerous to society. They are liable to accidents from lightning and electricity, and all through life they meet disappointment in every direction. Neptune sextile or trine to the Sun favors the possibility of developing the spiritual faculties, for he intensifies the spiritual vibrations in the aura. Many people with these configurations hear the harmony of the spheres, and if Mercury, the lower octave of Neptune, gives the requisite dexterity, they become musicians of high inspirational nature. In others it breed love of the occult, which leads them into the higher life, but they usually approach it from the intellectual standpoint of psychic investigators. A few live the life and obtain first-hand knowledge. Neptune conjunction, parallel, square or opposition to the Sun also brings the person in touch with the denizens of the invisible world by raising the vibrations in his aura. But these configurations attract the undesirable element, such as met at the ordinary spiritualistic chaunts. In a watery sign, Neptune induces the person to drink to excess, and then the resulting acceleration of the vibratory rate frequently causes him to perceive the ugly, gruesome forms abounding in the lower realms of the invisible world, which are real elemental entities and not figments, as believed by people who hear him tell what he sees during delirium tremens. These aspects also make the person liable to be swindled by sharpers and confidence men, and easily hoodwinked. It cannot be too strongly impressed upon readers and students that judgment is never to be formed on any planetary aspect or position apart from the balance of the horoscope. The unblended, basic nature of aspects is given so that students may recognize innate tendencies and be alert to overcome the evil and to cultivate the good. Venus, the planet of love. In the 13th chapter of Paul's first epistle to the Corinthians we find a eulogy of love. The word used in the authorized version is charity, but it ought to be read as love. Love suffereth long and is kind, love vaunteth not herself, is not puffed up, believeth all things, endureth all things. Whether there be prophecies they shall fail, whether there be knowledge it shall vanish away. He concludes that in time faith and hope will pass away, because we shall know the things in which we now have faith, and our hopes will have been realized. But love, he contends, remains forever. The keynote of Venus is love, harmony and rhythm, and if we want to know her nature we may profitably read that chapter and substitute Venus for love. Venus vaunteth not herself, is not puffed up, seeketh not her own, rejoices not in iniquity but in truth, beareth all things, believeth all things, endureth all things. These sayings are all true when applied to Venus, for she furnishes the unifying bond between all members of the human family in whatever relationship they may be placed. It is the love ray of Venus piercing deeply the heart of the mother which breeds in her the tender care wherewith she nourishes her offspring through helpless infancy. Venus sounds the love call of the youth and the maiden, gives and takes, smoothing out all the difficulties in the conjugal career. She is ever burning incense upon the altar of affection, and from her garden of love comes the flowers which scent even the most sordid souls with celestial perfume and raise them for the time being to the stature of gods. But when Venus is afflicted, all these sublime qualities become tainted and take a hideous aspect according to the nature of their affliction. Squares and oppositions turn love to lust, which makes the person revel in sensual gratification. The perception of beauty which expresses itself as art becomes slovenliness, the tendency to self-sacrifice, the giving of oneself for others is turned to selfishness, and the person will then seem to use others to escape any task or effort not to his or her liking, laziness being one of the most prominent characteristics of an afflicted Venus. Being feminine, Venus never reaches out toward others, but exerts a magnetic energy which draws them to her. Therefore she represents in a man's horoscope those of the opposite sex to whom the person is drawn, but in a woman's horoscope Venus describes the person's own attraction for the opposite sex, and Mars, the masculine planet, shows who will be attracted by her charms. Venus is essentially dignified in Taurus and Libra, and exalted in Pisces, and therefore her influence is most powerfully felt when she is placed in those signs. She is weak and afflicted when placed in either of the martial signs, Aries or Scorpio, where she is in her fall, or when she is in the mercurial sign, Virgo. The best house position for her is the 7th, where her influence will make the marriage serene and blissful. Venus in the 12 houses. Venus in the first house has a tendency to spread sunshine over the child's home and make the early life happy. It gives an amiable character so that the person is well liked because of his social nature and friendly disposition. It brings out the love of music, art and a desire for pleasure. This is what may be called a lucky position, for it makes the person very attractive to all with whom he or she comes in contact, and in that way it tends to give general success in life. It is also very good for the general health. Venus in the 2nd house is an indication of financial success in life. People with Venus in this position are usually very popular and are thus helped by their friends to lucrative positions. At the same time, this position makes the person very wasteful and prodigal, so that it tends to make him spend more than he earns. The money is usually squandered on pleasure, dress and ornaments for self by a woman and for an amour by a man, and not infrequently leads to abuses which undermine the health. This position also shows gain by dealing in things ruled by Venus, such as dress goods, jewelry, music, etc. Venus in the 3rd house has a particularly beneficial effect upon the mind, making the person cheerful, optimistic and inclined to look at everything from the bright side of life. It gives a love of music, art, literature and everything that has a refining influence, and unusual facility for expressing oneself in a happy, appropriate manner, either in speech or writing. It gives love of travel. The person will enjoy himself on his journeys and benefit by them. It also makes relations with brothers and sisters and neighbors and the people in one's immediate environment congenial. Venus in the 4th house shows happy conditions in the home, particularly in the latter part of life. It also indicates that an inheritance may be left to the person and that if he owns houses or lands he will gain much by them. Venus in the 5th house makes the person unusually affectionate, and as a result he or she usually experiences a number of love affairs, all of which run their courses smoothly. It indicates that the marriage will be fruitful and production of lovely and loving children. It is a fortunate position for teachers and people connect with education institutions, also for those engaged in publication of literature and for gain by speculation in stocks or similar securities. Venus in the 6th house gives the person faithful servants who will work for his interest if he is an employer. If he is an employee, it will make him well liked by his employers and fellow workers. It is a fairly good position for health provided the person does not abuse it. That is to say, the constitution is harmonious, but not very strong. If the health is guarded with care, it will remain in good condition for life, but a very little abuse may turn the scales the other way and make the person an invalid. Venus in the 7th house is one of the surest signs of domestic felicity. It signifies an early marriage and an increase of prosperity after that event. If the person finds it expedient to enter into partnership on a business basis, the presence of Venus tends to make this relationship harmonious and beneficial. It is also a good sign that if litigation seems necessary, some way will be found to settle the matter without actual rupture. This position is good for actors, singers, and others whose calling brings them before the public in a vocal capacity, for it ensures a kind and sympathetic reception on the part of their audience. Venus in the 8th house will bring gain by marriage, partnership or legacy if it is well aspected, but if it is afflicted it brings loss and disappointment in love, or an extravagant marriage partner, and legal trouble over a will. Venus in the 9th house is a very fortunate position if Venus is well aspected, for being so highly elevated here it exercises considerable influence in life and makes the disposition exceedingly kind, sympathetic and helpful, so that by these qualities the person becomes much esteemed and sought after, particularly in charitable or religious work, for this position also brings out the devotional side of the nature. It gives a love of music, art and drama, as well as everything that has an influence for soul upliftment. Whenever the person journeys from one place to another for gain or for pleasure, Venus in the 9th house will smooth the path before him and make his trip thoroughly enjoyable. If Venus is afflicted in the 9th house, the person will long to do or to be all the foregoing things, but will find it exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, to accomplish his desire. Venus in the 10th house is one of the best signs of general success in the life when well aspected. The person who has this position becomes very popular, particularly with the opposite sex, and will rise in the social scale through marriage. It gives an ability to avoid trouble in life and extract from it all the pleasure there is in every situation. Comfortable financial circumstances attend upon the person all through life and foster a general attitude of optimism. When Venus is afflicted in the 10th house, the person is looked down on by those in his social environment, and though he tries to ingratiate himself with those who are in the charmed circles, he will find himself left with snubs and insults. A hasty or ill-considered marriage is apt to make matters worse and bring him farther into disrepute, as a scapegrace. Venus in the 11th house, if well aspected, brings to the person hosts of friends who are willing and anxious to aid him in the realization of his hopes, wishes and desires, but it depends upon the nature and character of the sign wherein Venus is placed, as well as on the strength of the aspects whether they will be able to do so or not. For instance, if Venus is in the 11th house in Aries or Scorpio, one of the martial signs where she is weak, and aspected only by sextiles from Mercury and the Moon, very little help can be expected of her compared to what she will give if she is in her own signs, Taurus or Libra, and aspected by trines from the Sun and Jupiter. In the case first cited, the friends drawn to the person may be ever so sincere in their wish to help, but will not have the ability. In the latter case they will exert powerful influence and will accomplish wonders. If Venus is afflicted in the 11th house, it is very often found that the person attracts friends who impose upon him and use him for their own objects, and when they have so used him to the fullest extent and he cannot serve their purpose any longer, they throw him aside. Venus in the 12th house, if well aspected, indicates that the person will benefit from the things signified by this house, viz., occupations connected with prisons, hospitals or charitable institutions, or by work in a chemical laboratory, or by some such secluded occupation where he does not come in touch with the public. It also favors study and practice of the occult and gives a tendency to secret, clandestine love affairs which will probably run smoothly if Venus is well aspected, but if she is weak by sign, or afflicted in the 12th house, she will cause trouble through jealousy, divorce and scandal, or sickness in confinement on account of overindulgence of the passions, particularly if Venus is in Scorpio, which governs the generative organs, or in Taurus, which gives the same effect by reflex action, where it signifies self-abuse. Venus in the 12 signs. Venus in Aries lends ardors to the affection of Venus by blending them with the fire of Mars, who is ruler of Aries, and for that reason it makes the person very ardent in the expression of affection. This usually leads to popularity, especially among the opposite sex, and often results in a hasty marriage, but that kind of love is not and cannot be lasting. Eventually the fire of passion burns out the love, and marriages brought about by this position are then fruitful sources of domestic unhappiness. This position also inclines the person to be rash and impulsive whenever his sympathies are appealed to, so that he often helps an unworthy cause. Venus in Aries also inclines the person to general extravagance in his expenditures. Venus on Taurus is a splendid position, for there she is essentially dignified and much stronger than in the other signs, with the exception of Libra and Pisces, where she is respectively dignified and exalted. It is a very favorable position for financial affairs, especially gains derived through the person's own efforts in whatever vocation in life he may have chosen. It gives a friendly and sociable disposition with the ability to inspire reciprocal feelings in others. People with Venus in Taurus are very set in their opinions concerning correct form and decorum, correct in speech, and once they have formed an opinion they hold to it very tenaciously. They are generous but not extravagant. Venus in Gemini blends the beauty of Venus with the mercurial ability to express, so that people who have this configuration are able to choose their words with singular facility and infuse in them a rhythm which is like music to the ears of a listener. Therefore this is one of the positions which make poets, provided of course that other indications in the horoscope support, for it should always be remembered by the student that no single aspect or position is in itself sufficient to mark a prominent characteristic. To do this, the whole horoscope must be blended. This position has a very refining influence on the mind, inclining to a literary or artistic career. It makes the person beloved of his brothers and sisters, neighbors and other people in his immediate environment. This position also inclines to marriage and frequently to more than one union. It favors traveling both for gain and pleasure, especially short journeys. Venus in Cancer blends the characteristics of Venus with those of the Moon and the psychic watery nature of Cancer. Therefore this position gives the person a very fruitful imagination, and he or she is very part to come in touch with the inhabitants of the unseen world, or at least take up some very devotional phase of religion. But this is dangerous because Venus is negative, attracting without selecting or discriminating, hence makes liable to domination by spirit controls and the dangers of mediumship. Venus in Leo is compounding love, for Leo rules the heart, and whoever has this position will be tender-hearted to a degree. Contrary to the commonly accepted ideas, there is a cruel streak in Leo, but when Venus is there, there is no more loving and tender sign in the zodiac, besides being that Leo is a fixed sign. Venus in this position makes for an unparalleled assertion of the affections when once they have been placed, and an unswerving loyalty to the object thereof. Being that Leo is the fifth sign, Venus in Leo also gives success in entertainment or educational enterprises, and the blending of the Venus ray with the solar brings favor from those above the person in the social scale. Venus in Virgo, the sixth house sign, gives the person a deep and tender sympathy for the sick, and people with this position make good nurses. This position also favors occupation as a chemist, or a dietitian who is concerned with the preparation of foods for the maintenance or attainment of health. If the person has employees or subordinates under his management, his relations with those people will always be very pleasant, and they will serve him well. Venus in Libra, the seventh house sign, is essentially dignified and strong. This is one of the positions which testify to a fruitful and congenial marriage or successful partnership. It gives musical or artistic ability and makes the person popular in public life. If engaged as a speaker or singer, it ensures an appreciate audience whenever he appears in public. Venus in Scorpio is the worst position of all in which she may be placed, for here again the love ray of Venus blends with the martial fire of passion in the sign governing the genitals, so that if there are no other redeeming and restraining influences in the horoscope, love turns to lust and the unbridled gratification of an exaggerated sexual desire, especially if the moon or Mars are there. This is apt to undermine the constitution, and though that may not be apparent for a long time, the effect of such a sapping of the vitality will sometime be felt and cause a general breakdown, but that, of course, is nothing compared with the moral effect of the practices indicated by this passion. It should be said furthermore, for the benefit of those who have this position, that it does not matter whether such abuses take place in wedlock or not. Nature does not care whether they have been legalized by man-made law or not. From her standpoint, they are a violation of the law of life and will be punished whether sanctioned by society or not. This position also gives a love of luxury and anything that stirs the emotions or wherein the senses may revel. Curiously enough, it also sometimes gives a sense of deep religious devotion, which them serves as an outlet for the overcharged feelings of the native. This position also creates jealousy and trouble in marriage, and the reputation of the person is apt to be smirched. A well-aspected Venus in Scorpio is liable to bring a legacy. Venus in Sagittarius. This is another of her strongest positions, for there her qualities blend with those of Jupiter, the planet of benevolence, to foster love and goodwill among men. Therefore also this position indicates a genial and optimistic disposition, a sympathetic, kind and generous heart, a love of God expressed in religious devotion, or love of man shown by philanthropy and charity. It indicates a refined mind, cultured, and fond of drama, art and music. It fosters the imagination and intuition, and like the other double bodies signs Gemini and Pisces, it inclines to plurality of marriages. Venus in Capricorn, the 10th house sign, gives social success and popularity, but Venus does not blend well with Saturn, the ruler of Capricorn. There is therefore a slight tendency to melancholy in people who have Venus in that position, nor are they ever secure in the favors which they receive from other people or in their popularity, for Saturn has a tendency to throw them down when they have reached the highest pinnacle. Therefore, though this influence may help them to climb the ladder of advancement in social circles or in business, they are never safe in their position. This influence makes a person very jealous of honor, and he takes it to heart when sometimes Saturn throws him down. Venus in Saturn's sign often causes the person to disregard the fact that disparity in ages is so fatal to happiness in marriage, and hence if he marries young he takes someone who is much older than himself for a partner, or if married in later years he selects someone who is still in the bloom of youth, with the almost inevitable result that disagreement and dissolution of the marriage tie take place in the course of a few years. Frequently also people with this position of Venus marry for business or as a matter of convenience. In short, Venus never reaches her legitimate expression of love in Saturn's house, and therefore such unions are always a source of sorrow and disappointment to the contracting parties. Venus in Aquarius indicates a blending of the Uranian qualities: independence, impatience of restraint, disregard of convention, desire for originality, uncompromising sincerity and intuition, with those of Venus, and as a result we find that people with this position refuse to be bound by the usual restrictive rules of society in their love affairs and follow their heart's inclination regardless of what others may say or think. They are firm believers in the theory of soulmates, affinities, etc., and liable to act in the most unexpected manner with such startling suddenness that neither they nor anyone else are able to foresee what they may say or do next. But at the same time they are so loving and sincere in their convictions that friends never fail them, and whatever success they attain in life is usually due to the efforts of friends to help them to realize their hopes, wishes and aspirations. Venus in Pisces is in her own exaltation sign, where she again blends with the benefic ray of Jupiter, and as Pisces is a watery sign, this position signifies a powerful emotional nature, subdued and toned down by the element of sorrow inherent in the 12th house sign. This position therefore indicates someone capable of feeling a sentiment such as that felt by our Savior when he said, "Come unto me all ye that are weak and heavy laden, and I will give you rest." Thus Venus in Pisces indicates a nature yearning and aching to assist those who are afflicted by bodily ills or suffering from sorrow. This position also gives an intense love of music, and when other testimonies concur, considerable ability to express either vocally or instrumentally, for music is the most wonderful outlet for the deepest emotions of which the human soul is capable. People with Venus in Pisces are especially liable to financial imposition on the part of others and trouble through an illegal marriage. Venus in aspect with other planets, the Sun parallel or conjunction Venus calls out the artistic side of the nature, making the person fond of music, art and poetry. It also strengthens the love nature, and if the configuration occurs in the 7th house, it is a positive testimony of unalloyed marital bliss. In the 2nd or 8th house it leads to extravagance of the person or his mate. In Scorpio it is not good for the morals, and in Pisces it leads to intemperance, but generally speaking, these aspects strengthen the constitution, increase the popularity and make social intercourse smooth so that the person finds many friends and keeps them. As the orbit of Venus is so small, she never forms the sextile, trine, square or opposition to the Sunday Mercury conjunction, parallel or sextile to Venus. Note, Venus and Mercury are never more than 76 degrees apart, therefore they can only form the conjunctions, parallels and sextiles, but not the trine, square nor opposition. These aspects make the person cheerful and companionable with a good-natured disposition and a desire for society. They also give the ability for music and poetry, especially if in the ascendant, and are a general indication of success in salesmanship, for such people are suave, affable and persuasive. The Moon conjunction, parallel, sextile or trine to Venus. The Moon is significator of marriage for a man, and therefore the good aspects between Venus, the planet of love, and the Moon are good indications of a happy marriage when they occur in a man's horoscope. But in a woman's horoscope these aspects operate upon the health, for the Moon is the planet of fecundity and has rule over the female functions in particular, which are so large a factor in the health of a woman. This latter is much strengthened by the good aspects of the Moon and Venus. These aspects make the person an orator with a fruitful imagination, give love of pleasure, music and art, and an engaging personality, very attractive to the opposite sex, because kindly, affectionate and sympathetic. They tend to general success in life, and the person usually has sufficient for the day and the way. The Moon square or opposition to Venus is an indication of trouble in marriage for a man, because the wife described by an afflicted Venus will be slovenly and of dissolute habits which will destroy domestic happiness. In a woman's horoscope it indicates disturbance of the female functions, and it also gives a tendency to digestive troubles and poor circulation when in the horoscope of either sex. These aspects also give a liability to trouble through slander and public scandal. Saturn sextile or trine to Venus. The good qualities of Venus are love and affection, and the good qualities of Saturn are tact, diplomacy, method, system, justice, thrift and economy. We may therefore judge that when these two planets are configurated in good aspect they make the person faithful and true, just and methodical, qualities which make for success in all departments of life. Therefore a person with these aspects will be much sought as a friend or advisor, or as a person to be trusted with any commission requiring sterling honesty and ability. They make the person simple in his tastes and of impeachable morality, and give honor, esteem, health and easy circumstances. Saturn parallel, conjunction, square or opposition to Venus brings out the evil qualities of the two planets, and troubles which are thus generated usually come through the person's relations with the opposite sex. It makes him underhand and scheming to gratify his passions, often in an unusual manner, and his perverted desires are usually directed against someone who is much younger than himself. If regular marriage relations are entered into, such a person is usually a demon of jealousy who makes life a burden for the marriage partner on account of his suspicious nature. People with these afflictions are also stingy in all money matters and exceedingly avaricious. They have poor business judgment and are therefore liable to losses, failure and bankruptcy. Jupiter parallel, conjunction, sextile or trine to Venus is one of the nest signs of success and general good fortune. It favors the accumulation of wealth and the enjoyment of all the luxuries of life. It is a good indication of a successful and happy marriage, social prestige and the respect of all whom the person comes in contact. It gives the person a jovial, optimistic, generous and large-hearted disposition, and makes hospitable to a degree, interested and active in philanthropic measures, a liberal mind tolerant of the views of others even where he differs radically, fond of pleasure, traveling parties, and capable of enjoying life to the fullest extent. These aspects also give talent for music, especially if either planet is in Pisces. Jupiter square or opposition to Venus gives the same luxurious likings as the good aspects, but limits the ability to satisfy them, although such people make the most frantic efforts to present a fine front to the world, they are generally found out to be shams. Their lack of business ability is often responsible for failure and bankruptcy, and they are very liable to suffer losses through the treachery of others. Love and marriage also are sources of sorrow for those whom Venus and Jupiter are afflicting. They are apt to be jilted before marriage, or the marriage partner may prove faithless and may abscond. These aspects also produce an amorous nature likely to take liberties regardless of the laws of decency and to be faithless to marriage vows. They make people extremely self-indulgent, and in Pisces they predispose to drink. Mars sextile or trine to Venus will give an ambitious, aspiring and adventurous nature, amorous and extremely demonstrative in its affection, very fond of sports and pleasures. It gives the person an abundance of energy and business acumen, consequently he has a splendid earning capacity, but he wastes money, for he loves above all things to make a great outward show and display. Being a free spender, he is also very popular among his associates, and being, as already said, of an amorous nature, he marries either very early or the marriage is a very hasty one. Mars conjunction or parallel to Venus does not always operate in the same manner, but is to be classed as a good or bad aspect according to circumstances and the matter to be judged. For instance, Mars conjunction Venus makes the person less blunt and domineering, more kind and polite. It is therefore good in that respect, but the conjunction also strengthens his passional nature, especially if it occurs in Scorpio, and in the 12th house it leads to self-abuse, so that in those cases it is decidedly bad. Uranus sextile or trine to Venus makes the person mentally alert, of quick intuitive perception and exceedingly magnetic, especially to the opposite sex, and he also attracts hosts of friends who will be a benefit and assistance to him. These aspects give love of art, music and poetry and are favorable indications of a happy marriage, often at a very early age, or one suddenly consummated. They also sometimes bring the person love of a platonic nature. Uranus conjunction or parallel to Venus. There is a doubt as to whether these aspects should be classed as good or evil, which must be settled in the individual horoscope where they occur, for they may work either way, depending upon the other configuration. If Venus is otherwise afflicted in the horoscope, for instance, the conjunction or parallel will further accentuate her evil qualities, but if she is well placed or aspect Uranus will bring out the nobler side. Uranus square or opposition to Venus. The square or opposition always brings trouble through the sex relation, a hasty, ill-considered union, quarrels, divorces, public scandals through clandestine intercourse and kindred irregularities, with loss of friend, prestige and popularity, exile from home and family, and sudden financial losses through unexpected or unforeseen happenings. There is a general lack of balance, an erratic personality. Neptune sextile or trine to Venus makes an inspirational musician. It gives a fertile imagination and deep emotions, a nature that is pure and chaste, hence occasionally it leads to platonic unions and companionship of the most aesthetic nature. Neptune conjunction or parallel to Venus is to be judged on the same line as indicated in the case of Mars and Uranus. Neptune square or opposition to Venus makes the person liable to sorrow, loss and trouble, especially through the marriage partner or anyone else in whom he trusts. People with these aspects should be particularly careful to avoid anything which has in it an element of chance or speculation, for they are sure to lose, especially in dealing with large companies or corporations. Mercury, the planet of reason. Mythologically, Mercury is represented as a messenger of the gods, and this is the line with the occult facts, for when infant humanity had been led astray by the marital Lucifer spirits and had fallen into generation, it became necessary for the other divine hierarchies to take steps looking to a future regeneration, and to further that object the lords of Venus were brought to the earth to educate humanity in such a manner that love might be substituted for lust, and men might thus be induced to aspire to something higher. While the lords of Venus dealt with mankind in general, the most precocious among them were taken in hand by the lords of Mercury, whose wisdom teaching is symbolically represented by the caduceus or staff of Mercury, consisting of two serpents twining around a rod, and indication the solution of the riddle of life, or whence have we come, why are we here, and whither are we bound, showing the pupil the spiral path of involution by which the divine spark has buried itself in matter, also the spiral path of evolution by which humanity will eventually again reach the Father's bosom, and the short road of initiation represented by the central rod around which the serpents twine. But to understand these mysteries requires mind and reason. Mercury then is the mental educator of men, and its place and position in the horoscope shows the status of the person's mind for whom it is cast. Being the messenger of the gods to the other planets, Mercury has no voice of its own and is even more dependent for expression upon the aspects of other planets than the moon, which rules the instinctual mind. So Mercury is really a focus through which the faculty of reason finds expression in the human being to act as a brake upon the lower nature and assist in lifting us from the human to the divine. Many may and do feel deeply, they may also have valuable knowledge, but they will be unable to express their feelings or share their knowledge with others if Mercury is lacking in aspects. Even a so-called evil aspect of Mercury helps to bring out what is within and is therefore better than none. When Mercury is so placed in relation to the Sun, it goes before the luminary. It has the effect of materially brightening the mind, for the Sun represents the ego, and it may therefore be said that then its path is illuminated by the lamp of reason. On the other hand, if Mercury is so placed that it rises later than the Sun and thus follows after the luminary, the ego learns more by afterthought than by forethought, for it walks, comparatively speaking, in the dark and must learn a great many of its lessons by experience. As we have found that it is difficult for a number of young students to determine when Mercury goes before or after the Sun, we may say in farther elucidation of that subject, when Mercury is in a lower degree of the same sign as the Sun, or in any degree of the previous sign, then as a matter of course he rises before the Sun. To illustrate, if the Sun is in 20 degrees of Cancer and Mercury is in 5, 10 or 15 degrees of that sign, or if he is in any degree of Gemini, then he rises before the Sun. But if he is in 25 degrees of Cancer, which is a higher degree of the same sign, or if he is in any degree in Leo, which is the sign succeeding Cancer, then he rises after the Sun and loses part of his good influence. A retrograde Mercury is also a detriment to the faculty of reason. But in the year of life when Mercury by progression again turns direct, the reasoning faculties will improve correspondingly. Mercury is strong in the Aries signs, Gemini, Libra and Aquarius, but he is exalted and therefore most powerful in Virgo. Mercury has special rule over agents and messengers, salesmen, postmen and other common carriers, people engaged in advertising or printing, literary men, writers, reporters, secretaries, clerks, stenographers and typewriters, commission men and other middlemen, demagogues, confidence men and thieves. Mercury in the 12 houses. Mercury in the Ascendant, or first house, makes the person quick-witted and sharp according to the nature of the sign rising and the aspects of the planets which he receives. The fiery signs and the Aries signs have the strongest influence in that respect. In Aries or Leo he is more impulsive than when rising in Sagittarius, but Gemini, Libra and Aquarius are best. When Mercury is rising in the watery signs Cancer or Pisces, the intellect is dull, but rising in Scorpio, where it is fired by the martial energy and armed with the venomous sting of the scorpion, it has a somewhat similar influence to that of Mars in Scorpio, though not quite so pronounced. Mercury in the second house is good for gain through mercurial occupations, especially where the person is employed by someone else, so that he appears in a true mercurial capacity as agent, messenger, clerk, writer or whatever else. Mercury in the third house and well aspected has wonderful influence on the mental qualities of the native. It makes the mind serene and optimistic, inclined to study and research work. It gives fluency as a speaker and success by short journeys or travel, and makes the relations of the person harmonious with his brothers. When Mercury is afflicted in the third house, it inclines to worry and pessimism, trouble and annoyance with sisters and brothers, and when on short journeys. Mercury in the fourth house gives instability to home conditions. It signifies the homeless wanderer who is always moving from place to place unless a good aspect to Saturn comes in to steady him down. This is, however, a good aspect for people engaged in mercurial occupations which require a stationary residence, such as librarian, or literary men engaged in newspaper work, employees in printing establishments, commission houses, agencies and kindred organizations. If Mercury is afflicted by Saturn, the home conditions of the person will cause him a great deal of worry. Mercury in the fifth house centers the mind upon education, amusements, courtships and children. If Mercury is well aspected by Saturn or Jupiter, it gives depth to the mind and makes the person successful in enterprises connected with education, publishing or public amusements. Good aspects from Mars or Venus give success in courtship, but the adverse aspects of the planets make the person cruel. He is inconstant in affection toward those he professes to love, inclined to worry over affairs of his children, and superficial as a teacher. A good aspect from the Sun is an excellent indication of success in a government position, in an educational capacity. Mercury in the 6th house makes the mentality too active for the person's own good, for he is extremely ambitious and therefore liable to overtax himself to the detriment of his health, and the disability of the nervous system is most likely to express itself by a digestive disorder in the region governed by Virgo, the 6th sign, viz., the intestines. Such people are supersensitive to the conditions of others, which affects their health, bringing much trouble and worry in dealing with servants and subordinates. They are fond of the study of hygiene and diet and meet with considerable success in the practice of the chemistry of foods, particularly if Mercury is well aspected. Adverse aspects of Saturn to a 6th house Mercury make a chronic invalid of a most melancholy mind. The adverse aspects of Mars and Uranus are fruitful sources of suicide through brooding over disease. Mercury in the 7th house and well aspected makes the person popular in literary and scientific circles. It is a good position for public speakers and all who are engaged in mercurial activities of a public nature. But if Mercury is afflicted, the 7th house position brings a great deal of hostile criticism of a public nature and is liable to involve the person in litigation, either to defend himself against libel from others or on account of libel committed by himself. A well-aspected Mercury in the 7th house indicates a successful marriage to a relative or an employee. But when Mercury is afflicted, either the person or the marriage partner is of a nagging nature, so that the married life is spoiled by constant quarrels and disputes on account of fickleness and faithfulness. Mercury in the 8th house when well aspected gives gain through literary or scientific agencies, occupations or other mercurial pursuits, provided they are carried on in partnership with someone else. This position also indicates that the person may receive a legacy, and it is a good indication of the financial success of the marriage. But if Mercury is afflicted, its position in the 8th house indicates financial troubles for the marriage partner and litigation, probably in connection with a legacy left to the native. Mercury in the 9th house and well aspected gives love of religion, science, letters and law, a studious mind capable of delving deeply into profound problems of life and being, philosophic and philanthropic tendencies, and desire to travel far if need be in the pursuit of knowledge. This position gives facility in speech and writing and success in religion, philosophy, law or science. The mind is broad, flexible and adaptable. Therefore the person is liable to change his views several times in his life on the various subjects which he has studied, but there will always be a good reason for adopting another viewpoint. If Mercury is afflicted in the 9th house, he makes the person exceedingly unstable of mind, changeable as a weather vane in all his pursuits and activities. Such a person will never stay by anything long enough to try it out, and therefore he will meet with a series of disasters all through life. Probably he may journey from one place to another in search of success, but he will never find it until he learns to concentrate his energies upon one thing. This position is also a fruitful source of trouble with the law or legal affairs. Mercury in the 10th house, well aspected, shows adaptability and resourcefulness such as enable the person to cope with all the contingencies of life. It makes a successful lecturer, publisher or writer, and is also favorable to success in one of the occult occupations. If Mercury is placed in one of the Aries signs, the power of expression is much enhanced. Frequently people with Mercury in this position have several occupations, but usually they succeed best in a subordinate capacity. Mercury in the 11th house brings a great many acquaintances among literary, scientific or other mercurial people, but none of them are sufficiently steadfast to be relied upon unless Mercury is very well aspected. This position has a tendency to make a person critical and cynical. It sharpens his intellect, however, and gives him a good flow of language. Mercury in the 12th house, if well aspected, gives a mind peculiarly fitted to delve into the mysterious, occult or secret things. This is especially the case if Mercury is between the Sun and midheaven, that is to say if Mercury goes before the Sun or rises earlier than that luminary, for then all the light that is in the spirit seems to shine forth and make the person intellectually keen and bright. Therefore this is a good position for detective work as well as scientific or occult research work. Chemists of great ability have been produced under this aspect, for such people have the faculty of going into the most minute details in things which seem microscopic and unimportant to others. When Mercury is in the 12th house and afflicted, especially by Saturn or Mars, also when combust or behind the Sun, there is a danger that the mind may become clouded and insanity may result. It may also be noted that the affliction will vary according to the way Mercury is aspected. If by Mars or Uranus the subject may be exceedingly violent, if by Saturn he will become melancholy, but whatever the cause, if Mercury is afflicted in the 12th house, some form of limitation will restrain the spirit, for the 12th house is the house of limitation and confinement. Deafness is also the result of this position of Mercury when severely afflicted by Saturn. Mercury in the 12 signs. Mercury in Aries makes the person very argumentative, fond of disputes, quick at repartee, with a tendency to exaggerate though not necessarily by design. If well aspected he is broad-minded and tolerant of the opinions of others, of a studious nature, quick to grasp situations and ideas, neat and orderly. When afflicted, Mercury in Aries makes people leap before they look, the mind is vacillating and there is a general recklessness about the person, who is thus very unreliable and devoid of all sense of responsibility. Mercury in Taurus gives a mind that is not very soon made up, but when it has once arrived at a conclusion it is almost as difficult to change as the laws of the Medes and Persians. However, being based upon thought and reason, the judgment of these people is also extremely reliable. They believe thoroughly in the ancient adage that silence is golden and are therefore close-mouthed. They are good counselors and can be depended upon to keep secret. At the same time they are not recluses, but have a pleasant, sociable disposition. They are fond of fun and recreation, they love music, art and literature, so they are thoroughly likable people if Mercury is well aspected. But if Mercury is afflicted they become what the Scotch call dour, also obstinate, stubborn, secretive and avaricious. Mercury in Gemini makes a person fond of change and travel. He is always ready to investigate some new thing, or go to some other place for a change. In short, almost anything that is new appeals to him. At the same time, if Mercury is well fortified, such people gain greatly by this fluidic state of the mind, for they are shrewd and penetrating in their judgment, so that they know good value when they see it and are not prejudiced by preconceived, set opinions. Therefore they are good businessmen, and their ability to see a point makes them particularly good lawyers. They also succeed well as traveling salesmen. Mercury in Cancer gives a clear intellect, a good memory and superlative adaptability. People with this position fit into any place or occupation they may find and adapt themselves to the opinions and ideas of others. They love praise and flattery, therefore they are careful not to do anything whereby they may forfeit the good opinion of others. Mercury in Leo gives high ideals and aspirations, a positive, strong and persevering intellect which scorns to stoop to low and mean acts, and despises equivocation, is blunt and outspoken, quick-tempered, but kind-hearted and sympathetic. People with Mercury in Leo well fortified have good organizing ability and make capable leaders. They love children and are also fond of pleasure. When Mercury is afflicted in Leo it makes the person fickle and inconstant in his affections, an unsuccessful gambler and speculator, a low and sensual nature. Mercury in Virgo is at the zenith of his power, for there he is exalted. Consequently, when well aspected, it gives a clear, logical, scientific mind, eloquence, and the ability to express oneself fluently in a number of languages. It gives the person a comprehensive, discriminating outlook upon life. His conclusions are usually practical and to the point because he also, like the Tauran Mercury, looks before he leaps. In short, this characteristic is in a degree true of all the earthy signs. When Mercury is afflicted in Virgo, it makes the man irritable, petulant and selfish, always looking for flaws in everything he comes across. People with Mercury in Virgo make excellent dietitians and chemists. They also have an unusual dexterity. Mercury in Libra, when well aspected, gives a broad, well-balanced mind with a love of art and music and an uncommon ability of expression. It brings success as a public speaker and sometimes as a singer. When Mercury is afflicted in Libra, it indicates trouble by lawsuits through partnerships and an unfaithful marriage partner. Mercury in Scorpio gives a shrewd mind, a keen aspiration, a quick wit and a sharp tongue with biting sarcasm that can sting like the scorpion. The disposition is bold and stubborn, headstrong and difficult to get along with. But these people are extremely resourceful, dauntless, and able to overcome difficulties which would crush others. They are attracted to the occult, as a needle is drawn to a magnet. When Mercury is afflicted, they are subject to disappointment in everything they undertake, quarrelsome, skeptical and cynical, always holding opposite views to others. Mercury in Sagittarius. Though in detriment, it is still a strong position of Mercury, and if he is well aspected, it gives an exceedingly noble mind of a religious and philosophical turn, a mind which scorns the shackles of conventions where they interfere with freedom of thought and speech, yet does not fly into paths that are contrary to the commonly accepted standards of moral usage and conduct. It always confines itself within the boundaries of law and order, and people with Mercury in this position are therefore greatly respected in the community. Mercury in Sagittarius makes the person fond of travel to see the sights and scenery of nature and to investigate the customs of strange people. He is also fond of animals and pets. When afflicted, it inclines to lawlessness, dishonesty, sophism and a twisted character. Mercury in Capricorn gives a critical and penetrating but somewhat suspicious mind with a thoughtful and diplomatic disposition. These people make splendid spies and detectives, having the ability to ferret out secrets in the most uncanny manner. They also have the persistence of Saturnians derived from the sign Capricorn, so that they never give up until their object has been attained. This position gives a love of science, particularly chemistry. These people are much attracted to the occult, yet are practical and very thrifty. They hold on to what they get and always have something for a rainy day. When afflicted, Mercury in Capricorn makes the person miserly, cruel, hard, malicious, vindictive and spiteful. Mercury in Aquarius gives the Uranian qualities of originality and independence and an unconquerable love of liberty to the mind, so that people with Mercury in this position are apt to repudiate all the social conventions and live according to their highly idealistic conceptions. They often take no heed of fashion, and dress in a style entirely their own. They advocate ideas on social subjects which are 1,000 years ahead of the world's development, among them the theory of soulmates and affinities, which is causing so much trouble in the world today because its advocates have not yet grown to the spiritual stature where they can separate it from sex and live the true Uranian love life, which is altogether spiritual. The foregoing delineations apply particularly where Mercury is aspected by Uranus and the people described by them are the extreme product of Mercury in Aquarius. All who have this position, however, are very intellectual. They have high ideals and aspirations, a love of popular science and mathematics, and are usually attracted to the occult sciences also, especially to astrology, for they have a fine faculty for reading the horoscope. They are kind, sociable and fond of friends, with the result that they usually attract large numbers of intellectual people to their circle of acquaintances. When afflicted, this position makes the person disloyal and ready to prey upon his friends, or criticize and slander them. Mercury in Pisces, the occult water sign, seems to endow the mind with a certain psychic faculty which is not so much intuition as imagination. They think or imagine that something must be so, and it is a startling fact that they are usually correct, but this ability brings them dangerously near to mediumship if Mercury is afflicted, or when Neptune, the higher octave of Mercury, is in the 12th house. Therefore this is rather a dangerous position. If Mercury is afflicted by Saturn, this position in Pisces makes the person liable to gloom, and the mind will be subject to constant worry with a turn toward melancholy. Usually, people with Mercury in Pisces are of a kindly and benevolent disposition. This also is a good indication that success may be attained in chemistry and as a dietitian in the preparation of health foods. Mercury in aspect with the other planets, the Sun in parallel or conjunction with Mercury. These are the only aspects ever formed and are good for the memory and mentality, provided Mercury is not closer to the Sun than 3 degrees, for then he is combust and his good qualities are burned up in the Sun's rays. It is most fortunate to have Mercury rise before the Sun at birth, for he is then the light bearer who holds the torch of reason before the spirit, which in the horoscope is symbolized by the Sun. When he rises after the Sun, the mentality is not nearly so keen, unless other good aspects favor. Venus parallel, conjunction or sextile to Mercury. Venus and Mercury are never more than 76 degrees apart. Therefore they can only form the conjunctions, parallels and sextiles, but not the trine, square nor opposition. These aspects make the person cheerful and companionable, with a good-natured disposition and a desire for society. They also give the ability for music and poetry, especially if in the ascendant, and are a general indication of success in salesmanship, for such people are very suave, affable and persuasive. The Moon in parallel, conjunction, sextile or trine to Mercury gives a receptive mind and a retentive memory, 2 very rare qualities, and therefore these aspects, particularly the sextile and trine, are good indications of success in life, especially in one of the mercurial occupations, literary, clerical or traveling. People with these configurations are usually very verbose, particularly if the conjunction or trine occurs in airy signs or a sign of voice, for then the power of expression reaches a superlative degree and such people become able linguists and elocutionists. But unless there is some steadying influence, people with configurations of Mercury and the Moon are not reliable because of their tendency to change their minds repeatedly in the most unexpected manner. They are inclined to look upon the bright side of life and are fond of pleasure, particularly travel. The Moon square or opposition to Mercury gives a poor memory and lack of mental stability, with a tendency to indecision and worry, liability to brainstorms and hysterics. These characteristics make the person unpopular and, as the saying is, unlucky. Saturn sextile or trine to Mercury acts as a brake upon the flighty mind and gives it a seriousness, depth and concentration which is of inestimable value in life. The forethought and profound reasoning ability indicated by these aspects ensure success in whatever vocation the person may pursue. The patient persistence which permits no temporary failure to stand in the way of ultimate success, their caution and diplomacy make such people invincible in the long run. Therefore they generally become prominent in connection with some serious enterprise, such as secret societies, the church, or even politics or governmental affairs. They are in demand for high positions in great undertakings where a steady hand is required on the helm. but they do not usually shine in public, for they are very quiet, subdued and serious in their manner and demeanor. Besides, they are absolutely honest and fair-minded, hence they make the very finest judges obtainable. Saturn conjunction or parallel to Mercury gives depth to the mind, and forethought, together with all the other good qualities enumerated as resulting from the sextile and the trine. If Mercury is otherwise well aspect, but not in so full a measure, or at any rate the person does not seem to be able to externalize them as readily, hence does not meet the same assured success as given by the good aspects. He also suffers from the tendency to melancholy denoted by the square or opposition, especially if the aspect occurs in one of the common signs or in Capricorn, and if in Gemini it interferes sadly with the dexterity. Such people tend to drop everything they take into their hands. These aspects also give an embarrassing timidity, and if Mercury is afflicted, the undesirable qualities enumerated as resulting from the square or opposition may be looked for. Saturn's square or opposition to Mercury makes the person subject to trouble and delays all through life. He is thwarted on every hand by slander and secret enemies, and this condition in time makes him bitter and sarcastic, with the additional result that he is shunned by all who can possibly get away from him. This in time leads him to become a recluse who shuts himself away to brood over his troubles. Such a person sometimes becomes subject to melancholia of a most piteous character. These aspects also make the person cunning and untruthful. They give the same desire to study the occult conferred by the good aspects, but there is the great difference that while the good aspects of Saturn and Mercury incline one to the study of occultism from unselfish motives, the bad aspects impel him to ferret out nature's secret for personal power or gain. Jupiter conjunction, parallel, sextile or trine to Mercury is one of the finest assets in life, for it gives a cheerful, optimistic disposition with the ability to look upon the bright side of things and keep up the spirits in hours of adversity. The mind is broad, versatile, and able to reason correctly and to form a reliable judgment by careful deliberation. These people never give a hasty decision. They require time to think over whatever is presented to them, but once they have reached a conclusion it will be found incontrovertible. They are successful in law or literature and much respected for their honesty and sincerity. These aspects are particularly fortunate for people who travel for business or pleasure, for they will reap both benefit and enjoyment from a migratory mode of life. These aspects make them healthy, wealthy and wise beyond the average, and loved by everybody for the vital vibrations they radiate upon whomever they meet. Jupiter square or opposition to Mercury gives a vacillating and wavering disposition, so that the person cannot make up his mind when more than one course of action is open. Hence people with these aspects often lose their opportunities through procrastination and lack of judgment, and must therefore often be classed as failures in life. They are liable to scandal and slander because of treacherous associates. They should not travel, for it will bring them loss and trouble. They should also be extremely careful in making contracts or agreements to do or deliver certain things at a specified time, for they will probably be unable to fulfill the requirements and thus trouble and loss will result. Mars sextile or trine to Mercury gives a keen, sharp, ingenious and resourceful mentality. It makes the person enthusiastic over any proposition which appeals to him, and he has also ability to enthuse others and impress them with his views, an indefatigable worker in any cause which arouses his sympathies, but he is not visionary, and is interested only in concrete matters. These people love argument or debate, and they have an inexhaustible fund of wit and good humor, sometimes blended with a vein of sarcasm which always strikes its mark, yet never viciously nor maliciously. They also have remarkable dexterity and are able to turn their hands to whatever task is allotted and do it with a speed, facility and expedition that is astonishing, to say the least. They cannot do anything slowly or by halves, Whatever they undertake must be done with a rush, and they put their whole energy into it so that they may accomplish the task and do it well. Hence these aspects give success in life. In almost any line of endeavor these people may select, but most often in literature or the mechanical arts. Mars conjunction or parallel to Mercury gives the same mental energy, enthusiasm and dexterity as the definitely good aspects, but whether these qualities are used for constructive and good purposes or for destructive and evil ends depends upon the sign, house position and other aspects. If the configuration occurs in a sign where either or both planets are strong and well placed, as Mars in Aries or Capricorn, or Mercury in Gemini or Virgo, or if they are fortified by good aspects from the Sun, Venus or Jupiter, Mars conjunction or parallel Mercury will operate similarly to the sextile or trine, as stated in the foregoing paragraph, which see. But if Mars and Mercury are in one of the watery signs, Cancer, Scorpio or Pisces, or if either or both are afflicted by Saturn, Uranus or Neptune, the conjunction or parallel of Mars and Mercury will give the same evil tendencies as the square or opposition which are defined in the next paragraph. Mars square or opposition to Mercury makes people quick-witted, sharp and alert, quick-tempered, impulsive and excitable, liable to jump at conclusions and act before they think, with the inevitable result that they are always getting themselves or other people into trouble, hence they are dangerous associates. They are born prevaricators and utterly incapable of making a straight statement. It is just as natural for them to color or exaggerate their statements as it is to breathe. They are vitriolic in their wrath and their tongues are more poisonous than the bite of a rattlesnake, hence they are either feared or hated by those who are unfortunate enough to be bound to them by environment. All who can, shun them. They are bullies who are bound either to rule or ruin wherever they are, and they allow no obstacle to stand in their way which can be removed either by force or slander. They are the acme of selfishness, swagger and consummate egotism. The foregoing tendencies may of course be modified by other aspects, but if they are not, such people are a menace to society. If either Mars or Mercury is placed in the 6th or 12th house or in any other position so that the bad aspect acts upon the health, there is a liability to nervous prostration, brain fever or insanity. Uranus sextile or trine to Mercury gives an original, independent and eccentric mind impatient of the fetters of fashion, tradition and convention. Such a person is strenuous in his efforts to hew a path for himself in complete liberty. Therefore this is the hallmark of the pioneers in thought and invention, the sign of genius. Their ideas and ideals are exceedingly lofty, progressive and inspiring, in fact too much so in the opinion of the average man or woman who looks upon their actions as vagaries, the outcome of a diseased mind. Nevertheless they have plenty of friends on account of their kindly and sympathetic nature. These aspects are good for a literary or scientific pursuit, also for invention, particularly along lines which have to do with air or electricity. Uranus conjunction or parallel Mercury. If Mercury is otherwise afflicted, the conjunction and parallel are to be judged as bad aspects and read accordingly. But if Mercury is otherwise well placed and aspect, the delineation given for the sextile and trine will apply. Uranus square or opposition to Mercury is the hallmark of the true crank or anarchist who has extreme ideas in regard to tearing down the social structure and making reforms. People with these configurations are given to ranting and raving in public, and their language is usually as cruel as the measures they advocate. Whatever ability they possess is usually turned to erratic purposes, and they are often forced to make sudden changes on that account. Neptune conjunction, parallel, sextile or trine to Mercury gives a mind peculiarly adapted to the occult art, particularly if the conjunction occurs in the 3rd or 9th house or the trines are from the watery signs Cancer and Pisces. Such people usually succeed in occult science and often develop a supernormal faculty. They are particularly good as magnetic healers. Neptune square or opposition to Mercury gives a chaotic mind, liability to lack of memory, indolence and a disposition to dream the time away. There is a restless desire for fame and an inability to fit in anywhere. Such people are liable to fraud, deception and slander, also to commit suicide.